Dr. No, starring Sean Connery.
Let's talk about Ian Fleming first. He wrote and created James Bond, and he based it off of secret agents and commando types that he had met during World War II. Ian Fleming himself was a British Navy intelligence agent. So the name James Bond, however, comes from an ornithologist named James Bond. Fleming had a book that, he had around his house called Birds of the West Indies by James Bond, and he thought this is the best name because it's dull, and he wanted Bond to kind of just be this basic person that you wouldn't assume to be a secret agent, essentially. So he went with James Bond. Dr. No isn't the first Bond on-screen appearance. That goes to Casino Royale, a teleplay version for the CBS show Climax in 1954, only a year after the book was written. To get the Bond franchise started, however, the one that we all talk about as the official Bond franchise, it started with Canadian Harry Salzman, who had bought the rights for the James Bond books from Ian Fleming, and he had met another producer named Albert R. Broccoli, and yes, his last name is Broccoli, like the vegetable. His family actually came from broccoli farmers. Broccoli wanted to make a Bond film. He wanted to buy the rights from Salzman, and instead they decided, hey, let's just partner up, let's create our own company, and so they created Eon Productions, which stands for Everything or Nothing, and they also created the company Danjaq, which would hold the rights for all the Bond films. They had trouble getting funds at first when they started out, and when you make a movie, you have to go to, usually you try to go to studios to pitch the project to get the funds to make the film, but many of the studios that they went to, they weren't interested. They were just saying, oh, this is too British. This is too sexy. And yes, this is, even though this is 1960s, this is early 1960s. We're just coming out of the 50s. So eventually they go to United Artists. United Artists gives them $1 million, which isn't a lot of money, but it's for a film at this time, it's not a lot of money. And United Artists UK was able to give them an extra $10,000 to finish the climax of this movie. So originally the duo wanted to make Thunderball as the first James Bond film. But due to rights issues, which we are going to get into, fellas, as once we get to Thunderball, they weren't able to make that film. So they decided to do the sixth book in the Bond franchise, and that is Dr. No.
Do you know why they specifically picked Dr. No as opposed to any of the others?
I think it probably just had to do with, again, the setting is...
It's much more straightforward. It's 2 locations, Jamaica, and then a big base scene. That's it.
So having a low starting budget probably weighed heavily on that decision. Yeah. Okay.
The directing of this film was Terrence Young. He's also responsible for teaching Connery, and I quote, how to be dapper, witty, and above all else, cool. The casting for this movie, we have obviously film stars Sean Connery as James Bond, Swiss actress Ursula Andress as Honey Rider, Canadian actor, not Asian actor, Joseph Wiseman as Dr. No. Again, this is the 60s.
Ian Fleming himself had suggested his cousin for the role of Dr. No. His cousin happened to be a certain Sir Christopher Lee.
Come, Mr. Bond, you disappoint me. You get as much fulfillment out of killing as I do, so why didn't you admit it?
Who was not selected, of course.
What?
That is true. That is true.
Wait. Christopher Lee and Ian Fleming are relatives?
They're cousins.
Yep.
And they're both secret agents?
Yes.
Yep.
You did not know this?
No!
Yeah. They obviously didn't select Christopher Lee to play Dr. No in this film, but of course he does go on later to play Francisco Scaramanga.
Seeing him as Doctor, that would have been a hell of a splash.
Yeah. No
like
shit,
first
right?
bad guy.
To us, Mr. Bond.
I'm flattered.
I imagine, though, that they wouldn't want the bad guy of their new franchise to be a horror star, right? Like, it might distract
Dracula.
From what they're trying to do.
Well, he had already started playing Dracula in the Hammer films.
I believe so, yes.
Those movies were like in the 50s. They look like they're later, but no, they were filmed in the 50s.
My complaint about the film is that Dr. No's justification for doing what he does is particularly weak, because it doesn't have anything else to reference in terms of like, I'm doing this because Spectre wants it to be done.
They didn't
and that's
hire
it.
me.
There's nothing more complex to his motivation outside of like, I'm trying to demonstrate Spectre's power.
Yeah.
Is there not a childish sense to this conversation when, Bond brings up, well, did you try getting a normal job with the East or the West?
The Americans are fools. I offered my services, they refused. So did the East. Now they can both pay.
He's like, yeah, I applied for the East or the West. So I became a supervillain and I want to destroy the world because nobody hired me.
I mean, like I said, that's to me, that's the weakness of the film is that like he really doesn't have a really strong justification for doing what he does.
And after talking about how Christopher Lee was an option, Christopher Lee, I think, could have bring a little bit more actual character to Dr. No himself. Because the guy like this one is like, he overplayed, I think, the sternness, like just the slow talking Mr. Bond monotonous likeness to him.
That said, like, it would be hard for me to imagine Christopher Lee doing anything besides the role of Scaramanga.
Yeah.
I know I'm saying that with the benefit of hindsight. Like, obviously, those dudes in 1962 didn't have a idea what Christopher Lee was capable of.
And knowing how future Bond villains will be. Like, there can be one that's going to be way more notable. They're going to have much more personality, like Goldfinger and Blofeld. They established these awesome robot hands that can crush metal that don't do anything else for the rest of the movie.
Yeah. Does it make any sense that he has these metal hands that can bend anything, and yet he can't grip the metal rail?
Right, to save his own life.
Into the radioactive abyss, right? Like, he should just have been able to just go like and just stay in place at least. What you start to see in the future as Bond movies go on, you have bad guys, they generally have a physical deformity, and then they have some kind of augmentation because of that.
Or like an elaborate weapon.
It's here or there.
Tool.
But usually what happens is that Bond will then use that defective nature against them, and that's what ultimately defeats them. Here, you get a piece of that by him not being able to grip because of his metal hands, but that doesn't make sense because he should be able to grip firmly. What would have made more sense is that Dr. No falls into the water and he can't swim because he has these metal hands dragging him down, right?
I mean,
that would have made more sense. That would have and because my point being that there's always this poetic nature to how these bad guys die.
And that's what I'm saying is missing to the conclusion, is that like there isn't that ironic or poetic justice done to Dr. No, because it's like when you look at it from a practical standpoint, you're like, yeah, he definitely should have been able to climb that ladder. Like there's no reason why he wouldn't be able to practically accomplish that basic human task.
He should have been able to do it like Dr. Octavius. Without using his legs, he should have been able to climb out of that thing just using his arms, right? Like if they had this been
elbow
a 10th
to
Bond
elbow
film, had this been like a Bond film down the road, maybe it would have. They're like, we have an extra $50 million to pump into this ending. We're gonna have Dr. No have 8 hands, you know.
This motherfucking movie established all these motherfucking trends.
Yeah.
Like, this film spawned 25 plus fucking movies.
Yeah.
For my part, that's what I enjoyed about watching Dr. No, is like, this is so recognizably Bond in every respect, really. It has the theme. It has Bond introducing himself as James Bond, the Bond girl coming out of the fucking ocean, fucking gorgeous. Every dude's is watching that. You laugh, but it's true.
Including Quarles.
Going off what Patterson's saying, though, and I want to say that, like, Patterson, I think you were one of the few people who haven't seen this movie, and a couple of you said you've only seen it once. Going into watching this movie for the very first time, did you ever expect to hear the word Spectre?
Spectre?
In the very first
That
Bond
shocked me
film?
this time.
Hell no, that blew my mind.
I will admit, no.
I didn't expect the song.
So-
I didn't expect Spectre. I didn't expect
But-
the gun barrel. Like, it's amazing. Like Charlie mentioned, the formula is like there from the get-go.
But
it just
specific to
evolves
Spectre,
slightly.
what were you like? Were you guys surprised how this film feels like? Oh my gosh, this is actually connected.
Already establishing its own universe.
Yeah,
I do want to give credit where credit is due. Like, it really was an enjoyable movie.
Yeah.
It really was. It had all the Bond hallmarks that I wanted it to have.
I enjoy it way more at this
It
viewing.
really
There's
did.
no reason whatsoever to ever disregard this movie. There's no
Correct.
There's no
Yeah,
like
that's what I'm
episode
getting
1
at.
effect to this. There's no it's so out. What would be an equivalent? Like, I know people are big Doctor Who fans or whatever, where it's like you have Doctor Who going way
Doctor
into the
Who.
past. Like,
I'm going to say that
sure.
definitively right now and right here. Doctor Who. Please continue.
There goes half of
Oh,
our
wow.
potential
But
audience.
but overall, like, there are certain movies of the past that people will disregard because they're, no matter how much people will say, no, that's a classic, you can't disregard it. I mean, I think of things like 2001: A Space Odyssey, where people ask me about it, and I say, that movie is a miracle, right? But you have to have incredible patience to watch it. And they're like, I was on my phone the whole time. That's what most people will do with that. You have to take your phone and throw it across the room and turn off all the lights and watch the whole movie. But most people are incapable of that. But
I just don't think that Dr. No could ever be considered outdated.
Anybody can sit down and watch Dr. No and enjoy it.
The casting of Bond, what came into it, because this is a very important character to cast, of course, for film history and for the franchise itself. Many other names and actors were looked at, including movie star Cary Grant. And you might know Cary Grant from North by Northwest. He was in many Hitchcock films. He was a big movie star of the time. However, Cary Grant was like, I'll do one film. He didn't want to do the 5-film contract that they were offering him. And they wanted somebody who could do multiple of these films because they were trying to create this franchise. Other actors that they looked into included Roger Moore, but they thought he looked too young. They weren't interested in him, and he's actually older than Connery, surprisingly. Ian Fleming himself had his sights on David Nevin. David Nevin, if you know who he is, he looks more like an Alfred Butler type from Batman. He doesn't really invoke what you and I would think as James Bond. But if you look at how Ian Fleming looks, and considering Ian Fleming is writing this character as himself, I kind of see the connection. But David Nevin would come back in Casino Royale, the parody film that would come out a few years later as James Bond. And then finally in Broccoli and Salzman decided on 32-year-old Scottish actor Sean Connery, as we all know, after a meeting with him where he was very direct and took control. Fleming, however, he wasn't a fan originally. He said he wasn't as suave as the character in the books, but eventually he warmed up to him. He even rewrote Bond in the books to compensate for Connery's Scottish heritage. If you've seen Skyfall, you know all about this.
Welcome to Scotland.
United Artists also originally weren't fans of Connery because Connery wasn't unknown at the time. They wanted somebody known considering this was a new franchise. But obviously the rest is history. Connery became James Bond and, we got this amazing franchise. Q is actually present in this film, if you didn't know. The character of Major Boothroyd is played by Peter Burton. He is the guy who brings Bond the Walther PPK.
He's referred to as the Armorer.
Armorer.
Yes. But if you listen carefully, M says, thank you, Major Boothroyd.
Thank you, Major Boothroyd.
Good morning, Major Boothroyd.
Morning, Major. Look what Q's brought for us.
That character is meant to be Q, and Peter Burton just couldn't come back for the next film, and so we then get Desmond Llewellyn as the returning Q in all the other feature films. So let's move on to the music of James Bond. So in this first movie, the music was composed by Monty Norman. Composed the music for Dr. No, and he wrote the famous James Bond theme song. However, composer John Barry arranged or orchestrated the music for the film. John Barry is an important name because he'll go on and do the music for many of the other films. There has been some discrepancy about who wrote the James Bond theme, but if you watch all the subsequent ones, it will say Monty Norman wrote the theme. John Barry had arranged it in the original film. Production design. Another big name you'll hear about these films is Ken Adam. He's a production designer for many of the Bond films. He gave the films their iconic look. You can see this particularly in the scenes where Dr. Dent is giving the tarantula to Dr. No and all the elaborate Dr. No lair sets. The aquarium in the film, the scene where they go to have dinner with Dr. No, is actually a blown-up projection of stock footage of goldfish. Again, they only had $1 million to make this movie.
$1 million, Mr. Bond.
So they had to do what they had to do to compensate. So then a few lines are added to cover up the discrepancy.
The glass is convex, 10 inches thick, which accounts for the magnifying effect.
When Bond leaves the scene and he looks over and he sees this painting, that painting is the portrait of Duke of Wellington, which actually was stolen. It was stolen a year before the movie came out, so in 1961. And Ken Adams thought it would be a cute idea to be like, oh, well, Dr. No stole the painting, of course. So when audience see that, it's kind of like a wink to the audience, like, this is the guy who stole this painting. And then the painting would eventually be recovered in 1965. So it's just a fun little note in the film, but as an audience now, you don't get that reference unless you know that. Obviously, this film is a film of first, right? We have the first Bond, the first M, first Moneypenny, Q, Felix Leiter, the first Bond girl, first mention of an introduction of Spectre.
Spectre? Spectre. Special Executive for Counterintelligence, Terrorism, Revenge, Extortion.
Which will turn into the next couple of films. The first Bond setting traps scene, it's when Bond's, taking hairs out of his head and putting it on doors and making sure that people haven't spied in his hotel room, which You'll see that scene again in other films. The first chase sequence, first casino scene, first villain's lair. So there's a lot of hallmarks to the franchise as a whole. This film had a budget of $1.1 million.
$1 million, Mr. Bond.
And it premiered on October 5th of 1962 and grossed $59.5 million. So it's a huge amount of money.
Yeah, extreme return on investment.
Oh, yeah.
Explains a lot about the long-lasting success of the franchise in general. Because obviously, if you get a good start, the studio is going to be much more willing to part with a lot more budget going forward. So
we're at 25 films. Had the first one flopped, I think inevitably somebody would have tried again. But when that first one goes, nobody wants to touch it for a long time. Right? I mean,
right.
You can imagine a universe where Bond didn't exist until Casino Royale in the 2000s. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But luckily it was a hit, and then, we've been enjoying the same story retold over and over and over.
To us, it's so classic. It's crazy all the amount of different things that come from that, like McCurdy was bringing up. Like the famous gun barrel scene, the beginning, how that becomes a staple to Bonds, all the cars, all the different kind of women he meets. But at the time, to do all that in the first movie.
To have the perfect prototype that you can then replicate indefinitely.
Yes.
And to do it all, I mean, other than, Q isn't there or whatever. Like these minor little details that you can easily overlook. I mean, they make a big deal of introducing the Walther PPK 7.65 millimeter. They make a big show of trading
Beretta, right?
in. He's like, ugh, Bond, this Beretta's for pussies.
Nice and light. In a lady's handbag.
He's so dejected.
I also think it's funny, though, that in the movie, as you watch the films, they always say, like, there's only one man who would carry that kind of weapon.
Only one person we know uses this sort of gun.
And yet, in the first movie, he's like...
The American CIA swear by them.
So in my mind, I'm like, well, wouldn't that mean that more people use this weapon?
Yeah. Only one man drinks vodka in the world.
Right.
It's just, like, and it's one thing to know their preferences. It's another to claim that those preferences are exclusive to one human being. Before we go any further, though, guys, just to keep it strictly ceremonious, because obviously we can't rank anything if we only have one film, but all the same, sticking to ceremony, does anybody have a proposition for an official ranking for Dr. No?
Based on our current ranking, I would have to say it's number one.
Number one? Okay, number one. So Patterson says number one. Anybody want to second that?
I
second the best current Bond film.
Seconded. Okay, cool.
Out of what we've reviewed,
Dr. No
the best.
has been officially put on the list as the number one Bond film out of one film. So,
yes we did it.
Moving
We're
on.
Done, guys.
Yeah, we're done.
Let's pack it up.
All right, we're great.
Thanks for listening.
Cheers to that. What you really don't get a lot of throughout any Bond film is just a general, just kind of day-to-day. Like, you never really think of James Bond doing paperwork or anything like that, right? But I'm just going to read this little bit. This is from Moonraker. This is from the beginning of Moonraker, which is the third book. First off, though, I just want to take some guesses. How much money per year do you guys think James motherfucking Bond makes in today's money? We're gonna say in today's money, starting with McCurdy. How much money do you think he makes?
100 pounds.
All right,
100,000 pounds, not 100 pounds.
What do you think, Jeff?
In today's money, I would hope somewhere like 800 to a million.
Okay, Patterson.
You hope.
So, if I may give a complex answer, I always pictured Bond as having kind of two different revenue streams. Because I would have figured he would have gotten paid a certain amount of money, but then he also would have been granted a fund through the government, like they fund his
like
activity.
A per diem.
Yeah, per diem. That is the term.
Regardless of how much he spends on a mission, how much do you think he makes paid out, official check? Salary style.
So actually, I would probably agree with McCurdy. I'd probably say $100,000 in U.S. dollars.
All right, Scott, what do you think?
I'd say $250,000.
Okay, and Nans, what you got?
I think you guys are lowballing it. A secret agent, I'm gonna have to go at least $5 million.
I'm just going to read this again. This is from the third book in the series, Moonraker. The whole beginning is just Bond talking about his day-to-day life, which, again, we never get. It was the beginning of a typical routine day for Bond. It was only 2 or 3 times a year that an assignment came along requiring his particular abilities. So, he's just doing shit day-to-day until he goes off and saves the world 3 times a year. For the rest of the year, he had the duties of an easygoing senior civil servant, elastic office hours from around 10 to 6, lunch, generally in the canteen, evenings spent playing cards in the company of a few close friends or at Crockford's, or making love with rather cold passion to one of 3 similarly disposed married women. Weekends playing golf for high stakes at one of the clubs near London. He took no holidays, but was generally given a fortnight's leave at the end of each assignment, in addition to any sick leave that might be necessary. He earned £1,500 a year, the salary of, and I'll get to that, I'll tell you the conversion. He earned £1,500 a year, the salary of a principal officer in the civil service, and he had $1,000 a year free of tax of his own. When he was on a job, he could spend as much as he liked, so for the other months of the year, he could live very well on his £2,000 a year net. He had a small but comfortable flat off the King's Road, an elderly Scottish housekeeper, a treasure called May, and a 1930 4.5-liter Bentley coupe supercharged, which he kept expertly tuned so that he could do 100 when he wanted to. On these things, he spent all his money, and it was his ambition to have as little as possible in his banking account when he was killed, as when he was depressed, he knew he would be before the statutory age of 45. Just a little insight into the day-to-day life of Bond outside of saving the world. So if you use the Googles to find out how much £2,000 was in 1955, that's roughly 52,818 pounds and 72 bits, or whatever the pence, whatever they say. So he basically, I mean, he makes more than like Delta Force does, technically, but he still works for the government. So no wonder he lives it up as much as he can when he's out saving the world.
So he's during the mission, he's just wearing all these really fancy suits. When he's not on mission, he's just at his home wearing like sweatpants and like a wife beater, just sitting on a lazy boy with a beer.
Us right now.
Yeah. So he walks in to talk to Em, and I'm going out on a mission.
Sweats.
Can I get the suit? They're like, yeah, Bond, you can get the suit. He goes and grabs it out of the closet. Oh yes, I look good.
Yeah. Well, going to Dr. No, I mean, like, look at his apartment when in the film. It's actually
a
nice
see it,
apartment.
which we rarely get to see it.
I think that's like
Only
one of
3
3
times.
appearances.
Yep.
Yeah.
And one of the third was with Daniel Craig.
Yeah.
It is interesting, we talk about why they chose Dr. No first, and our thought is that it was probably because they could pull it off without spending gobs and gobs of money. But the fact that this movie is named after the bad guy, and yeah, that's what the book is, but the fact that they would begin the whole James Bond saga with a movie named after the bad guy, when it comes to naming a Bond movie, your backup is always to just name it after the bad guy. And then otherwise, it's some kind of romantic toss-up to death.
The only exception of that would be describing
the setting.
It's a setting.
Yeah.
So it's interesting that they named it after the bad guy, and they didn't fall to the temptation of, let's just name it James Bond, or...
Unfortunately, Charlie, will tell you that in other countries they did do that. So
please tell us. Please tell us.
I don't have it right in front of me. I was watching a video about some other stuff, but they were talking about how the Bond franchise in other countries, obviously, they're not going to know what Dr. No is, right? So
yeah.
What do you call it? Secret Agent 007 or things like that. Like that was the kind of titles. And, other countries have weird titles for those.
I had never caught it before. I was shocked to see that it's not Sean Connery performing the gun barrel turn and shoot.
Stunt double.
Did anybody else notice that? Did anybody else look closely?
I actually did.
I knew it wasn't Sean Connery.
It's so glaringly obvious now, but I never caught it for years because you just kind of, you're seeing it from far away. But even in the way he walks, his face was
he's wearing the hat
him.
too.
If you go up to anybody and you say, picture that shot, like the gun barrel shot, you always picture the theme starting immediately. But it doesn't do that in this movie. It starts it after that shot.
It's like this weird, like high-pitched sound, like
Yeah,
going
it does.
by.
It's just like this weird
Has
electronic
the name
sound
of the producer guys, and then it goes to it.
and then it goes to the theme.
But he wears that hat, and then the hat, Bond with the hat and the shooting the gun is in every film up until Roger Moore, and then they got rid of the hat for some reason, which is just very strange because even in the films, Bond doesn't really wear a hat that much when he's out and about.
I'm sure turning really fast, especially by the time you get to Brosnan, he would have just thrown that hat off,
Yeah.
That hat never would have lasted. But I think this might be the only Bond movie to not have a prologue. The formula was like 99% there, and then it's like that little half.
And no song,
percent.
no notable actual like performance.
There's no Bond song here, but that might be appropriate so far as the opening song is the James Bond theme.
And Three Blind Mice.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you're right.
Yeah.
Like it.
Yeah.
But it's almost like a Mandela effect thing where you're expecting it to be exactly right, but it's not quite right.
Yeah.
Another thing I noticed, there's no gadgets.
Another thing to throw onto the pile of things that weren't quite there yet, there are fully clothed female bodies in that opening animation, right?
Yeah.
Fully clothed.
Fully clothed.
Just dancing.
You will
bopping.
never see that again. I mean, I don't know about, the rest of the Connery films, but
You'll see
by
it,
the time
but-
you hit the next decade, everybody is naked except men. Men are fully clothed. Women are totally naked unless they're wearing like a tutu or something. But it's like...
They know their target audience.
But I will say that in the absence of a proper opening song, like what you would have with every film today, they don't have some weird song singing about Dr. No. So I challenge you guys, and I challenge anybody watching this. I came up with the title, No Hands to Love You. If anybody can write and perform the proper theme song to Dr. No, No Hands to Love You, everybody here will love you for all of eternity.
I was just going to call it Dr. No Means No.
Dr. No Means No. That's great.
If anybody can make either No Hands to Love You or Dr. No Means No, and we will pit them against each other.
No, seriously, I'll nominate
them.
you for a Nobel Prize in Literature if you can compose that song.
We'll make it the intro.
I think we'll talk about this later, but it will be noted that not all of the Bond songs, even most of the Craig ones, they don't really, the title of the song is not the title of the movie.
Because eventually it's cheesy, right?
Yeah.
Eventually
Well,
it's just kind of...
Octopussy, the song is not called Octopussy, so...
Yeah.
But we'll get there.
So then she gave me her pussy. She had 8 pussies. Octopussy.
Skyfall, though, is like that. Skyfall is named Skyfall in the song.
there's
Skyfall.
Yeah, but
Golden
Casino
Eyes.
Royale and
Yeah.
and Quantum of Solace and Spectre,
Yeah.
they don't have a song that follows the title.
Anyway, we'll get to all that. When you get to James Bond officially introducing himself, which again,
Iconic as
Chills.
Yeah.
Every time I watch it.
Bond. James Bond.
she, as in Trench,
Sylvia Trench.
Sylvia Trench introduces herself as Trench. Sylvia Trench.
I admire your courage, Miss...
Trench. Sylvia Trench.
She does the last name, first name, last name thing.
Yep.
Before Bond does it. It's like he follows her lead as if, he learned it from her. He's like, in the moment, he's like, that actually sounds fucking cool when you put it that way.
Andre, I must pass the shoe.
If you guys notice, they're obviously playing Baccarat.
He refers to it as...
Plenty other games. I mean, besides chemin de fer.
Chemin de fer. He doesn't say Baccarat. He refers to it as chemin de fer, which was the original name of Baccarat. And it means iron path, as in a railroad.
Interesting.
So for some reason that game used to mean railroad, and now it means nothing. Baccarat means nothing. So
literally nothing.
He's cleaning her out too, because if you know how the game is played,
Yeah,
you know that
like-
he's looking for nines.
Yeah.
Like he's
Well,
cleaning
everybody's
her out.
laughing by the end. Everybody's laughing because he's literally, he never pulls a card for 4 hands. He's throwing out I think they're whatever they're called, like table wins. Like if you get an 8 or a 9 right away,
Plays
you
naturals.
basically just win.
He's nat 20ing like 4 rolls.
Yeah, he in another game that would be him pulling an ace for 4 hands straight.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like getting a face card and an ace playing blackjack just 4 hands in a row.
And then she, in her desperation, is like, "How do we get my money back? I guess I could." Him.
Dude.
Yeah. She, in her desperation for both financial restitution and dick.
Yeah.
James Bond, Universal Exports.
McCurdy, if you could tell us just a little bit about what Universal Exports is.
It's just a cover-up name, a code name. There's a scene, I think, when he's walking in. It's like says Universal Exports, and then there's a couple other companies. It's almost like if you were to walk into an office building and you had no idea that this is British Secret Service. But that cover-up name is used in many of the films after that.
Welcome to Universal Exports.
Universal Exports.
Universal Exports. Check with your boss.
The British government actually never acknowledged British secret intelligence, but eventually in 94, I believe it was, they acknowledged it publicly. And so from then on, in the films, they refer to it as MI6. If you look on Wikipedia, there's actually a list of all the MIs. The only 2 that exist today is MI5 and MI6. Many of the other ones, they all started during World War I. Each one was different, right? Each one was like, this is intelligence service in charge of maps. This is intelligence service in charge of keeping foreign people in our country to doing bad things. This is another one that does stuff outside the country. You know, there was lots of different departments, and eventually a lot of them got squeezed into MI5 and MI6. MI5 is probably the equivalent to like our FBI. You know, they do counterterrorism, something close to that.
Since I've been head of MI7, there's been a 40% drop in 00 operative casualties.
In the film, Bernard Lee says MI7. I think it was supposed to get dubbed as MI6, so there is some discrepancy there. But originally he was supposed to say MI6.
Head of MI7.
Yeah, if you read his lips, he clearly says MI6, but you hear MI7. So they overdubbed it with 7. On whose orders?
I didn't need to. We had an encyclopedia. I started at A when I was 8, and now I've reached T.
I noticed that is a technique that is done a lot more commonly in films of this era, which is almost never done in modern film, which is redubbing things. They dub a lot.
Just to be clear, they dub every movie that ever gets made like mad. They just used to not try to match it up as perfectly in the past, but today you'll see it's still like whatever crazy over 50% of the audio of any given film is completely redubbed. They're just really good at doing it just like verbatim with the mouth movements, but in the past they would just be like, nobody's gonna notice.
The reason back then they weren't done as good as they are today is because of replay value. Back then there was no such thing as VHS, DVD, Blu-ray, whatever. So they would just do things quickly and cheaply because people just need to see it once on the screen, a movie, and just go on. Whereas you're home watching stuff over and over again, people will catch it more often. So audio mistakes, that kind of thing would be a little bit more off. Whereas today, they try to make it pristine because they know people can rewatch the stuff as much as they want.
Similarly with the editing, you'll see a couple times there are these jump cuts. Usually it's because some actor missed a cue or things didn't line up correctly. So they'll trim a couple of frames and have this very clear, very obvious jump cut that, again, to Jeff's point, maybe people notice, maybe they don't, but it doesn't matter because, you know, whatever, people are just going to watch this in a theater. Maybe they'll only watch it a couple times in their life. And then fast forward to now, and it has to be as perfect as possible because people could be watching it all day, every day in their homes.
All these YouTube videos where people want to nitpick every little issue with a movie nowadays.
Yeah. What I was referencing specifically is not just the film technique of dubbing, but rather that they would use an actor whose accent they deemed unfit for the actual audio in the film and would straight up replace that with an actor whose voice is more decipherable to an audience.
Are you talking about the boat captain guy?
Honey Rider.
I'm actually referring to Honey Rider in the film.
Wait. Her entire performance is dubbed by
Someone else.
Someone other than Ursula Andress?
Yep.
Yes.
What?
That's what I'm referring to.
Yeah.
What?
They did a good job.
Again, I'm not just talking about the film technique of dubbing a film. I'm talking about fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger in Hercules in New York, like straight up replacing his voice completely.
Patterson, I will point out, though, to defend the film to some extent, is that a lot of her scenes are outdoors and next to waves, right?
Yeah.
So when Charlie's talking about they're redubbing, 50% of movies, sometimes, especially back then, filming outside is a pain in the ass. If you've ever done it yourself, especially if you're next to waves or fountains or things like that,
sure.
like you're not going to get clean audio from waves, especially going cut to cut. So,
Oh, yeah. Oh, man.
So it doesn't surprise me that they recut her
it's
dialogue.
a pain in the ass for Charlie to fucking edit this shit with just the six of us sitting here.
Yeah.
Just a side note on that. In places where filmmaking is very prevalent and the people there know, so Los Angeles, when they see a production going on close by them, these people the locals will go outside and do whatever they can to make a shit ton of noise. They'll start mowing their lawn. They'll turn on the leaf blower. They'll honk their horn, put their dog out to bark, whatever it is, because they know that these companies are so desperate for silence that they'll send a production assistant over there or associate producer or whatever.
It's usually a location manager.
$100. Yeah, a location manager with a couple $100 to fill their pocket. We're going to pay you to shut the up. So it's like everybody in the neighborhood is like, hey, we're going to get $250 tonight. Sir, it's 4 a.m. Why are you power washing? Just to be clear, though, is it not her voice?
No, it is not. Nikki Van der Zil. I can't pronounce her last name.
And she is uncredited even.
Yeah. There's a lot of people actually uncredited in this film.
I like to think I have a good eye for when these odd, sped up jump cuts. I have a good eye for that. I have a good ear for when overdubbing happens, even in modern films. The fact that I didn't know this makes me think twice about how good my ear is. I mean, or maybe I just don't know Ursula at all. Or maybe I'm staring below her face, below her mouth throughout the movie. I don't.
So, Charlie, you were talking about the boat guys.
We know you're there. We've been expecting you.
I mean, you can tell it's dubbed.
No, it's even better is when he puts the megaphone away, his voice is still amplified like a megaphone.
We'll be back. We'll be back with the dogs. Full speed ahead.
Captain, what do you think of that?
When Quarrel first sees Honey Rider, his reaction is just perfect.
He just looks at her like, oh, shit.
In that moment, all the blood drains from his brain down to brain number 2. And then it comes back, and he's like, anyway, Bond, we're going to die.
Yeah. To be fair, poor Quarrel deserved that good look before his horrific death.
Yeah.
His horrific death.
He deserved a lot more than just a look.
Oh, ain't that nice?
He was headed to his date with the secretary chick that he's then pursued by a funeral hearse driven by the 3 blind mice and their getaway driver. They spontaneously combust on their way down a hill. And the guy says, how did this happen? And Bond says,
how did it happen?
I think they were on their way to a funeral.
And it's fucking funny, right? Like,
it is funny.
It's hilarious. That is the first Bond joke ever.
The qualifications for a Bond joke are that a murder or death has just taken place. And it's immediately followed up with something funny and clever, some kind of joke that is punny. There's like a double meaning there.
They'll print anything these days.
I personally always laugh at Bond jokes. If you're in that moment and you don't make that Bond joke, it's like somebody making a pun anytime. And people go, oh, that's so corny. And you go, somebody had to say it. Bond has to say it in that moment, especially on the wake of him committing murder. And as we all know, Bond doesn't really enjoy killing, so it's almost like it alleviates his angst.
Yes. Considerably.
Drop it, Professor. I'm behind you.
There is a particularly controversial subject here, which is Bond killing someone in straight up cold blood.
I usually hate killing an unarmed man. Cold-blooded murder is a filthy business.
Because he doesn't often do that. Usually when he kills someone, it's because he was forced to do so. But in this film, he kills a dude in straight cold blood.
We're, of course, talking about the professor.
Correct. Right? It was a controversial thing to do back when this film was made in the first place. To me, it kind of harkens to the concept of Han shot first.
I bet you have.
Where he could have let this guy go, or he could have non-lethally subdued him, but he chooses not to do that. He just straight wastes the dude.
Now, granted, this guy...
This is after a murder attempt. Yes, that is
true. He tried to kill him
Yeah.
twice.
There's kind of a point.
He shot him as a pillow, and then he tried to pick up the gun. So he was eliminating
Also the
a
tarantula.
threat. Yes, the tarantula thing.
Yeah.
Which, I gotta say, the worst possible way to try to kill someone.
Yeah.
If only Dr. No had been like,
The,
look in the cage. Do you see the grenade? Just throw the grenade into his room.
If you guys watch carefully in the film, that tarantula actually, when he is coming up onto his shoulder, there's actually some glass between Bond and the spider, because Connery's, he's like, I don't like spiders. Like, don't put that on me.
On me.
I prefer the plate glass with the real actor over
A CGI.
CGI scorpions on Daniel
Absolutely.
Craig's fucking hand.
What Patterson said about the gun thing, though, I love, and this goes with what you said, Charlie, about those Bond jokes. Pulls the trigger, nothing happens, and Bond looks at him and is like, you've had your six. And he just shoots, he just wastes them.
It's a Smith & Wesson. And you've had your six.
And you've had your six.
Well, he's visibly trying to pull the gun towards him, too. So it's not like he's just sitting there like...
He does pick it up, though. He picks it up, and he pulls the trigger, and, you know...
It's empty, yeah.
And remember, guys, Bond has a license to kill, which, let me clarify, a license to kill is more or less a license that he doesn't have to call his advisors and say, hey, can I kill this guy?
He's like
that's the
Judge
idea behind
Dredd.
it. Yeah.
He's judge, jury, and executioner on the spot.
Yeah.
Because he's trusted to know the difference between somebody that should be taken away, like the secretary chick that he puts in the car and drives off with, or somebody who has repeatedly tried to murder him, and he's just got to eliminate that threat for king and country.
I agree. Like, I'm not saying Bond is in any way unjustified in killing this dude, but, like, he did not kill him in the heat of combat, which is what Bond is typically depicted as doing.
Yeah.
He makes a conscious decision to kill this, like, to execute him, basically.
There are several things I could cut to, like future films showing Bond very much killing personally. For me. But I get what you mean, where it's like this guy was just sitting there, and Bond knew that he was not a threat, and he went ahead and just
pulled the trigger
executed him before the guy had even, I guess Bond got everything that he needed out of him. Cool and cold as a motherfucker to pull the trigger, and even after the guy lands on the ground, he still gives him another one.
Yeah. It's a very subtle distinction here, but it's noteworthy because it occurs in the very first legitimate Bond film.
Yeah.
That we're establishing that Bond is the type of dude who's willing to straight ice a dude.
Very quickly for me, they became one of my favorite Bond assassins, or groups, I guess you could say. Just the fact that they wandered through an entire town blind, what it appears. Blocks and blocks and miles.
Selling it.
Just to sell that point. To show up at the casino hotel, just to ice this motherfucker.
They could have just walked like normal all the way till they got to the club. And then hunched over, pulled out the glasses, but instead, they live the act. It's like
they
the
Prestige. Daniel Day-Lewis that shit.
And so they have such a good backstory. Now these motherfuckers just walk around this town blind all day. They didn't
Unless these guys aren't from the island, assuming the island is relatively small, or at least the town is, everyone knows who they are. Everyone knows they're blind.
Exactly. The perfect backstory.
Everyone's like, "What?
You guys are blind? What happened?"
Oh no!
But this comes back
all
to
three of you are blind now.
They must have looked directly at the dragon or something.
We went to Crab Key.
It was the dragon. It was the dragon.
How much?
Got me.
I also like that they see the sign to the hotel, so they know where they're at. Like, no one else knows
Turn the
that, but
corner.
they're like, all right, we're here, guys.
And the guy gets gives them money before they ices.
Yeah.
So perfect.
Imagine being Strangways and you just got shot by some down on their luck blind guys. Do you think his first thought was, I should have given them at least $1?
Modern audiences, when we see a silencer on a gun, we think of that, or when all of you guys play the GoldenEye video game, that's that specific sound effect when you hear with the silencer. But in this movie, it's actually fairly close to what you would actually hear. It's more of like a loud door slam or something like that. So suppression, it's not a complete silence of the weapon.
How brilliant would it have been showing up at the house on the hill if it was the 3 blind mice walking through that door, just feeling around and then just started shooting up the f***ing bed. That would have been so perfect. He's just sitting in the chair.
Fellas, what are you doing?
3 blind motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Walking in and feeling around the room and then just start shooting up the bed.
I'm going to one-up you, and I'm going to say that what if the 3 blind mice were, in fact, blind, and everybody they killed, they're like killing
tables.
like 10 additional people because they're just shooting in all directions, just
pure
hoping that they
knocking
hit a
over
target.
chairs, lamps, all that.
If we're going to talk about weird shit in the movie, I don't know if you guys picked this up, but when they're in the Kiss Kiss Bang Bang Club, the camera pans around and we follow the waiter to Bond and Leiter and Quarrel. And for 1 second, there's a guy dancing who's doing this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We see him a couple times.
He stops and he's like, oh yeah, I'm having fun.
It's the equivalent of the Dave Chappelle robot guy.
Twice. He does it twice.
Oh, he does it twice?
In 2 different scenes of that. And oh my god.
I laughed so hard when the secretary lady that you find out was working for Dr. No. I love how you get to their apartment. They're like, we have to let the people know that she is not a white woman. Let's do everything we can to show she's Asian. Let's just get everything we can from a Chinese takeout restaurant, throw it inside her apartment.
He gets laid, and yeah, if you know anything about film editing of the time, they weren't very explicit. I mean, obviously North by Northwest, the famous, train going into the tunnel innuendo type scene. But in the movie, obviously it fades into the next scene, and then time has passed. So we know that Bond and Miss Taro have slept together. He's already overheard the conversation.
I'll try and keep him here for a couple of hours. All right. I'll have to go now. All right.
But I love that, they sleep together. Bond looks at the watch, and he knows that he's like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna get laid one more time. He's like, I got time. Let's do this.
Jamaica went off the air tonight, just like that.
It's very appropriate that the very first Bond film takes place in Jamaica. McCurdy, do you want to tell us why?
If you read any of Ian Fleming's books, if you know anything about Ian Fleming, he loved Jamaica. I believe I don't know all the specifics. He probably had some kind of naval operation out of Jamaica. But he wrote most of his books in Jamaica. He had his own estate house, and it was called
Goldeneye.
Goldeneye. So yeah, the name Goldeneye actually comes from the name of his estate that he wrote most of his books at.
That's pretty dope.
So,
actually.
and other books in the series also do take place in Jamaica. They've changed around from the movies, of course. The Casino book, I think he even refers to, I'm from Section J, right? Which would have been Jamaica. So it's no wonder that it's one of Fleming's favorite places.
He references it frequently. He sets stories in it frequently. He's in love with Jamaica, so it's very appropriate that this first story would take place in Jamaica. But do you guys think that James Bond felt bad that at the end of this movie he f***ed a retarded person?
What?
I mean, the whole time he's looking at Honey Rider like she's clearly not all there.
I bet I know a lot more things than you do.
And yet he takes advantage of that at the end.
I'm pretty sure, I think some of her first dialogue is her, completely dismissing the threat of the island security, and it's just bitch, a scene later, a dude gets reduced to a puddle of goo. How are you casually dismissing that this is not a seriously dangerous situation?
She knows about the dragon. She's
That's what I'm
fully
saying,
aware of the
man.
dragon, but she's like, I
That
do this
ain't a
all the
big deal.
time. But when that dragon comes, I just get the f*** out.
Oh my god. Yeah, she does absolutely nothing the whole movie. She's just there.
Yeah.
She doesn't. She truly doesn't accomplish anything practical. She accomplishes nothing of any import.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I think it's funny that the first Bond girl doesn't come into the movie, I think, until an hour into the film, right?
It's over halfway
most
through.
of the later films, the Bond girl is at least, the main Bond girl,
Right
we
about.
should say, at least is introduced early in the movie and then may come back But this is one of the few times where the Bond girl doesn't show up till much, much later in the film.
Okay. To Patterson's point, let's talk about this for a second. I will always be on board for Bond being a rescuer, right? But people always want to pretend like tough women didn't exist in film until now. But
until Alien,
every
at
single
least.
time somebody says anything, she pulls out her fucking knife and she's ready to go, right?
Yeah.
Like she's tough.
I promise I won't steal your shells.
I promise you won't either.
But to Patterson's point, at the same time, she never stabs a motherfucker in the face. That would have been
They
great.
show her with a
if she
knife
would've-
to begin with, and she never uses it ever. She could have.
If you're familiar with the film trope, it is an unfired Chekhov's gun.
Yes.
Well, no, that's not true, actually.
my
Because
Bond
they
cat
eventually use the knife. Bond takes it, and he's like, let me take the knife.
To cut some fucking
He
reeds.
still use it, and then he kills the dude with it, doesn't he?
But Bond is the one who does it.
Does he cut that guy's throat, or does he just
stab
strangle
him
him?
in the side or
Like,
something.
it diminishes the entire point of her having it and her being like, I'm the one that's tough, when Bond's the one who ultimately ends up using it.
Yeah, like ultimately Bond should save her.
I'll never apologize for wanting my heroes to show some heroicism. I don't give a about her being some progressive warrior princess, strong independent woman, or any of that crap. The whole point of these male fantasy hero stories is that Bond saves the world and gets the girl. If the girl doesn't need him to save her, then what are we doing here in the first place? If you gave her some credit, I guess she acts as their guide once they get to the island, but did they really need her? My ultimate point would be that if you took her out of the movie, you wouldn't even notice. There isn't any kind of pivotal moment for her to have a grander purpose in the story other than just being a to get at the ending.
Yeah, but my point is just the notion that it's a Chekhov's gun that isn't used doesn't make sense. If it was a knife that was just presented and then we never used it after that, then to me I would say, yeah, it's an unused Chekhov's gun. However, it's
Okay, that's
used
fair.
several times. So
That is a fair
that's
point.
That's just my point to that.
No, yeah, that is accurate. That is a fair point.
And let's put it this way. First Bond movie probably wasn't aiming high in terms of any kind of
social commentary,
female whatever.
anything.
It was just like,
Female
here's a hot chick
empowerment.
that's gonna walk out of the ocean in a bikini that everybody's gonna oogle at, right? And like, good enough.
Yeah,
Good enough,
mission
you know?
accomplished as far as that's concerned.
Solid first episode. We put Dr. No on the board as number one. out of one. But regardless, we are obliged to raise up a vodka martini, a Bollinger,
Last of my Jamaican rum.
Jamaican rum, to the one and only Sean Connery.
The water bottle.
Thank you, Sean Connery.
Who passed away, the very first
Rest in
dead
peace.
James Bond.
Thank
R.I.P.
you for bringing the character to life.
Yeah.
Yes.
For founding the genre, if you will.
Thank you for your on Majesty's Secret Service. Thank you for your service on the Majesty's Service. Whatever.
That's
Cheers.
blasphemy, but whatever. Cheers to Sean Connery.
Cheers.
From Russia with Love, Film 2, starring our man Sean Connery. From Russia with Love brings Bond to Istanbul, Turkey, where he's been tasked with bringing in a Russian defector, a sexy blonde woman, who claims she'll hand over the Russians' top-secret Lecter decoder if he'll give her an English breakfast with extra sausage. What Bond doesn't know is that it's all a ploy by Spectre, playing the English and Russians against each other so that they can steal the Lecter for themselves.
After the success of Dr. No, United Artists was pretty happy and decided to double the budget for this film to make it $2 million instead of $1.1 million. Producers Salzman and Broccoli picked From Russia with Love because it was on the list of JFK's favorite books. Again, he is president currently at this time, if you remember. And sadly and ironically, it was the last film he viewed in the White House before his assassination. Daniela Bianchi plays Tatiana Romanova. She was a 1960s Miss Universe runner-up. Her first scene with Bond, however, this is an interesting note, where she's filmed in the hotel, was later used as screen test for following Bonds as well as Bond girls. Typically in a Hollywood movie, sometimes they'll do what's called a screen test. It's kind of like a bigger audition so that they can really look at the actor that they have and see, hey, is this person going to really work out for this scene? So they would use that particular scene where she gets in bed and, they meet each other for the first time, they would reuse that scene over and over again with subsequent Bond girls as well as people that would play Bond in the following films.
So you're Tatiana Romanova.
My friends call me Tanya.
My friends call me Bond. James Bond.
It'd be awesome if they just kept that one hotel set forever. That they could just shoot that scene over and over and over.
Ali Karim Bey.
This is kind of one of the more tragic stories of this film. If I butcher his name, I apologize, but he's actually played by a Mexican actor, Pedro Armendariz. He was diagnosed with cancer, I think sometime either during this filming or just right before the filming. And I was looking into research. Apparently, him and a lot of other actors worked on this film called The Conqueror, I think is what it was called, that filmed fairly close to U.S. testing sites for atomic bombs.
Tempting but unwise, my brother. Listen to me.
So they kind of link that as the reason why he got cancer.
Wow.
Damn. But he was very ill during the production, so they decided the production accommodated for him. They filmed a lot of his scenes first. Even though they did film it in Istanbul for a lot of this movie, they still moved a lot of stuff to the United Kingdom to film those scenes there instead.
He sucked it up, man. Karen Bay is by far one of my favorite Bond allies, right?
Yeah.
Felix Leiter's come and go, and they're always cool, but Karen Bay is so unique and I guess just pleasant. He's just, it's absolutely tragic when he gets it because he's just so nice to be around and he's like an old school patriarch. He's like Abraham. I'm surprised he didn't have multiple wives, right? He has a million sons and he probably does. I mean, his wife was young, so guaranteed that guy was swapping wives regularly. And he's just like a cool ass dude. He's like this fat ass old guy who's still just banging, you know?
Everybody in Turkey is his son.
All of my key employees are my sons. Blood is the best security in this business.
You must have quite an establishment here.
Biggest family payroll in Turkey.
But at some point after he was done or kind of close to being done, he just couldn't take it anymore. He ended up killing himself and he was friends with Ernest Hemingway. So he apparently went the same way as Hemingway did. If you didn't know, Hemingway shot himself with a shotgun. So that was kind of one of those sadder stories about this film. And so anything that they still needed, they ended up using stunt doubles to replace him for other scenes.
I'm never going to be able to watch this movie again without thinking about how my man Karen Bay shortly thereafter blew his own head off. That's very tragic.
Cheers to that poor man.
There are two things I wanted to point out. And one, I'm going to say this sounds fucking badass. So we've talked about Terrence Young, who directed Dr. No. So when they were filming the boat chase scene, apparently Terrence Young's helicopter crashed into the water.
Damn.
Nobody gets killed, thank God, but they were all minorly injured. He gets out of the helicopter and he's like, I'm ready to go back to work. Like, he's like, I'm going to go fucking film the rest of the scene. And the producers were like, dude, you just went through a helicopter crash. And apparently Salzman wanted to bring in famous filmmaker David Lean to finish it. But he was like, no, I'm good. And so he just came back and he starts filming the rest of the movie. So that was like one instance with this film that was kind of nuts. The other thing...
God, that's fucking admirable, man.
That's a fucking badass director move, is just be like, no, I'm good. Let's keep going. But apparently Daniela Bianchi, her driver, it was 6 a.m. in the morning. And apparently he crashed as he fell asleep at the wheel, and they had to move all of her scenes because she had bruises, like visible bruises on her face. So I just wanted to point out that they had all these problems with this movie, like all these behind the scenes, not to mention one actor killing himself during the production. But you know, there were other things that happened during this movie, and it still came out to be like one of the best films in the Bond franchise.
Well, wait. Did Karen Bay kill himself before the movie was done with production?
According to Wiki, the film principal photography was April 1st, 1963 and wrapped on August 23rd. His suicide was June 18 of 63, so it was during. And it does also mention here that he experienced a lot of pain and apparently was limping, and the Wikipedia page says you can see it in the film, but I didn't notice.
To put up my cruel hat for a minute, what they should have done, Karen Bay should have been like, look, I have radiation poisoning. I don't give a I'm going to blow my head off. And they're like, well, wait a second. We have a scene where a helicopter needs to crash.
God.
Can we put you in the Can you fly the helicopter?
That's
we can blow it up and we'll film the helicopter crashing, because that helicopter crash is weak. And if I'm Karen Bay, if I'm Pedro, I'm like, guys, I'm out. I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put a shotgun in my mouth. Or you can let me fly that f***ing helicopter, and I'm going to drive it into the ground, and you can explode it with style. And I'm going to go out that way because I love my job.
You're going to get a real, actual helicopter crash film.
Instead, we have the shittiest helicopter crash ever where they clearly just put it there and then they just blew it up in place rather than that raining fire, you know? Like Karen Bay just like,
that is brutal.
And then they would have dedicated the film to him. You know what I mean?
Not to be morbid, but apparently he killed himself by shooting himself in the chest, not in the head, which sounds worse to me.
Man.
Yeah, that's much worse.
That sounds fucking worse.
God, people are such fucking pussies today. I mean, the amount of people that are, I couldn't do this, that, or the other because I was tired. And this guy's got fucking radiation poisoning. He's like Dr. No, and he's still acting his fucking life out, you know, for the sake of the fucking movie. And then when he's done, he goes and he takes a shotgun to the fucking chest like a fucking man.
Yeah.
Goddamn.
I'm drinking a Chianti. Somebody asked me if it's white.
The answer's no, it's the red kind.
White Chianti, monsieur? No, the red kind.
Red wine with fish. Well, that should have told me something.
Speaking of drinking red wine with fish, our man Red Grant, or Donald Red Grant, is played by Robert Shaw. If you're familiar with the film Jaws, you will know that this is the same man who plays the ship captain.
Yep. Lifeless eyes, black eyes like a doll's eyes.
He plays a credible heavy to Connery, and apparently Connery's actually 4 inches taller than him, so he would actually stand on apple boxes to look more intimidating to Connery.
That fight scene between them at the end, and just seeing Grant's body language and all that, I kind of saw him as reminiscent of Daniel Craig. Imagine if Daniel Craig had lived back then and had been cast as Grant.
Yeah.
How amazing it would have been to see that scene as a Daniel Craig switcheroo.
I got those vibes when you see him in the gypsy camp and he's wearing the gloves. And apparently it's been told that Craig wanted to wear gloves when he was in Skyfall, or either that or Spectre. So when I see him wearing gloves and a suit and he's got a gun, it kind of like, I get that exact same vibe you're talking about. Yeah. And speaking of that fight scene, it took them 3 weeks to film. And apparently most of the stunts were done by Connery and Shaw. So they did most of the stunts themselves. And
it shows. That scene was
definitely
awesome.
shows.
It just came off as authentic.
So last week we went on at length about Dr. No. We obviously didn't have anything to compare it to, but here tonight we're going to actually do our first ranking right now. So do any of you have a proposition for an official ranking for From Russia with Love?
I'm going to say From Russia with Love, number 1.
Number 1. I'm going to second that myself. And I'm going to go ahead and assume that everybody agrees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Officially, we have a new number 1, so that's something to celebrate for sure.
By unanimous consensus.
Yeah. Just by default, From Russia with Love is superior to Dr. No, just in terms of scope. I think overall, that's the way it had to be. It's almost like Star Wars and The Empire Strikes Back, where the first one, you got to give it up to Dr. No for how it set the stage. It set the standard so well, but that standard still didn't have a budget behind it. Like we talked about, they did Dr. No because it was a simple story with just a couple of settings, and it's really not complicated. And what the bad guy's trying to do is not complicated at all. And in fact, what the bad guy's doing is so in the background of the movie, it's literally just something that you see on some TV screens, and who cares? I mean, at that point, you care more about him saving Honey Rider than the rockets, because the rockets just kind of seem like inconsequential. You know, it's not like there's any astronauts on there that you know anything about or care
there's not
about.
really any stakes to Dr. No on the same scale as from what you're getting with From Russia with Love.
Whereas with this, the entire plot is what the bad guy's trying to do. From beginning to end, again, Dr. No, it's just the ending where it's like, oh, they're toppling these rockets. And Bond's aware throughout the plot that they're toppling rockets, but nobody cares about that. We care about solving this murder mystery. But in From Russia with Love, from beginning to end, it's about the Lecter. What's interesting is that right away there's that chess master is saying, we're going to get revenge on Bond, and we're going to get the Lecter, and we're going to stir up trouble between the East and West. It's a direct
sequel to everything that Dr. No laid out at that dinner table.
East, west, just points of the compass, each as stupid as the other.
Naturally, neither the Russians nor the British will be aware that they are now working for us.
Dr. No tried to recruit Bond. Again, he didn't kill Bond because he thought this guy's pretty smart. Spectre could use him.
I was curious to see what kind of a man you were. I thought there might even be a place for you with Spectre.
It's almost like Bond then confirmed that he's too much of a cowboy and a patriot to turn, so they use him to get what they need and kill him. It's absolutely brilliant.
As an added refinement, I think that Spectre will probably have the chance of a personal revenge for the killing of our operative, Dr. No, because the man the British will almost certainly use on a mission of this sort would be their agent, James Bond.
The objective of Spectre in Dr. No is literally just like, we want to show people we're a force to be reckoned with. From Russia with Love, there's so much more going on with what they're trying to accomplish. It's a multifaceted approach, like you mentioned, and it's just a lot more compelling to have this organization that kind of shows a new level of ruthlessness and intelligence.
This one's played a lot more serious, and there's a lot of scenes that I'm like, this feels like it could be like a real spy drama. Think about the scene where he's sitting there, they're on the boat, and he's talking to her, and he's like, tell me about the Lecter, and give me all the details, and talk to this microphone. It just feels like a very real life type of spy film.
It's so early on in the history that it hasn't had time to become gimmicky or over the top or campy and self-referential and self-aware and goofy and all that. I will say, though, my little addendum to that scene is by far the funniest moment in the movie when they cut back to MI6 and everybody's listening.
Yeah.
And it's all men except for Moneypenny when she says, "Oh, James, will you make love to me in London?"
Oh, James, will you make love to me all the time in England?
Day and night. Go on about the mechanism.
Yes, day and night. Now tell me about the Lecter. One thing missing, though, Bond James Bond. There's no Bond James
it's not
Bond.
in the film.
I'm curious when that does come back. I'm assuming it's in Goldfinger.
It is.
Bond. James Bond.
When film critics talk about this film, I mean, a lot of people who love this film, again, it doesn't fall into the comic book-ness of the Bond franchise as much as some of the other ones. Now, there are. You get Spectre Island, you have the gadgets, but they're all pretty fairly realistic. Like, nothing seems to be out of, like, extraordinary. Like, we don't have any fucking invisible cars or anything at this point.
Yeah.
Even the villains, it's like the base of the villain is a fucking boat. Like, it's not like some elaborate thing.
Going forward, that's like my major criteria for ranking some of these are going to be like, is it a good film independent of the franchise? And I would say that's the number one reason why From Russia with Love beats Dr. No.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's a good movie, even if it was purely standalone. There was never another Bond film made. If you didn't know who James Bond was, it's a good movie in and of itself.
Like we were saying last week, the opening was, like 75% there. This was a little cleaner. First off, still the same turn and shoot. It was not Connery, once again, which was odd. It's still his stunt double, and it was the same one. They didn't reshoot it or anything. So with this, we had gun barrel, but it had the Bond theme right away, into the prologue, and then the title sequence. So it's like we're getting a step closer, but the title sequence still didn't have the title song. It just played a little bit of it in an instrumental way, and then switched to the Bond theme. And then at the end of the film, we have our title song, our, From Russia with Love theme song. So it's like we're still getting there. Like we're still developing that formula.
Maurice Bender, who was in the last movie, he did the opening credit sequence, is replaced with his name's Robert Brownjohn. I just think it's a silly name. But he did the opening credit sequence to this film, which kind of sparks off the whole, naked ladies in the beginning of the film. I mean, yes, they're not naked, and it's kind of reminiscent of the gypsies with the belly dancing.
Scantily
and that
clad.
Kind of thing. Scantily clad.
I mean, last time they were fully clothed. They had long skirts and full shirts and all that. With this, it's like, again, we're making baby steps, including this was our first legitimate prologue. A first little action sequence that takes place early on to get us in the mood, and then title sequence. So it's like that part of the formula is now secured.
I want to ask Nans a question. Nans, when you watched the beginning of this movie, were you shocked at first, or were you like, what's going on?
Again, this is Nathan, who has never seen most of these movies.
I wouldn't say shocked, like you mentioned, probably more along the lines of like, what's going on? Like, obviously, Bond isn't dying right now, but it was interesting to see the face rip. That was an extremely convincing prosthetic, I guess, or whatever you would call it.
It did almost look like they put more makeup on Bond to make him look a little weird.
Yes.
You got to wonder, though, why the mask? Like, I get that they're training him to one day kill Bond, but why have a James Bond mask? Is it like, now Grant, when you run into James Bond, he's really attractive, and it might throw you off the first time you see him. So we're going to put a real mask on this guy so that you don't immediately get if I saw James Bond in real life, my man crush would probably take over, and I'd probably end up being his bitch. I guess. I'd be like in Austin Powers,
Dr. Evil sent me here to kill you, but I find you so sexy and just make love to me. You are hairy like animals. Good, baby. Very good. Make love to me, monkey man.
I can't kill you, James Bond. But they're like, now that's going to happen, so we're going to train that out of you by putting a mask on this random guy that you're going to murder.
I think it's a case of, can you look your enemy in the face once you actually see him and pull the trigger?
Or to encourage...
So they're training him with the face.
I would say it's to encourage
Did he even
target
see
recognition.
the face?
Yeah, target.
Yeah,
yes.
Throughout the entire film, he's actually protecting him for most of the movie. But to know his target,
learn to hate that face. Kill when you
know
see
that face.
So that took place on Spectre Island. Is that a thing?
Mm-hmm.
And does that ever come back?
Welcome to Spectre Island.
No, Spectre Island doesn't come back, but that scene, going through Spectre Island and you see everybody training, that whole scene was kind of inspired by the movie Spartacus, when you had all the gladiators, training.
There's an amazing part where a guy's learning how to shoot a flamethrower, but there's an actual man dodging the flamethrower at the back.
It's too bad Quarrel didn't receive that training.
Maybe it was
he just it's quite unfortunate for him.
I won't often bring up odd editing because, as we talked about last week, there's always odd edits and cheats that they do. They do purposeful jump cuts and they speed up stuff. They speed up the train a lot, even though it looks goofy. They still do it, so it's more exciting. But in that scene, I don't know if you noticed, but they literally extended the set by way of editing. So what they did was they walk in and we're tracking with them and we're seeing all these guys shooting and flamethrowing and all that. And then at the end of the scene, they walk frame right, but then they cut back to the wide shot of the whole scene, and it makes it look like they're walking into an entire new section of training, but really they're just walking into the same scene because you can see the layout of here's guys shooting on the range and then the flamethrower guy and then all the guys fighting each other. If you go back and watch that scene, they walk into the same scenario twice, but they made it look like it was a lot bigger, and that's how you stretch $2 million into what looks to be a lot bigger.
They did it pretty skillfully because I did not even remotely detect that.
Yeah.
It's great sport, this.
What did you say?
I said it's great sport, this bunting.
I couldn't agree with him more.
That scene is where we first see James Bond in this movie, and it's 18 minutes in, and I was kind of curious. With Dr. No, Spectre's a much more like background mysterious type of thing, and in this film, we just see Spectre for like the first 18 minutes.
I agree with Charlie when he said early on, we were talking about how now this film doesn't end like Empire Strikes Back, but in the fact that this film is the revenge story for the villains. I feel like the villains are so much more in the forefront in this movie. You almost could argue that Bond isn't necessarily the main character in this movie. I mean, yeah, he is, but we spend so much time with Spectre and what their plan is.
Spectre drives the plot.
Exactly.
As opposed to Bond driving the plot.
It's kind of like the way people say that Infinity War was the Thanos movie,
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
Because we've already set up all the heroes. So Bond as a hero has already been set up. This is the Spectre movie that was hinted at in the same way that Thanos put on the glove or whatever in the first Avengers movie. Spectre was hinted at before, and now this is the first instance of guy who's not seen sitting around petting Mr. Bigglesworth. And go ahead, McCurdy.
All right. Charlie's been holding me back and be like, I'm not letting you talk about this until we come to it. It's not that big of a deal either, but... So the guy...
Yes, it is!
It's not that big a deal! It's not! So the actor who plays Blofeld in this movie, and if you see at the end of credits, they do call him Ernest Blofeld, but they put a question mark next to him, which is kind of an old movie thing. You'd see that a lot in older films. They did it with Karloff and Frankenstein. But Anthony Dawson, if you guys remember, as Patterson was pointing out last time, he gets brutally murdered by Bond. He played Professor Dent. This is that same actor who's playing the stand-in for Blofeld. Now, he doesn't voice him, but in this film, he's playing Blofeld, and he is stroking that cat.
There's maybe one shot where you can just maybe tell from his profile. You just get a little piece of him, but you can...
With his hair, yeah.
Once you know that, you can kind of see, I guess that's him. I mean, the mystery's ruined forever, essentially.
Well, that's kind of the feeling I got with the whole Spectre Island. I was like, this feels silly seeing this little camp for all these guys to go train at.
Yeah, Spectre kind of works best when it's literally a specter, just a shadow that could be anywhere. They're everywhere at one time. And yeah, the guy, he's like, welcome to Spectre Island. Hey, our swimming pool is shaped like an octopus.
The first thing you should know about us is that we have people everywhere. Am I right?
Spectre works better when it is mysterious.
Yeah.
How good of a touch is the cocktail napkin at the beginning of the movie?
That stuff is perfect.
Where he sees,
that is perfect. That's what we're talking about.
Where he sees you are required at once in an octopus. That's just brilliant.
Yes.
Yeah. That kind of like, we're everywhere. Speaking of Marvel movies, that's what Hydra is. That's what Spectre is. They have a tentacled octopus, or this mystical beast as their
mascot,
their coat of arms, because the literal Hydra mythical creature, you cut one of its heads off and two take its place. It's supposed to illustrate the fact that we are everywhere and you can't kill us. And so Spectre and Hydra are literally the same thing. And there's this shared sense of paranoia that they bring about because you never know where they are. But then when you show up to Spectre Island, it just kind of ruins that paranoid feeling of they're everywhere.
Make it an underground bunker, not like an island paradise.
Yeah.
I do have to give a shout out to Grant busting out the garroting wire, which is a pretty, literally metal way to try to kill somebody. Which, by the way, on my gadget ranking, Garrett wire, from the wristwatch, that is currently top ranked gadget. That is solid shit.
Let's talk about the gadgets real quick. Desmond Llewellyn. This is his first appearance. You guys all realize that. This is the first time you see Q. Yep. They don't even mention him as Q. They just call him...
Ask the equipment officer to come in, please.
But in the credits, he is credited as Boothroyd. So yes, he hands him the special briefcase. It has 50 gold sovereigns. It has a knife, tear gas. The gun, it's an AR-7. Same people who make the AR-15, which is the civilian version of the M16. That's a real gun. You can actually buy that gun. And apparently it's one of the few guns that if you throw it in the water, it'll float. That's probably because the stock is much bigger than the actual mechanism itself.
Spectre always delivers what it promises. Our whole organization depends on our keeping those promises.
The knife in the shoe, just such a badass.
Well, okay. The knife in the shoe works for the frail old woman. But when you have the big Russian guy walk in with a fucking scar on his face, and he pulls a little knife out of his shoe,
and his
it's
feet
kind of
are
weird.
that far apart.
It looks silly, especially when, Clem is at the very end of the movie. Is just hobbling around with her fucking knife shoe and trying to stab Bond.
Really pity her. Every time I watch the movie, I actually feel really bad for her.
Chair.
She is Frau Verbissina, right? That's where Frau Verbissina came from. But she's very tough and crazy the whole time, and then in that moment she is out of her element physically, and she's absolutely and I actually really pity her. Now at least Bond didn't grab her by the throat and rip it out. They gave that privilege to Romanova to go ahead and cap this bitch. But let me reiterate what I said about our Bond girls, where Ursula Andress is a f***ing badass. And anybody who knows me knows that I can't stand the fact that every movie has to be politicized, where it's, this movie stars a woman, and finally we have a movie that stars a woman, and not just a woman, but a strong woman, and it completely f***ing purposely forgets the fact that we've had strong women in film forever, from the fucking outset of movies, we've had strong women. And look at this one. Look at this example. Not just Ursula Andress coming out of the ocean and pulling her knife on everybody, but you have the gypsy women who literally tear each other to pieces, and then they end up having a threesome with Bond.
A literal cat fight. They emphasize that. Like,
yes. And then you have Kleb, who is a badass in her own way, and she goes out fighting. And then you have Romanova, who literally saves James Bond's life in two different ways. Yeah. She tackles her boss, throwing the gun on the floor. Then she picks up the gun and shoots her.
Yeah.
Every single woman in this movie is a badass, and still today people will be like, "Oh, it doesn't count."
Like,
that doesn't matter.
They're definitely still heavily sexualized, but you're right. Like, they also have a lot of agency.
If you don't think James Bond is heavily sexualized, James Bond doesn't have to take his clothes. He does take his clothes off regularly. The motherfucker is sexy. I mean, women don't really get off seeing
how many
naked
short
men
shorts
in
have
the
we
same
seen
way
Bond
that men get off seeing naked women. Again, that's why the opening title sequences of these movies typically have naked women and fully clothed men. Women maybe like a guy's shirt coming off, but women don't like to see dicks as much as men like to see tits. And that's just the way it is. We all know that.
You hear women always talk nowadays, because it's a lost art, that goddamn men look good in a suit when they dress up properly.
Yeah.
That was just standardized back then.
Right now, I'm going to take a shot of Bond sitting at the casino, and I'm going to put it next to Ursula coming out of the ocean. Right? Those are equally sexy.
Yeah.
In two different ways, right?
Exactly.
Men want to see the woman already undressed.
Well.
Women want to see him after he's put his clothes back on.
Can I divulge into saying that I think for some weird reason I find that the neck, I don't even know what you call that necklace thing that she wears, I just find that sexy. What is that called? They talk about it in the film. They're like,
I meant to write it down, but that little.
They make such a big deal about it, but for some weird reason,
sexy.
It is. You give women like a little neck
sexy.
thing, and I'm like, that's kind of hot. I don't know why.
It's a choker,
McCurdy.
I think especially on a Russian woman.
Exactly.
Oh, hell yeah.
You know? But on that note, though, about Kleb going out, that introduces, or that brings to the forefront our top Bond joke of this film, which really there's two. And I'm going to define Bond jokes as a murder has to have just taken place, and then it's, a fun pun.
She's had her kicks.
So we have two in this movie. We have Karen Bay gets revenge on Grushenko, shooting him as he's coming out of Anita Ekberg's mouth, and then Bond says, well, she should have kept her mouth shut. That's good. That's good.
Oh, it's
but
brilliant.
She's had her kicks is adequate.
And shortly following that, the emphasis continued on mouth.
I think my mouth is too big.
No, it's the right size.
Yeah.
In that moment, James Bond is confirming that he has a massive penis.
Yeah, exactly. Oh,
I'm gonna be the nerd here and put my little nerd glasses on. Apparently, the poster that you see, the Bob Hope poster, right, with the mouth, is apparently another production that Eon Productions was working on at the same time. So they were like simultaneously like, hey, let's see this other movie that we have with Bob Hope.
I mean, they were a brand new company, so that's really brilliant cross promotion for like a fledgling film production company.
Yeah,
and let's be honest, if there was a real life man that was as big of a player as Bond, it was Bob Hope.
Why is their target crawling
until Will
out of
Chamberlain
her mouth?
came along?
Yeah.
Wait, Nan, say that again.
Why is the guy crawling out of the mouth of the sign in the first place?
Perfect.
It's this escape route, man.
Yeah.
Assuming that's like a little secret hideout for him, right? But to get in and out, or maybe just out, is obvious to everybody.
You would think that maybe he would have a safer escape hatch, or one that at least didn't render him completely vulnerable to attack.
A door with some stairs behind the sign, maybe?
That's a shitty escape route.
I one more note, though, on the killing of Kleb. That is our first last bad guy standing scene, right? That becomes a Bond staple, which is you have Boss, you have the Muscle, and then you have, the lieutenant or whatever. So Grant has been taken care of. Blofeld is, untouchable at this point. But then we still have the lieutenant. We have the last bad guy standing to take care of, who comes to the hotel room and pretends to be a maid. That's usually what it is it's, we forgot about this bad guy who now comes back right at the end, right when Bond is celebrating and getting his and all that shit. And they show up pretending to be, whatever. They come in disguise.
Usually, yeah.
Oh, yeah. They, and again, this is, we just keep pointing to Austin Powers tropes that point this stuff out. She comes in as a maid and tries to steal the Lecter, and then it'd be like if the boat captain came back at the end of Dr. No and was like, I came back with the dogs,
In our first episode, we touched on the main bad guy has some sort of weakness or something that James takes advantage of to defeat him or her. I didn't notice anything like that in this one.
No.
Kleb had tiny legs. Couldn't reach her.
She needed that from Street Fighter, Chun-Li. She needed that Chun-Li.
Yeah. Ha! Yeah. How about similarities between the first film and this film? Airports and ending with boats.
And sex on a boat at the very end.
Yeah, pretty much.
Basically, yeah.
Always sex on a boat.
It's literally the most limp-wristed thing James Bond has ever done. When at the end he's
like, bye.
That's how the prom queen waves, in the parade,
right.
like that.
The Princess Diana, like
that was brilliant.
You know what? It's really funny is I don't think there's a single Bond film that Bond is threatened with a sex tape.
You would think it would happen all the time.
Right. Never happens in any other film. They got in a lot of trouble with that scene. Not the initial meeting of her and she coming in and then they're kissing on the bed, but it was mainly because we go behind the mirror and you see, Clems with the cameraman filming it. And apparently the censors were like, what the f***? They're making a porno in your movie?
Yeah,
they were not happy with that.
Don't they know what blackmail is?
It's amazing.
Come on.
I mean, I can't imagine going forward that Bond's reaction to being threatened with a sex tape is just be like, yeah, that shit was awesome.
Yeah.
People would be privileged to see that.
You gotta figure
film that.
You gotta figure the henchmen were excited.
Could I watch
He
that?
called, he's like, are there any other rooms available? And they're like, only the bridal suite. And the henchmen are going, yes.
Well, that's the thing. Did they then have to take all the recording equipment and move it to the bridal suite? Or did they put very obvious bugs in his room so that he would call, so that then they could move him to the bridal suite? Yeah. That probably makes more sense.
Kill him and then make money off of the porn.
Well, and Scott, you were talking about similarities. Like I said last time, this was a trope in the films where you see him going through his room and doing this spy thing where he's taking hairs out,
love that.
putting them, and then checking for bugs and stuff. And they don't do it in all the later films, but many of the early ones you'll see that because it's kind of something that real spies had to do.
Well, it was interesting on this one that the whole time he was checking for bugs, they had the theme going. It wasn't that quiet.
That
it was
odd.
just the whole day he's walking around. It's like, and he's just looking behind stuff.
Under the phone.
Yeah. I will say, when he is first given this task.
No, it's some sort of trap.
Well, obviously it's a trap.
Once again, just like in Dr. No, where Bond sees a trap and he allows himself to jump into the trap. Patterson, go ahead and quote Dune.
Knowing there's a trap is the first step in evading it.
Yes. So in this...
My reading of the British mentality is that they always treat a trap as a challenge.
The English love a good trap, basically, which is hilarious. And what's really interesting is that Bond actually reacted to that photograph of Romanova. You would think that he'd look at it like blah, 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 and then you think he'd just be like, like he was looking at a Playboy. But he looked at her photograph and was almost love-struck, which was
he did say
very
she
odd.
was the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen.
You're one of the most beautiful girls I've ever seen.
Thank you.
Do you think he meant that?
Yeah. But I think it's just everything.
She is desperately in love with him.
Yeah.
And it's not reciprocated.
Yeah, I agree.
Right?
Maybe they didn't let you in on all of it, but whatever you do know, tell me.
I know I love you, James. I love you.
Just tell me.
I love you, it's true.
Sure.
I mean, my point is that he plays the whole thing very professionally throughout, but there are moments where he's not quite as
stoic as he should be? I mean, even things like he's on to Grant at the end. He's onto him. He's already questioning him. And then when he gets the butt of a gun to the back of the neck, and then he wakes up and he looks at him like that. Again, it's almost like, depending on who's playing Bond, they're kind of stoic in situations like that.
I always like to say that the better Bond films, and this film's kind of the exception to the rule, but the better Bond films tend to display some kind of humanity in Bond, where Bond isn't a superhero. And when I say that, I mean like not that he has superpowers, but that nothing really phases him. He's like, as you guys were saying, he's stoic.
He has moments of vulnerability.
Yeah, he's vulnerable.
Yeah.
He's not, and you see it in this movie, but like you said, he doesn't fall for the girl. The emotional stakes aren't quite as there as some of the other films are.
I prefer stoic Bond. I prefer Ice in His Veins Bond, and it's not just because it's superhero stuff, but because that's how James Bond copes with the world he lives in. He knows that he can't really have a comfortable home life and be a secret agent. It's one or the other, and being emotionally unavailable is how he survives within that world. He's like Spock. He understands that in this spy world context, emotionality is the first thing that's going to get you killed.
How can you act like this? How can you be so cold?
It's what keeps me alive.
It's kind of shown over time that Bond loves pussy, but he will always take the kill over pussy.
My escape route's only for one. What are you after? The girl or the Lecter?
He never falls for her. I mean, again, you would think that when he looked at that photograph, he would go, oh, she's f***ing hot. But you wouldn't think that he would react to it like, wow.
I get the feeling that he's overcompensating towards professionalism, like throughout the dialogue. He's like, no, let's keep to the point. Business now, pleasure later. And he's like forcing himself to stick to that.
My friend, she's got you dangling. That doesn't matter. All I want is that Lecter. All? Are you sure that's all you want? Well.
And imagine if it would have been more like a Casino Royale, Eva Green, where he did fall for her. That makes sense in the James Bond origin story that is Casino Royale, but in the context of this film, it would be a complete misstep if Bond fell for her. Scott, as the man ranking all the music, what takes the top spot? From Russia with Love or Three Blind Mice?
I don't know. Honestly, if you're comparing the two, Dr. No is convoluted, but it's a more interesting intro song. But if you take Matt Monroe, just a genius of his time, and I've loved this man for years.
Wait,
brilliant voice.
Is that the guy who sung the song from Russia?
Yeah, go
Love?
into that,
Yes.
because what would you say he was like today, or like talk about that?
Matt Monroe was very similar to, if you had to make a popular connection, the Rat Pack, like Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, the classic voice. And Matt Monroe has stayed just brilliant throughout the ages. Dr. No didn't have a voice to it. It was John Barry in the background, but Matt Monroe on this song was just brilliant. If you listen to it, it's so simply brilliant.
That's what's kind of tragic, though, about putting his song at the
very
end.
I hate it.
What they kind of realized, I think, at some point was, these songs are really good.
Yeah,
let's
we need to get
let's put it at the front so everybody
get
hears it,
people's
because
attention.
wait, we have a title sequence and everybody's heard the James Bond theme, and in fact we play the James Bond theme throughout the movie. Let's put this kick-ass song by
Matt Monroe
at the outset, And but instead, this being only the second film, they opted once again to have they played a little bit of From Russia with Love, just the instrumental, and then they just do the James Bond theme, which every time I hear the James Bond theme, I'm jacked up and ready to go. But again, what they realized was, let's do the original song, and then throughout the film, when Bond is firing a gun out of each hand and jumping away from an explosion, we'll play Why
don't you just shoot him now? I'll go get a gun. We'll shoot him together. It'll be fun. Bang!
Blofeld, who's our faceless, nameless man at the head of Spectre petting the cat, we have him saying,
I'm going to place him in an easily escapable situation involving an overly elaborate and exotic death.
kill him in an overly elaborate and exotic death. Like, he straight up says, I want Bond's death to be unpleasant and humiliating. Like, don't just go up and shoot him in the face.
Let his death be a particularly unpleasant and humiliating one.
If they would have done some classic Bond execution thing, right? Like, I'm slowly going to drop you into the lava or whatever. That would be the whole embarrassing and humiliating thing that he's talking about. But here's what's kind of funny. What was their plan to kill Bond?
Here's a roll of film. You have this in a handbag. And on you, you'll find this letter. It's from her, threatening to give the film to the press unless you marry her for helping you get the lecter. British agent murders beautiful Russian spy, then commits suicide.
The embarrassment they had planned for James Bond was that a female was going to take him out. It's like they knew Bond intimately.
Must be a pretty sick collection of minds to dream up a plan like that.
I want to talk a bit about our bad guy, Grant, who, again, is introduced right away, and we follow him throughout, as opposed to Dr. No, who's just kind of a mysterious figure who we meet towards the end of the film, and then he is quickly ousted. Grant's interesting because, again, he is... we have Kleb, who was part of Smirsh.
How does it feel, old man?
Old man? Is that what you chaps in Smirsh call each other?
Smirsh?
Of course. Spectre.
We've talked about before, which means Schmiert Spionum, which means death to spies. So she leaves Smirsh and she joins Spectre. It seems as if Spectre is all Russians. Like, there's just like this heavy Russian element to Spectre, even though it's global. And
I'll point out
Spectre is literally the most diverse organization on the planet.
I'll point this out, Charles.
Everywhere.
We're in the Cold War, right? Salzman and Cubby, they were also one of these people that, and I think this is true for a lot of filmmakers. I mean, people didn't want to go to war. We didn't want to go to World War III. I think part of it was that they did not want to make the villains in this film necessarily Russians, and I think that's true for a lot of Hollywood movies up throughout the Cold War. Is kind of finding a surrogate enemy.
Kind of like Dr. No in the last film.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that Spectre is largely made up by Russians, right? And they make a point of being like, East or West, I don't care.
Did they ever reference where he came from? Because he plays an English character. And then when he drops that character...
He's Russian.
He's very well spoken in English.
Where did they reference him as Russian? I don't think he's Russian.
Where do they say that?
Donald Grant, convicted murderer, escaped Dartmoor prison in 1960, recruited in Tangier in 1962.
His name is Donald Red Grant.
Yeah, he's not Russian.
I guess
and
I have
him
always
as an
assumed he's
agent
Russian,
for
but...
Spectre. He's not.
No,
he's not.
On
they never say where
Wikipedia, it
he's
says
from.
he's an Irish assassin, but I don't think it comes up in the film.
Yeah, I don't think it's relevant. We don't know where he's from, but he's very obviously British.
Sir, do you mind if we have a bite to eat first? I've been on the go since breakfast.
From how well he plays the character, and then to his normal voice when he drops, I'm the overly British agent character. He still sounds
again,
very
he
British.
was pretending to be Bond's contact.
Yeah.
So he was
but
being
even
very
once
British.
he drops that, he still sounds very
But
British.
Bond makes the thing that turns Bond onto the idea that this guy may be playing a part is the fact that he's very much not British because he drinks red wine with fish.
You may know the right wines. The other one on your knees.
Yeah.
So,
but he's not Russian.
So you're saying he's Irish? Well, wouldn't Irish have...
An Irishman would have a fucking ale with his fish.
Regardless of what he had, I think the idea is that, like, it's a tell for Bond to realize, like, oh, this guy's not...
He's certainly not
proper
a proper
Regardless
English.
of that, I think
he's
the
literally
point
no
is,
true Scotsman.
No, I think the point is just that he is a part of this organization whose sole purpose, really, is to screw over the the West and the East into getting into war for their own profit, for their own profiteering. And he's just so happens to be an agent of this. And I don't think he has any kind of affiliation or country. And I think in these films specifically, they kind of make that into a good person would have some kind of patriotism. They would have some kind of of stance on their country that they're from, like whether
He's
it's
a
the United
criminal.
States
He's a criminal.
or the United Kingdom. But for a criminal, for a villain, they don't have any attachments to their country. They have no patriotism.
Here's the thing about Grant. You know, he has this kick-ass line.
My orders are to kill you and deliver the lector. How I do it's my business.
What's interesting, though, is that he seems very much like Bond, right? Where the mission is everything. You know, hey, Bond, what do you care about, the woman or the mission? Well, I care about the mission. It's the old school, I mean, they even make fun of it in Austin Powers, we're not so different, you and I.
We're not so different, you and I.
You always have to show that fine line between the good guy and the bad guy.
You work for peanuts. A hearty well done from Her Majesty the Queen and a pittance of a pension. Apart from that, we are the same.
Which is, you know, to get all philosophical about it, that's the duality of man, right? You have man can be both a divine creator and a satanic destroyer, right? And, you know, something pulls us in one way, in one direction or another.
The successful criminal brain is always superior. It has to be. Why become criminal?
And as we know, as history has told us, James Bond doesn't give a shit about an individual woman. He cares about the mission. He is obsessed. He's like, it's like hunters, you know. It's like, would you rather get pussy or kill something? And they're like, I'd rather kill something. Bond is a hunter. Grant is a hunter. They are obsessed with the mission. The mission means everything to people like this. So it's kind of odd that, I mean, what is the downfall of Grant? Greed.
How about a cigarette?
Not a chance.
I'll pay for it.
For some reason, Grant's like, ooh, money?
Gold
Why would he
sovereign.
care? Why does Grant, who this whole time has been obsessed with this mission, he's literally been saving James Bond's life over and over and over. He's been making sure this entire story that Bond succeeds in getting the lectors so that he can take advantage of that situation. And his downfall is some gold?
Because he was a past criminal. He was a criminal before he became an agent.
But wouldn't he forego some money for the sake of accomplishing this mission?
I kind of agree with Charlie. It doesn't quite make sense with his character.
Especially within that same scene, James is like, what are they paying you? I'll double it.
How much are they paying you?
What's it to you?
We'll double it.
Your word of honor? As an English gentleman?
And he's like, nah, I'm good.
Exactly.
Yeah, he like
for a
literally
cigarette.
just
Yeah,
declined an offer for more money.
Yeah, because as we know about James Bond makes $50,000 a year, but all the same, he's there out of patriotism. He's not there for money. Even though he gets to spend a ton of money while he's on the job. So it is odd that Grant would betray his sense of mission for 50 gold sovereigns or whatever. I mean, he could go anywhere and he could kill anybody that has 1,000 gold sovereigns and not give a shit. So it is weird. He's a great bad guy, but that is kind of a fatal flaw with him. It almost would have been better had there been something very important that he needed that was in the case that wasn't money, right? Like, I need the X, and, well, the X is in my case. Oh, I'll get it. No.
Charlie.
Put your hands in your pockets, and I'm going to get X out of the case. You know what I mean? That would have really made Grant perfect. But at the end of the day, if we're ranking bad guys, Grant is a superior bad guy to Dr. No, because Dr. No just was, we talked about, he had metal hands that didn't really go anywhere. Like, he was a cool idea, but he wasn't fully exercised. Whereas Grant is very unique in terms of all bad guys, in the sense that he's a bad guy who's literally tasked with saving Bond repeatedly until right at the end, Bond's performed his function, and then they're just going to fucking kill him in cold blood. But then he sells out right at the last minute. So he's not the greatest bad guy of all time, but he's certainly at the top of our list.
I would also point out that one thing about the franchise that, like, this dawned on me as I was watching the movie, is that Spectre underestimates Bond, right, at every turn, because they think that, like, oh, he's just a stupid, like, Dr. No, it's oh, you're just a stupid policeman. And in, like, what I think even in the real world we would just assume is, like, oh, you have a gun, a badge, maybe, whatever. But like Bond has, and in extension to Universal Select Sports or MI6, they have the Q branch. And you have these gadgets, these spy gadgets that actually give him the upper hand in a lot of situations. And it just so happens that it's like, yeah, I've got this nice little briefcase here that's got 50 gold sovereigns in it. Oh, also it's got a fucking tear gas bomb and a knife and all this other shit in it. And I
love that. I'm saying I love that. I'm saying my problem is that
that he goes for the 50 gold sovereigns.
His motivation to get into the suitcase should have been strictly for his mission. It is a lazy betrayal of his character because it was never established that he's corruptible by way of money. He's supposed to be above that. It should have been, my motivation to get into this briefcase is to complete my mission, not to get 50 gold sovereigns, because who cares?
Again, he is an... I'm trying to think of the word.
If the fucking Lecter could have fit into the briefcase, that would have been
perfect. He is a previous criminal.
But as Nance pointed
of
out,
murder,
he had a better... The offer that Bond made him moments before would have inevitably been better than what he was offered.
No, it's literally. I
agree.
It's literally. Do you want a mound of gold? And he's like, no, I don't. How about 50 gold sovereigns?
Oh,
which is like this much gold. And he's like, really? Like, it's literally the why have billions when I could have
I get it.
millions?
There's holes. There's holes there. But he is a previous criminal, convicted of murder.
It still doesn't add up. I get he used to be a criminal, but it doesn't add up that Bond says, Bond's like, we'll give you $1 billion. And he's like, no.
It doesn't add up.
We'll give you $5. And he's like, yeah.
Well, okay, so what I'm going back to the briefcase.
Out of a previous criminal murder.
That's if you tell me,
but Charlie,
if 50 gold sovereigns is the same thing as 50 Bitcoin, I would understand. But until a gold sovereign is $1 million, it's bullshit that he would opt for that versus
Charlie, go back to
sovereign worth back then.
Let me throw this out. Let me throw this out. Going back to the fact that he's giving the Q branch thing that I was going on to. Like he gives him he's like, here's 50 gold sovereigns. But like if I'm a secret agent and I don't really realize that like MI6 agents have these fucking ridiculous gadgets, right? And I'm just like, oh, it's a fucking briefcase. He's probably got 15 gold sovereigns in there. Not realizing that there's the trap of having a tear gas bomb in it and, clipping on the latches or whatever the it is in the movie. Like, I'm going to kill this guy anyway. I'm going to get 50 gold sovereigns and kill this guy. Like, it's just a bonus, at that point. So I could see someone being like, I'm still on the mission.
But that's
I'm going to kill him. I'm going to get the extra gold sovereigns out of this. Yeah, sure. Let me go get those 50 gold sovereigns.
Which is fine. If he said, if Bond said, "How about a cigarette?" And he's like, "Absolutely not. I'll buy it." Okay, with what? I have 50 gold sovereigns. Okay, shoot Bond in the face, and then he has. Remember, there are 2 briefcases. Not just one. There are 2 because he has the contact's briefcase and his own. So Bond opens up his own,
into the next
pulls out and he was like. He's like, are there more in the other one? He's like, oh, there's a standard case. And then he's like, let me open this one. It just doesn't add up that he would take that risk.
No, but that's the basis of simple spy films from the old times.
Yes, but we're not talking about tropes.
I'm not going to kill him immediately. I'm going to put him into a tank with sharks with laser beams.
We're talking about motivation. Bad guys like Blofeld is motivated.
But they never take the shot and do the obvious thing.
But Blofeld
We're going in circles at this point.
Yeah, but that's it.
But Scott makes a good point. We are going in
Scott's not understanding what I'm talking about. We're not talking about. I'm specifically talking about motivation. Motivation is everything. If the entire time Grant was like a selfish asshole,
I won't kill him right now. I'll put him in a contrived prison. I'll put him in a prison with a van where he can escape and ultimately kill me.
I just love. Hold on, stop. I love how Patterson's just like, guys.
Scott, you're making a false equivalency. It's not
all
the
right,
same
Charlie,
thing.
Scott,
we're talking about motivation. We're specifically talking about character motivation. This guy was never motivated by he was motivated by mission. For him to completely sell out in order to get 100 gold sovereigns doesn't make sense when the guy is just like James Bond. Bond doesn't give a shit about money. Bond cares about the mission. He doesn't give a shit about pussy. He cares about the mission. He will kill every bitch that comes across his path. He literally sometimes throws money into fire and water because he doesn't give a f***. He only cares about his mission, and the fact that this guy sold out his mission for 100 gold sovereigns doesn't make a f***ing ounce of sense.
It was written
but anyway,
so he could escape.
I'm going to railroad this all the way to the end. Motherfucking Pedro Armendáriz. Pedro Armendáriz died for this fucking movie. He's not some pussy ass like Dr. No who fake had radiation poisoning and lost his hands. Pedro actually got radiation poisoning and he fucking died for it. The guy killed himself because of radiation.
Where this podcast
Cheers
goes,
to Pedro.
I'm so
to Pedro.
Goldfinger, once again starring Mr. Sean Connery. Goldfinger brings James Bond, to Miami, where he has a run-in with a British businessman named Ulrich Goldfinger, the OG man with the golden gun. Bond's mission is to investigate Goldfinger's involvement in illicit gold smuggling, which leads to the discovery of a devious plot to take on Fort Knox and execute the largest bank heist in history, all for the love of gold!
I love gold. Excellent.
Anyway, McCurdy, what do you have for us?
Oh my god, too much information. I'm going to consolidate as much as possible. That's what I'm going to tell you. So yes, this is the third film, gentlemen, and as any movie in Hollywood, if it does better, it's going to get a bigger budget. So this film's budget went all the way up to $3 million, which is as the first and the second combined. Terrence Young doesn't return on this film because of pay disputes, so they hired another guy named Guy Hamilton. He knew Ian Fleming because he himself was also in British intelligence. Well, not British intelligence. He was part of the British Navy, but he was involved in intelligence, and he already knew Ian Fleming ahead of time. He apparently also knew Connery before this film. Let's talk about Pussy Galore.
My name is Pussy Galore.
I must be dreaming.
Played by Honor Blackman. Now, Honor Blackman, she was cast because there was another British television show.
Wait.
Go ahead.
Honor Blackman?
Honor Blackman is their name. Her name is Honor.
She just always has weird-ass names.
Again, we are living in the heyday of spy espionage films. So there's another television show at the time called The Avengers, not to be confused with obviously Marvel's Avengers. This was called The Avengers. And she played one of the characters on that show. Harry Saltzman, as you remember, and Albert Broccoli, who were the producers of these films. They saw her. They were like, man, she's gorgeous. We should put her on this movie. But the producers were concerned with the name, of course, Pussy Galore. It's pretty specific. It's pretty obvious. They were thinking maybe we should change it to Kitty Galore.
It's porno level name.
Yeah.
It's straight.
Honestly,
when they parody it with a lot of vagina, it's really not that far off the mark.
No. It's honestly more crass than most porn names.
Yes.
Like it's worse than most.
Yes. Yeah. So they said if you were a 10-year-old boy and you knew what the name meant, you weren't a 10-year-old boy. You were a dirty little bitch. This is quoting. The American censor was concerned, but we got around that by inviting him and his wife out to dinner and told him we were big supporters of the Republican Party. And then on to top that, to top the trolling, Honor Blackman, every time she did an interview for this film, when she was promoting the movie, she would always bring up the name of her character because, interviewers, this is the 60s, interviewers at the time are like, Miss Galore, she'd say, oh yes, my character, Pussy Galore. Did I forget to mention her name is Pussy Galore? She would say that constantly to embarrass the shit out of the interviewers, which I found is just amazing.
That's on the exact level of Dixie Normus.
Yeah, they're like, F it, we're gonna do it.
My name is Butch. Shemo Butch. Yes.
Gert Forbes. I think that's how you say his name. He plays the title character of this film,
Goldfinger. Did you say his first name is Girth?
Gert, G-E-R-T.
Oh, okay. I just...
All these people are dirty.
Yeah.
It was like...
Gert Forb was he was a German actor, and he got the role after the producers saw him in a German film titled It Happened in Broad Daylight, where he played, guess what kind of character he played if the name is called In Broad Daylight. No, can't. Nobody.
A rapist?
He played a child molester, and they thought he was really good.
So close.
Much worse.
He thought he played a child molester.
Bingo.
So they were like, he's got to be Goldfinger in this movie. It gets worse. Goethe was German, of course, and this film is not far off from World War II. And yes, he was a former member of the Nazi Party. So I just found that, like, eyes wide. He was a former member of the Nazi Party.
So when Bond drops that Nazi bullion, he's like,
I know that.
So he knew exactly what that was.
That's mine.
Oh, wow.
So the big story with Gert, though, is that, Patterson, you brought this up on our Dr. No episode, is that Ursula Andress was dubbed. Of course, Gert Forbes was very, very German. He didn't speak a word of English. He had to do all of his lines phonetically. So, you'd look at the script and you have to sound everything out. And that's how he memorized all of his lines.
What?
I don't think many people know. I mean, I give lots of talks. And when I talk about revoicing, people look, you can see the way people react. Goldfinger was revoiced? They have no idea.
100%
just as much as I was completely in the dark about Ursula, I am completely in the dark about this too. I would never think that he was anything other than... they make a point of saying...
Auric Goldfinger. Sounds like a French nail varnish.
He's British, but he doesn't sound like it.
But who dubbed it? Did he dub it? Like, did they have him come in and loop?
No, they had somebody else come in.
It wasn't my performance, it was Gert Frobe's performance. Let's say it's like a crossword puzzle. Mr. Frobe had all the answers, he knew all the answers, produced them pretty well, but his vocal pencil was blunt, and I just went in and outlined what he'd said. Oh, Mr. Bond, sit down, please. A mint julep, traditional but satisfying.
Because Salzman and Broccoli looked at the dailies and were like, this is horrible, and Hamilton's like, don't fucking worry about it, we're gonna dub him anyways.
He is so German that he was in another movie called Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
Remember you once asked me how a bullet comes out of a gun?
Are you at getting terribly fat? What do you think will come of that?
I don't like the look of it.
Does anybody have a proposition for an official ranking for Goldfinger? Scott.
I'm going to put Goldfinger at number 1, ahead of From Russia with Love, number 2, and Dr. No, number 3.
So it begins. So it begins.
It
Patterson, you're going to second that?
Let's go.
I'm going to
Go ahead
agree.
and second it, because I fucking disagree. No way.
That's fine.
No way.
That's fine, Charlie. You're
Go ahead.
Wait,
who else agrees? Do we have any more seconds? Do we have any more seconds?
I do. I second that exact order.
I also second it, unfortunately.
God damn it.
I'm also gonna agree, but I will say From Russia with Love and this one, there's some aspects of both that beat the other.
Yeah.
And
I agree.
it was difficult.
I agree.
Yeah, it really was.
Let me open up with saying, what makes this film, for many people, the best film is simply the fact that it, focuses. It is the template for pretty much every Bond film from here on out. And most people would agree, if you were to watch this film and then watch a later Bond film, these feel like the same thing. Like when we were watching the first two films, elements are there, but they're not quite yet there. And then when you got to Goldfinger, it was like, oh, this is what I want out of a James Bond movie. I want hot women. I want a cool, fast car. I want awesome action sequences. I want a great villain.
Do you expect me to talk?
No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die.
Which is hilarious because this film doesn't even have Spectre in it. It has nothing to do with Spectre. And a lot of people call this one of the best films of all time.
I agree that this is where suddenly everything comes to a head, right, in terms of the formula. We've been leading up to this for the last couple of weeks, which is we start off with Dr. No, great prototype, then it grows a little bit, a couple more of the key ingredients start coming in with From Russia with Love, and yes, by the time you get to Goldfinger, everything's there, including the way it opens with our little gun barrel, straight into a prologue, and then into an intro that has the intro song. Suddenly, oh, here's the James Bond formula perfected, and then they replicate this from there on. For me, though, that doesn't change the fact that story is number one, right? Regardless of From Russia with Love, they didn't have that Q scene where you go to Q branch and see them, developing weapons and all that. Those so-called iconic elements may not all be there, but for me, that doesn't detract from Russia with Love being
a superior spy versus spy story with Bond stuck in this web of Spectre and the Lecter and all these different elements all kind of intermingling with different countries and organizations' interests all running into each other. And you've got misdirection and backstabbings and betrayals and just all this intrigue. Very much like a classical spy movie versus a spectacular spy movie.
If I had to put points to why I think Goldfinger is better. Your first point was it's the story that matters, right? Okay, that's great. Does Bond change from the beginning of From Russia with Love to the end of From Russia with Love?
Does Bond ever change?
Does Bond change from
Does Bond ever change over 24, 25 movies?
Charlie, the point of these stories is the excitement, the action, the suspense, the spectacle of these movies. Now, there are some that do change where Bond does have a emotional, like we talked about last time, a vulnerable change. But to me, From Russia with Love, he doesn't do that. He doesn't do that in Goldfinger either. So what are we left with? We're left with the spectacle, the action, all that stuff. All the iconic moments that people will go back to when it talks about Goldfinger are in this movie. I expect you to die, Mr. Bond. Odd job throwing his hat. The Aston Martin, which is brought back several times in the franchise, whether it's a new Aston Martin or it's the original DB5. This is the first Bond car of any of the films. Yeah, he drove f***ing other cars, but this is the f***ing Bond car. This is his Batmobile. This is his Batmobile, right?
Totally random fact about the car is it's later used in the Cannonball Run, 1981. Roger Moore.
Good day.
You guys mostly talk about these things that are, it's iconic. It's like this big thing. Q branches here, the car, and I go, yeah, those. I love those things. That's all hardcore Bond. That is great Bond shit. But for me, what it comes down to is the story. And the story for Goldfinger is great. The story from Russia with Love does it for me more. And I think what it comes down to is it's just a step classier. I just like the class of From Russia with Love. I think From Russia with Love will always be towards the top for me. And I think over time, Goldfinger might slip just a little bit.
So where does the class come in for you, Char?
It's a slightly more complicated story with Bond, who is, again, somewhat restricted from not having so many gadgets, not having these goofy scenes with, a bunch of Asian dudes, exploding as they fall over cliffs. This is one of those movies where every vehicle spontaneously combusts. I just dig the classiness of From Russia with Love versus the grander scope of Goldfinger. And that doesn't mean that I don't like Goldfinger. I fucking love Goldfinger. I really do. I just get off on From Russia with Love in a different way. I think I just dig the story of the manipulation going on through Spectre, the whole keeping Bond alive and exploiting Bond's talents in order to get what they want. Bond having to piece together this you've been playing me. Now, I will say, though, that when it comes to the bad guys, I pointed out last week how Red fails right at the end. Right at the end, as awesome as he is, and as fun as he is, right at the end, he sells out for money, and it doesn't make sense because he would value the mission over money. But if it was Goldfinger in that place, and if Bond said, I'll give you some gold sovereigns, he'd be like, what? Gold sovereigns? Yeah, he would paper hand the shit out of that. He would sell out right away for 50/100 gold sovereigns. Yeah. So there's a little irony there.
I'll give you these full gold doubloons.
That's fair.
Charlie's argument is slightly swaying me. I'm not sure.
Go
So
ahead, Nance.
Wait. Real quick. Let's just take a quick recap. It's all of you, and then Johnny's a swing voter, and maybe Nance. Johnny, do you have a leaning? Could you Sophie's choice between these two movies?
I'm gonna do a pretty typical Johnny thing and see. I can see both sides here. I think that Goldfinger. It's so funny for me because as a first-time Bond viewer, having seen Austin Powers, each movie helps me laugh more in retrospect. Austin Powers.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
I've not seen these films before, and all I can think about is Austin Powers.
These two
it's so hard not
were
to.
the definitive.
Yes, this is
Yeah.
the backbone of Bond, and like everybody's saying, this third one is where it hits its
Austin
stride.
Powers.
But in retrospect, like knowing what Bond becomes, Goldfinger feels special. The first scene with Q, the sort of, it's like all of the stuff comes together in that way. But when you take that away, I agree with you, Charlie, that some of what makes From Russia with Love like its own thing, its own uniqueness even within the Bond catalog, and the classiness of it, the sort of like smaller, it's weird because Spectre is in there, right? Which is supposedly a bigger scale. It's a multi-movie plot versus Goldfinger, which is a one-movie villain, but it still feels like more intimate. It's the one guy coming after him. There's the one plot here he's not aware of. And so for me, I enjoyed From Russia with Love. I thought the characters were fun.
What it comes down to is
I'm getting there, Charlie. God damn it! I'm
we have
expressing
the
both
bar.
sides.
We have this iconic thing, that iconic thing, and I go,
Yes.
but what is that core story? And yes, I love Goldfinger as a bad guy, and Oddjob is fun.
I'll throw this out to you guys so I don't talk for another 20 minutes about how much I f***ing love From Russia with Love.
Please.
Do you just like, you're just like, Goldfinger's better? The character. Like, do you prefer Goldfinger to Red Grant? And why?
I think Red Grant is the better villain, especially when you add in, like, we get Spectre. I think From Russia with Love, especially that train fight scene, has better action sequences than Goldfinger. I found Goldfinger a little lackluster, and I was kind of surprised that it was much higher budget than From Russia with Love, because I feel like From Russia with Love had way more explosions, way more action. Goldfinger had some like cool shots in it, but
all of that money
Fort
went
Knox
into
thing.
that ending. That extra $1 million all went into that final. I mean, even just the shots of like everybody collapsing and just taking over that entire Fort Knox, right?
I see your point, Charlie, about Red Grant. The problem for me is that Red Grant is not the villain. He's not the overarching villain. He is essentially
because
a glorified He's essentially a glorified henchman. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I don't like Red Grant, but as far as matching people to people, I'm like, Red Grant's more of a henchman who gets some really good lines. They have a really good fight at the end of the film, but I feel like Goldfinger is such a big presence throughout the entire film. I mean, he's in the very beginning scenes of the movie, and he's in the very end of the movie. He's always there. He's an active villain. What's interesting is that Spectre, the big baddie, we know as Blofeld. We also have, I was going to say Frau, but we have Colonel Clem, right? and those characters, but they're not active. They're more of people like, this is our plan, and we're gonna send a guy out to do it.
Like a good bad guy isn't based on screen time. It's not all about screen time.
I'm not basing this on screen time. I'm not basing this on screen time. I'm basing this on the fact that Goldfinger is throughout the entire film, and every scene is Bond versus Goldfinger. You know what I mean? Like,
How about this then?
That's why I think it's a better movie.
So if we're going based on, if we're going to put people on levels, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who is better then, Red Grant or Oddjob?
Oddjob.
You know what?
1000%.
Red Grant.
Off with Red Grant.
Listen, I know you love Red Grant.
I'm not hearing it. No.
I know you love Red Grant.
Oddjob.
But Oddjob doesn't have
miles
to say Think of like Oddjob like in the same way I think of The Man with No Name, right? Like, Clint Eastwood's character, like what makes him so fascinating is he don't say nothing. You don't have to say nothing. He makes his actions say everything that needs to be said.
Breaks a motherfucking steel pole in half with his hand. Period.
Yeah, Karen Bay was able to bend steel bars with his teeth, okay?
Not bad for a man who started life breaking chains and bending bars with his teeth in a circus.
Okay.
Was he?
But
Was that
that's
in the
kind
movie?
of how I felt about the From Russia with Love villain up until he decided to come in with the tacky British accent at the very end. Like, he wasn't saying anything for most of the film, and he was a more ominous presence. And then he came in and was like, old man.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I only got Emswar an hour ago. I busted every record getting here.
Old
man. Well, we determined though that he is Irish though. We determined that Red Grant is Irish. I always thought he was Russian, but he's
an Irish crazy man. I thought he was German.
He's Irish. He was Irish, and they imprisoned him in Britain, in a British prison.
I was Scott. I fucking love Oddjob. I think he is cooler than Grant, to be perfectly honest with you, Charlie.
He's more iconic.
Grant,
for sure.
Here's my take. Oddjob as a henchman is the I personally, I would say that Red Grant is the top baddie of, because Blofeld just doesn't
count as a top baddie. He's like the guy in Inspector Gadget. He never does anything, but he just like sits in a chair.
Very true de facto.
I mean, that's literally what the Spectre Gadget. That's what Dr. Claw is Ernest Blofeld, you know?
Yeah, like Blofeld doesn't
exactly
do anything. He's just like a faceless dude. Like, and he carries through everything. He manufactures all of Bond's pain. But
dude, true power is not being involved, not being seen, but controlling fucking everything.
That is true power.
But like every movie, we would have to be saying that the bad guy's Blofeld. It's not Blofeld.
It's not.
Like, it's whoever he's brought in at that time. So that's why I think the main baddie is Red Grant, as opposed to Klebb, as opposed to the chess master. You know, the main baddie is Red Grant.
Yeah, it's okay. It's like in Star Wars, is Darth Vader the bad guy or is the Emperor? And they kind of both are, but in the first movie, it's Darth Vader, right? Like he's the imposing presence, he's the antagonist to the protagonist.
True.
That's why it's hard to compare these things, as if like we need to qualify it based on like where people are in some hierarchy. Instead, it's like, no. When it comes to From Russia with Love, the main baddie, like who's the main baddie? Blofeld? No. Chess guy? No. Klebb? Hell no. Yeah. It's Red Grant. Even though we just kind of see him here and there, and then he dies relatively early, he's still the main bad guy.
Okay,
this Goldfinger is definitely the main bad guy.
Then I'm going to go one ahead and then say Goldfinger is better than Red Grant.
And
but please go into that. Don't just quote him. Tell me why they're better than Red Grant.
First of all, I think my favorite villain moment in this movie is actually towards the end of it when he basically tricks all those soldiers and just like blasts them in the back. That is cold blooded.
Yeah. Well, especially when he just golden guns his Japanese contact or whatever, you know. Let's shoot a shoot for die. He just I'll give him that. But seriously though, he is the original man with the golden gun.
The only thing I didn't love, Tanya for me was very flat. She wasn't
not chested.
Because she's not like Dink. Dink, if Dink could have played her, Dink is. Everybody wants to Dink.
No. I think
Dink is like 1960s thick. Like,
oh yeah.
That's hilarious.
Anyway,
I think more as an actress, maybe even in just her portrayal of the character, because like the character, it just feels like she's on the rails, kind of getting shoved along the whole way through, and she makes a big decision in the end to shoot Frau. But I think that
she saves James Bond's life. We covered that last week.
I agree. You covered that, and I agree. I think that's a big moment for her. But outside of that moment, she still sort of feels like she has no agency until that moment, and that is her big moment, and that's good. But it's sort of like
her orders were to seduce this guy, and she did it. But then it became real. Like and that was my point last week.
Maybe I just didn't believe that it became real,
guys. That I could. You know,
I didn't believe that it became real.
But for Pussy Galore,
is it any different?
It only became real in like 2 seconds because Bond forced himself on her, right?
Because he won a judo match.
Because he doesn't know that Dr. No means no.
Until last week's episode. We need to keep it to this film.
What makes
Wait, Scott, what the f*** are you talking about? The rules are
we're arguing.
The rules are we can talk about movies. Let me say this. The rules are that future movies don't exist, and I'm accusing you guys of treating Goldfinger not as Goldfinger, but thinking of it in terms of, it's got a Q scene, it's got the Aston Martin, it's got all these things that we know as iconic now, but I want you to judge it as you just saw these 3 movies for the first time and you're trying to figure out which one is the top. And my core argument is that From Russia with Love has this certain level of class and realism with it. And there are certain moments of Goldfinger that have this absurdity that I think knocks it into the second position.
I get that, but there feels like when I get to Goldfinger, a breath of fresh air. But you're looking at it like we're just saying, the iconic moments make the movie good. But there is something to be said about if you go and see a movie and you remember all these specific moments, that means means to me that those moments left an impact.
And I know none of us are free of bias, but you're saying that you have bias. That's why I want to press
every time I watch From
who's a
Russia with
newbie,
Love,
for what he has to
From Russia
say.
with Love, I kind of forget the movie. I completely forget the movie. There's so many great little things in the movie, and it's not just the iconic moments.
If we line up all of our bad guys, there's a very common thing for these first three films. Dr. No keeps Bond alive. Why? To possibly recruit him into Spectre.
Yeah.
Red Grant and the team keep Bond alive to manipulate him to basically use his abilities to get what they want.
Yeah.
Goldfinger keeps Bond alive because Bond being dead might jeopardize his goals.
You are quite right, Mr. Bond. You are worth more to me alive.
They all keep Bond alive for a clear purpose. 2 times, Goldfinger tries to take Bond out in gnarly f***ing ways. Like, it's not good enough for him to just have Oddjob break his f***ing neck. Instead, it's, I'm going to have this laser cut you in half from the balls up because you stole my girl. And then the second one is, I'm going to straight up obliterate you.
Goodbye, Mr. Bond.
But they probably should have gotten rid of the threat. We got to keep Bond alive so he can report to his superiors. But let's kill him, like, before breakfast.
I think what always gets forgotten is that villains tend to have giant egos.
Yep.
And giant egos lend to, I want to be a showman of what my work has done. And so to just kill your adversary without them seeing you succeed, especially if you're like a psychopath or whatever, that's just it. Like it's icing on the cake. It's like, oh, this guy tried to stop me. He's gonna end up in my trap. You know what I mean?
I'm not being Scott Evil where I go, I got a gun in my room. I'll just go get it and we'll shoot him. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there's a commonality in these first 3 films, which is they all keep Bond alive for different purposes, and that's interesting, right? Because over time, bad guys no longer keep Bond alive for a purpose. They're just trying to kill him, and then they try to kill him in these overly elaborate and exotic deaths, to quote Dr. Evil.
It's a harmony of the films that they all kind of have this reason to keep Bond in the plot besides just them wasting him as soon as he steps to them at all.
And it allows there to be an interesting relationship between Bond and the villain. Like, they have lots of dialogue, and that's interesting. In this movie, I think more so than the other 2.
To Junie's point, Johnny, whatever. Change your Junie! To his point, Charlie, like, I know you love Red Grant, and I love him too. He's great. I would put these 2 films towards the top consistently compared to a lot of the other films we're going to watch. But what to his point is that you have that one great dialogue scene in From Russia with Love towards the end of the film. But I feel like this film has a lot of great dialogue scenes with Goldfinger and Bond. Whether it is their first meeting when he's over the radio and he's like, come on now, Goldfinger, you're going to lose. Or, during the golf match, the laser chair. Like, every single scene that Bond and Goldfinger are in, you are just captivated. It's just incredible to watch just the wordplay against each of them.
The purpose of our 2 previous encounters is now very clear to me. I do not intend to be distracted by another. Good night, Mr. Bond.
Do you expect me to talk?
No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die.
And of course, I think Connery does a great job, and the writers do a great job of making Bond a little bit more intelligent, a little more witty than Goldfinger. But I love how, like, you have the one guy who has all the money in the world, and you have the guy who's from just the British Secret Service, and he just so happens to have like a supercar and a gun, and he's able to like outwit him at every turn. So much so that he just, like, in literal terms, turns a lesbian straight to save the world.
Where is the, there's the one moment where she says, your charm's not going to work.
You can turn off the charm. I'm immune.
Like, when does her flying circus become like a cunnilingus circle?
It's one of those things.
Where is
that
this
is in the like, if you watch
Pussy
a lot of
galores, flying.
No, of course. Okay, Charlie, of course we don't see that in the film. And I'm not saying that that's...
Where is the proof that she's she's just
It's more in
she's
the
just
fact
playing
that she-
hard to get, right?
I'm
It's
not with you
know,
here, McCurdy. She's just a strong woman.
It's 1960s. They're not going to be out in front about everything. There's a lot of movies that do things where they say things off to, like, things are not said explicitly.
Goldfinger comes onto her and she rejects him because he's a disgusting slob. Other than that, it's just Bond, right? And yeah, she fights Bond because Bond's the enemy, and then she relents pretty. I mean,
regardless of the
all of
lesbian
us would
comment or
relent
not.
in that situation.
Regardless of the lesbian comment or not, it's just hilarious to me that this film, and I love this film, but it's hilarious to me that Bond sleeping with this woman saves the world. Because by doing so, he turns her, because I always forget every time I watch this movie, I'm like, wait, how does they stop this whole Fort Knox thing? And then I always forget about it, and I'm like, oh wait, that's right, because he slept with Pussy Galore and then turned her good.
I must have appealed to her maternal instincts.
I think Honor Blackman plays a better female Bond character because she can hold her own against Bond, whereas Tatiana is just so like, yeah, sure, Bond, I'll do whatever you ask me to do.
She's under orders to his She was under orders.
I think we get a better
Pussy Galore is not under order. Pussy Galore was told to go put on something scantily.
But it's also like this. The way that I see it.
No, Goldfinger said go put on something slutty.
I suggest you change it to something more suitable.
Tatiana was under orders.
Blackman doesn't have to be like, oh, I have to follow this order. Great movies have great villains, right? The better the villain, the better the movie, because it's a better challenge for the main character. In that regard, I think that Honor Blackman playing Pussy Galore is a better challenge towards Bond because she doesn't just quickly fall for his charm. She's like, whatever, I'm Pussy Galore. I think like she's a
Even
better
if she's under
contrast.
orders, it makes it less interesting.
Yeah, I think, Johnny, what you were getting at is that Tatiana is just kind of like falls for Bond, just like that's what's orders. But with Pussy Galore,
Galore just
she has to put up she at least is a challenge towards Bond because Bond's like, oh,
Bond.
You're not going to fall for my charm. You're not going to fall for my charm. I'm going to put on the charm even harder.
Am I the only one that thinks Tatiana is the better Bond girl? I feel like she actually has something that she's doing, and Pussy Galore is just like, oh, Bond slept with me, so I'm going to switch the gas out.
At what moment did you feel like Tatiana fell in love with him?
That moment's on the train.
It was the dresses or some combination of the kindness on the train. That's my guess. Same question. What moment does Miss Galore?
I don't think they do.
Your point, Johnny, I think what you're trying to ask is if in the other film, Tatiana falls in love with Bond, right? And then what I love about Pussy Galore and James Bond's relationship in this film is I think they both have a mutual respect where they're like, yeah, that was some good damn sex. That was some great sex. But none of them are like, I'm in love with you. Charlie, I know your thoughts on feminism. Whatever.
My thoughts on feminism as it relates to Bond girls only go so far as to point out that it has successfully reduced any kind of analysis of female characters down to strong or not strong. And I just do not find it interesting or compelling. I find it lazy. And 99% of the time, it's just physical strength and no other kind of strength. There's such a focus on making Bond girls physical, just as physical as Bond, to the point that they don't have any character. Feminist standards of female strength are so superficial. All they care is that a woman acts like a man physically. It's so uncreative. I'm more interested in deeper character traits than Pussy Galore just standing there acting all smug, and then we pretend that that's strength. I mean, it's just stupid. I am just not impressed by it. I'm more impressed by Tatiana, who is forced into an impossible situation, and a really dangerous one at that. Tanya is playing a role. She's playing a part, and she has to ride this line of not getting killed by her superiors, but also convincing Bond that she's in love with him. Her whole mission is to convince him that she is, and I'm sure the whole time that was terrifying. That took a lot of psychological strength for her to pull off her whole end of the bargain, but eventually it does become real, and that's made obvious because she shoots Frau. I'm pretty sure Tatiana is stronger than Pussy Galore, even though Pussy Galore can throw some judo moves or whatever. Who cares? All in all, male or female, I care more about strength of character than I do characters of physical strength. And by that standard, I think Tanya wins over Pussy Galore any day of the week.
There's an added layer with Tatiana where it's like, is it real? At one point, Karen Bay dies. Bond presses the matter with her. Like, he's like, you fucking bitch, you did this. And she's like,
even if you kill me, I can say nothing.
There's this question of what's real between them. Is it just orders? Is this real love? She actually has fallen for him, and Bond really never does. Bond just continues to focus on the mission. But there's a question there. Whereas with Pussy Galore, they really share just a few scenes together. But the moment that they are alone together, Bond smashes in like 2 seconds. I mean, he Dr. No Means knows the shit out of her. Like, he just gets on top.
She doesn't come to his wins so easily as I think Tatiana. And I know Tatiana's under orders, but like every scene and the way that she plays that character, it really just seems like, take me, Bond. Just take me. Like, she's just very
by design. That's by design, though. The first scene with her, she literally climbs into bed because that's the point.
I'm talking about the acting. I'm not talking about the character's motivations. I think in the acting, she seems very easy compared to the character Pussy Galore does not seem easy at all. But I love the fact that Honor Blackman's character Pussy Galore is not so easily swayed by shit, because it at least gives you some kind of conflict, whereas the other character just feels like she just kind of falls over real quick like dominoes. It's just very easy.
She's under orders. I mean, you cannot underplay that.
Even after
Goldfinger even says, Goldfinger's like, go put on something slutty because I want you and Bond to look like a thing. Like, even Pussy Galore's under orders, and had they never been left alone,
at least stands up to Bond. And
Charlie, it doesn't matter. You're getting hung up on the fact that it's orders. There's some kind of
conflict there where she has to stand up to Bond's charge.
Okay,
why would Romanova fight Bond, though? Literally, the first scene between them, she gets into his bed naked. She gets into bed naked so that when Bond walks in, they can because she's told to do so. You can't underplay that. What?
You're right about the orders. You are.
Oh my God.
But my point is so technically they were both under orders, like you said, right?
Yeah.
They were both under orders. Let's say you are the seductress and your job is to seduce Bond. Do you think it's going to be more interesting to watch if you're like, yeah, Bond, here it is. Like, it's all here for you. You can do whatever you want with it. Or is it more intriguing to Bond to kind of lead him on for a minute, make him play a game, make him pursue you, make it difficult for him? Which approach is going to be more...
I'm saying
which
that
approach is going to be more
the comparison
successful?
is unfair. The comparison is completely unfair because one chick is ordered to him.
From now on, you will do anything he says.
And if I refuse?
Then you will not leave this room alive.
The other chick is ordered to like look after him, right? And so, yeah, Pussy Galore is going to like push him off because she's on the path to get rich, right? I'm saying you can't compare the two because Romanova, the first scene, they fuck.
Her interview process is like, turn around. Let me make sure you have, you got that, you got an ass. Okay, cool. Bond's going to like that.
Fine-looking girl.
She was hired because she's sexy. Pussy Galore happens to be sexy. Bond gladly forces himself on her, and then she trades millions of dollars to be with him. So did she really resist him all that much? Because up until then, she was just protecting her potential profit.
Your share of Operation Grand Slam will make you a very rich woman, my dear.
Why else would I be in it, Mr. Goldfinger?
Then she gives it all up because he banged her good. Whereas with Tatiana, you have this question of what's real and what's not real. And that she's essentially sexy Bond bait in a giant 007 trap. Frankly, I find that to be more interesting. Pussy Galore could have been a fucking dog face. Pussy Galore could have been a odd job. The actor Oddjob could have played Pussy Galore. You know what I mean? Or God forbid, what if Colonel Klebb had played Pussy Galore? I mean, Jesus, Bond would have to like poke his eyes out to accomplish that mission. It would have been tougher for Bond had she been ugly. All we have at the end of the day is two really attractive people f***ing. That's it. I don't think it's super interesting, but regardless, Tatiana doesn't have a choice and Pussy Galore does. I'm saying you can't compare the two in the same way.
Okay, that's valid. I'm going to point this out too. They had a convenient little loophole, a George Lucasian loophole here, because when the soldiers fall down, it looks really fake. And it's because it is fake.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait. This is them fake passing out? That looks really real to me. And I'm a doctor, so.
Right.
Yeah. Is there anything from the movie that is some bullshit medical?
What I'm more curious about is a lady being painted in gold. Would you actually die from that?
Skin suffocation. It's been known to happen to cabaret dancers. It's all right so long as you leave a small bare patch at the base of the spine to allow the skin to breathe.
So this idea of skin suffocation, if I had watched this earlier, I would have looked it up. I don't know.
Brilliant.
I don't know, but I don't think so.
What the kind of doctor are you? Doctor, I don't know.
Well, let me just tell you, there's one part of your body that does breathe via the air that surrounds it, and that is your eyeball.
Is it at the bottom of the spine?
No, that is your eyeball.
Explain.
But I'm pretty sure the Blue Man Group would be dead, long dead, if this was true theory. And I don't think I'm not going to answer that question, McCurdy. What I am going to answer was a question that came up to me, which is, what are the odds that James Bond has had syphilis by this point? And so I looked at the prevalence of syphilis in the UK, in the Western world. By this point, penicillin has been invented. So, prior to penicillin, it was just mercury. And so it's about 1%, prevalence about 1% in the UK, pretty high, actually, and 6% in the developing world. So up until the two gypsies in the last movie, he was doing okay. He was like 96% okay.
Oh, no.
There's now a 22% chance, a 1 in 5 chance that James Bond has had syphilis.
Bond sleeps with 2 women in this film, correct? And then we were presumed to think that he may be sleeping with the woman he smacks on the ass.
He the shit out of the masseuse. Who would not?
Oh, dude, that's the best.
So
interesting. Are we going to go ahead and acknowledge that point? That is the most chauvinist thing I've ever seen.
It's fantastic.
Dink, meet Felix Leiter.
Hello.
Felix, say hello to Dink.
Hi, Dink.
Dink, say goodbye to Felix. Man talk.
And
it is so James Bond.
Can we say
God, it's perfect. Like if that upsets anybody, that person is in denial. If James Bond smacked you on the ass, the super soaker would turn on. Even if you hated yourself, because Pussy Galore herself is like, yeah, whatever, Mr. Bond, James Bond, and then she relents in no time flat. All of us would relent in no time flat. Okay.
Absolutely.
It was cringy, I will say.
Can we say
that was a cringy scene for me?
Look, I'm not. If you want to argue the validity of that,
God, you are all cucks. Every last one of you.
Can we say the masseuse's name is Dink?
Look,
okay, so the woman who plays
Dink,
the woman who plays
The Q scenes in the first 2 films are verbatim. It's just in M's office. You could line up the 2 scenes and they're just the same thing. It's a guy walks in with a briefcase and gives Bond some stuff. Now they have more money. They can have an actual Q branch set, go there, do some fun special effects stuff. That's all well and good. And we're going to see that every week from here on.
Morning, Q.
Morning, 007. This way, please.
Something fun about the whole Q scene is that you notice right away that Q's a little irritable, right? He's just, Bond comes in and Bond's like, hey, buddy. And he's like, the f*** up, Bond. What's funny about it is that in the last 2 Q scenes, it was just a guy that came in and gave Bond some weapons. We didn't really know much about him. It was just like, okay, here's your stuff. And it was very pleasant. In this one, it was just as if it was like, what's my motivation? And it's like, you're busy, and this young, suave, sexy man comes in and he kind of, he touches stuff and he just kind of bugs you and just kind of roll with that. And then that sets the tone for Bond and Q's relationship forever, which is that Bond always bugs the shit out of Q, and Q is just extremely impatient with him. McCurdy, what?
So, fun fact, exactly what you're saying. Guy Hamilton's note was, you do not like this guy. And he's like, why do you know? Desmond Llewellyn's like, why don't I like this guy? Because he doesn't respect your gadgets. And that is why you do not like this man.
And
everybody
Q
loves
nails
this guy.
it. His face.
Yes.
His face on the delivery of...
Eject a seat, you're joking.
I never joke about my work, 007.
as an IT professional, I identify with Q in Bond films so Like I'm like I hate the fact that you get to touch my machines. I hate that you how dare you, like you imperfect creature, your filthy hands are unfit to handle the technological gifts that I bestow upon you.
And from here into eternity, like every movie, Q more and more just hates Bond, and Bond is just always pushing his buttons, and it makes it significantly more interesting
to wreck my shit and then sass me, like the gall.
Let's ask the doctor, if somebody's mute, can they still go
Well, mute's a colloquial term, so most of the time a mute means somebody either has an inability to speak, so there's a part of your brain that if you lose it, you can't speak. You can have a stroke or a brain injury that damages that part of your brain, and then you have what's called aphasia. And so, but most of the time, either people have a tough time finding words or they speak in like a word salad.
Do you think Oddjob had a stroke? Because you can hit him with a 2x4 and he doesn't react.
Maybe there's also something called mutism, which is more of I don't know as much about the mechanism of that. It's less of like a part of your brain that's broken and more of like a syndrome of mutism where somebody just doesn't speak. Alternatively, like some people call you a mute if you had your tongue cut out, and you just can't make words.
I was actually going to say, how do we know that wasn't the case with Oddjob necessarily? So that he just had his tongue cut out, so he's like literally can't.
He does communicate to the army of Asian guys at some point, but it might just be a grunt, and they just like have hung around with him enough to understand.
So since we're talking about our man Oddjob, I'm going to throw in my trivia about Oddjob here. Harold Sakata, which is his real name. I mean, it might be an Americanized name, but apparently he's Hawaiian. He was a silver medalist in the Olympics. Of course, the producers, directors saw him on screen as a wrestler, and they were like, dude, we should get this guy as Oddjob. The crazy thing about Oddjob, Harold, he burned his hand doing his death scene, where he gets the hat thrown in there, and he's holding on to the hat, and he's shaking. Apparently, he just kept holding on, and he's burning the shit out of his hand, and then he didn't let go until the director said cut. And the director didn't realize it, and he told the director, well, you didn't call cut, so I just kept holding on to my hand. And he burned the crap out of his hand, basically just to make a movie awesome.
I hope he got pussy galore for that one, man. I will say it is odd that I assume it's a Geiger counter that's actively trying to figure out if there's a nuke nearby. Would that not have been triggered immediately? The guy activates the bomb, he puts the trigger in there, but wouldn't you already be able to detect the radioactivity of a bomb?
Without a doubt. You absolutely would. You'd be
regardless
able to,
of shielding,
pinpoint it.
Right?
Yeah.
Like even if that thing was made of lead.
Back in the 60s, they would have already had the technology to identify that material based on its radio wave signature. So
it works for the plot, it's like,
it does.
We need to pretend to pass out so that they're comfortable enough to bring in the bomb. And then when they activate it, once they turn on the radioactivity and it activates the Geiger counter, then, we'll move in. But
maybe
totally ruining the movie completely and making it inferior to From Russia with Love.
Up, Charlie. I think it's a fun plot, honestly. I want to acknowledge your point about why, if I was going to give From Russia with Love, if I was going to rate it higher, the reason why I would do that is because the relationship between Bond and Goldfinger doesn't feel as good as it does between Bond and Grant in terms of the classiness. Bond doesn't get Bond. He's like, that guy's a fucking clown. He's a smart clown. He's a dangerous clown, but he's a fucking clown ass, douchey, rich boy, dumbass dude. Bond does not respect Goldfinger in the same way.
There's a mutual respect with Red.
Yeah. Correct.
They understand each other.
Correct. Nans is 100%. Yeah, Nans nailed it. I don't think Bond has that for Goldfinger.
But he does at one point. And I will say that's the key moment for the film Goldfinger is that moment where Bond goes, man, I thought you were a but now I see you're a fucking genius. You're not going in there to steal the gold.
Right.
You're going in there to destroy the gold.
Now, at the most, you're going to have 2 hours before the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines move in and make you put it back.
Who mentioned anything about removing it?
I apologize, Goldfinger.
Last couple episodes I've talked about Richard Baybaum, and some people would say I don't really care who wrote the film, but I want to give Richard Baybaum credit because in the book version, Goldfinger steals the gold. But in the movie, Baybaum's like, you could never do that. It would take weeks to do because there's that much gold. He fixed a plot hole in the movie and he decided instead of him stealing it, how about he just destroys it?
That is brilliant. And it really is.
Yeah.
That is the key moment to the film. Because the whole moment with the gangsters in the scene where he's telling them about the heist, that's a comedic scene. I laughed my ass off the whole time. Every line of dialogue is, why is that coming out of the ground? What are these lights? Turn those lights back on. What's this?
What's with that trick pool tape? Come in. Hey, cover those doors. Turn those lights back on.
What are you trying to pull, Goldfinger? I don't like being cooped up like this. What's that map doing there?
Hey, what's going on here? Hey, what is it? Hey, on the floor, by me. What is this? A merry-go-round.
Hey, they closed up the fire.
Hey, what's going on? That back. I don't like this. Hey, what's going on here? Come in. Turn those lights back on. Pool tape. What's with that pool tape? Turn those lights back on. What's going on?
Farcical, and those guys are like out of a Mel Brooks movie. What's going on? Say hi. What's this? It's setting up the typical bad guy plot, right? We're gonna go steal a bunch of money. Bond himself, he's like, they're just gonna steal a bunch of money. Like, who gives a f-? When he realizes we're gonna destroy the gold, Bond's like, hey, this movie's pretty good. Like, Bond himself confirms that. And I just want to submit one question, because this has always kind of confused me. Bond's like, that would make the gold radioactive. But we're talking about detonating a nuke. Would detonating a nuke destroy all of that gold?
No.
That's what I was thinking.
Or would it just explode gold all over the place?
It would melt the gold, but it doesn't matter. You can't get to the gold if it's extremely radioactive.
Yeah, that was really what it was.
But it's not like you
melt the gold.
But it's not like you wait 60 years and you're gonna find a bunch of bullion blocks.
Look at Chernobyl.
Okay.
No,
Was there gold in Chernobyl?
No, but the radioactive.
There was no explosion with Chernobyl.
Was there gold in Chernobyl? No.
Yeah,
Correct me if I was wrong. Was there an explosion?
Maybe there was.
There absolutely was.
I thought it was like a leak.
Chernobyl.
I thought it was
it will be radioactive for 2,000 years.
Regardless if it's radioactive or not, I believe, you could correct me, if anybody is a nuclear physicist and knows anything about nuclear weapons, chime in. But I believe a nuclear weapon, if you have not seen photos of people basically like on walls as far as their outline goes, it fucking vaporizes you. A atomic bomb is that powerful.
That's what I'm saying. The gold itself would be vaporized. The gold would not exist.
Well, if you explode it in Fort Knox, the entire gold supply of the United States will be radioactive for 57 years.
58 to be exact.
I apologize, Goldfinger. It's an inspired deal. They get what they want, economic chaos in the West, and the value of your gold increases many times.
I conservatively estimate 10 times.
I think the stakes are ever so slightly higher in Goldfinger.
I don't think stakes is what dictates the quality of a movie, because any movie can just be like, the world's going to end. You know, that doesn't automatically mean that that's the superior film. Maybe I need to go into what I do love, because I do love that a spy drama does have a prolonged golf scene. He makes a subtle little thing. It's great. Every time you get that Odd Job theme, I can't help but laugh. I just love it. Like, I do f***ing love...
I love the scene where his caddy says,
"Then we've got him."
That scene always gets forgotten. Like, nobody mentions that. Everyone mentions Odd Job. Everyone mentions Goldfinger, you know. But I love the golf scene when it's literally comes down to...
You play a Schlesinger 1, don't you?
Yes, why?
This is a Schlesinger 7. Here's my Penfold Hearts. Well, you must have played the wrong ball somewhere on the 18th fairway. We are playing strict rules, so I'm afraid you lose the hole and the match.
A 7 versus a 1.
And then they're like walking away, and caddy's like, "Oh, we got him now."
So I find the actual evil plot of Goldfinger to be more entertaining. I do. I think it's more fun. I think it's a little more silly, but I think that's not necessarily a bad thing. Like, I kind of want it to be far-fetched sometimes. Like, I get your point that, like, From Russia with Love is a much more grounded story. It takes itself more seriously. I mean, I'm kind of making a similar argument to you, Charlie. Like, I enjoyed both of them a lot. I'm not talking about the iconicness of any of the moments necessarily. I'm just saying, like, they're more fun. The laser scene is f***ing fun. That's a fun scene to watch.
It's phenomenal.
I golf. If you were to put me in my version of hell, golf would definitely be on the television. No doubt. And yet, I enjoy watching the golf scene in this movie. It makes something that I hate fun to watch.
Yeah.
That's why it's number one for me. Is just like I was more entertained watching Goldfinger than I was watching From Russia with Love. That's my argument here.
Now, Scott, can you be as articulate as Patterson, or are you going to continue to sound like a f***ing caveman?
I told Nans. I'm trying to give Nans his point because you wouldn't shut the f*** up after you told him to talk.
I want to know what Nans has to say as newbie.
Yeah, I know.
As a
and
newbie, I want to know what he has to say.
And then you and McCurdy kept arguing.
Guys, shut up. Why are you now feeling that From Russia with Love may be superior?
From the get-go of the episode, I mentioned I think they're very close, and both of them have their merits and weaknesses. If someone put a gun to my head, beginning of the episode, I had to edge out Goldfinger. But I could still be swayed one way or the other. Agreeing with Patterson, I find the plot of Goldfinger more interesting or more fun, though I don't know if it's as well executed as From Russia with Love. I will admit, From Russia with Love, I was kind of confused. Maybe the plot was too convoluted for my simple brain, and Goldfinger's kind of attractive to me because it's just really straightforward, like bank heist sort of thing. From Russia with Love, I feel like I was more entertained throughout the movie. Goldfinger, I feel, had kind of a lull. I feel like James Bond does more in From Russia with Love. He's kind of in captivity for most of Goldfinger, and I feel like he doesn't do a whole lot, especially once he's been captured. He does seduce Pussy Galore eventually, but
the story of Goldfinger is very straightforward. Extremely straightforward.
That's what I like about
Would you look into this guy? We may or may not have gold smuggling. Maybe track him and see what he's doing. Yeah, I'll do that. Bond immediately finds out that he's smuggling gold. And then as he's catching this whole smuggling thing, he overhears Grand Slam. He doesn't know what it is. He gets caught because he sees his own reflection in a mirror. So he drives into a building, which is...
That's silly.
Kind of a weird moment.
No, I don't think so. I think it's not a weird moment, and because mainly he's driving a car. It's not him seeing his reflection, it's his headlight reflection.
James Bond sees a headlight, so he drives into a wall.
He is getting blinded by his own car's headlights. And it's a funny moment, too, because when he crashes, Oddjob looks over and you see the mirror, and you realize, like, oh, he got f***ed by his own...
A mirror that was elevated, that was like 20 feet off the ground.
Have you not driven a car one time, and it's, like, hard to see, especially when it's, like...
Yeah, but I don't panic and jerk the wheel into a wall.
Yeah, but you're not getting chased down by, like...
What do I do?
Guys with guns.
Yeah,
I mean, are you getting chased down with guys with guns, though?
He tried the machine guns at that point. He tried the machine guns at that point. And then coming back to Oddjob again, the smile. Looking at the mirror, he doesn't need to say anything.
I think the stakes are higher. I think the villain is overall better because he is throughout the entire film. He doesn't have his grand scene in the end of the film. He is throughout the entire film. The henchman, if you're saying Grant is equal to Oddjob, is better. He doesn't have to say anything. He does his job. You know his allegiance by his actions, not by his words.
I gotta say, I just hate this argument that Oddjob's better just because he's mute. I think that's a terrible argument, just outright. It's not like just because a character doesn't say anything, they're awesome. It's a really cheap argument, if I'm being honest, but I'm gonna counter with a different cheap argument, which is that Red Grant murdered Karen Bay, and he's a butthead for that. But Oddjob murdered one of the worst actresses to ever be in a Bond film.
Let me go! You're breaking my back! I want to kill him!
Kill who?
Goldfinger!
Well, I want him alive.
I want him dead. He killed my sister.
Tilly Masterson sucks, and every time I watch his hat explode her skull, I smile with gusto. So way to go, Oddjob. Oddjob is just cool, though. And I gotta say, that kind of reflects the best argument that you guys have made so far, which is that Goldfinger is just more fun than From Russia with Love.
Charlie, let me add this. From Russia with Love, the entire film takes a nosedive into the gypsy scene. If you were to analyze the whole movie as a whole, the gypsy scene does not need to be in the movie. It doesn't.
Yes.
It's literally a scene that the film takes...
That's very true.
But with Goldfinger, every scene is about James Bond versus Goldfinger. The whole film.
But I do love the
whole
scene.
film. I love those scenes.
That's where Red saves his ass. More
That's
than
true.
any other part in the movie.
That's fair.
That's where he
That's
saves his
fair.
ass.
Saved your life at the gypsy camp.
But that point's also already made when he goes to the cathedral and he kills the dude who could kill Bond. That same point's already made. From Russia with Love has a lot of, hey, let's go over here. Let's go see this. Whereas Goldfinger's kind of tight in the fact that every single scene really is about him facing off against Goldfinger.
Let me respond to that. I completely agree that Goldfinger is significantly more of a simple plot, and that's really good for the movie.
Yeah.
I think I dig the whole idea of From Russia with Love is a little bit more of a convoluted plot where there's this third party that's having East and West fight each other, and, who's got this Lecter thing? What is the Lecter? How are we going to get it? Goldfinger is just like, whatever. F all that. It's a very simple, straightforward plot. And I'm usually the one that's like the advocate for the simple, straightforward plot. That's usually me.
Off. Both are. Both are simple plots, dude. No.
No, Scott, I would disagree.
Not at all. Between the two, Goldfinger is significantly more simple and straightforward, and I'm saying that's a good thing.
Scott, I would agree. For Russia with Love's a little more convoluted in the fact that you have to understand who Spectre is, what the East and the West are doing. But from Goldfinger, I'm just saying Goldfinger, I agree with Charlie. Goldfinger is a lot simpler. And I think that's a good thing. In this movie, in Goldfinger, Bond fights Oddjob. Oddjob is probably physically more superior to Bond in every way. If they were in a cage match, Bond would be f***ing dead. But what makes this fight better, the one thing I love about this fight, Bond has to use his intelligence. He has to use what's around him. He uses his surroundings. He realizes he's got a rim hat with metal in it. There is a cable there. Oh, well, maybe I could electrocute him if I trick him into grabbing the hat. And I think that's one of the best things about this movie is throughout the film. It's not even just that scene. Throughout the film, we see Bond using his intelligence to best the villain, whether it's in the golf scene, whether it's him sitting on a table getting his balls lasered. He always has something up his sleeve and he's using his mind. And that's what's funny is I think this movie, in a way, it's like the beginning of the end with the Bond franchise where he introduces the super gadgets, right? Now we see all these super gadgets and we see more and more. We'll see that in other films. We'll talk about that later. But even though we introduced that in this film, the super spy, the other two films, they're spy movies. This movie's the super spy movie. Even though we have that, Bond, at least you can see he's using his intelligence to get past a lot of these problems and not just his physicality. And I like that about this movie. I think that's actually like the smarter thing about this movie that may or may not get overlooked.
Maybe I do like the seriousness of From Russia with Love, right? Like certain aspects of the setting. It's like my personal preference, not by things you can count, because I think that's what bothers you, Charlie, is if we like just try to count things and compare it, and that doesn't work. That's not compelling to you. But I think that in the other end, it's like no. But as a film, it's tight.
Can't give any points against
the plot is well done. The blowing up of the gold instead of stealing the gold was a great moment. And these kinds of things, it comes together in a really good way. And it has more of the goodness that you want out of a Bond movie. And so in that way, I think it goes to the top.
I think there's a lot of stuff about Goldfinger that is just you kind of laugh at it whenever Oddjob comes on the scene and you have his little stings in the music. I laugh. Pussy galore. I laugh.
Guy Hamilton definitely brought a certain sense of humor to the franchise. There's a lot of goofy stuff, and From Russia with Love, you take it seriously. It's a much more serious spy drama. I appreciate it so much more on those levels. That's why I like it, but it raises an interesting question, which is from here on, what is going to be superior, a good movie or a good Bond movie? And that's a very important distinction to make. And that's going to be at the core of our discussions going forward.
I think in the end, Charlie, this is what I'm going to say. Goldfinger mechanically just sort of like stands as the better put together film, and yet you can still like From Russia with Love more.
I'm trying to put into words what it means to me. And I think what it comes down to is like what we talked about before and what we talked about last week is that McCurdy himself was talking about how this feels like a real spy drama. And Goldfinger is, I just think
it's a
of,
different film.
Watching it, it's just goofier. And that doesn't mean bad, because we're about to hit f***ing Roger Moore movies, which are goofy as f***. And that's fine. I am never going to be that guy who disregards any Bond because of goofiness versus seriousness. But really what it comes down to for me is there's this level of class that From Russia with Love has that Goldfinger just doesn't. And maybe Goldfinger is more of a blockbuster. It's maybe bigger in scope, but it just doesn't beat the simplistic and classy elements of From Russia with Love that I appreciate so much.
The thing that I said last week was that what makes From Russia with Love, for a lot of critics, is one of the best films, is that it doesn't dive into the comic bookiness of a lot of the James Bond films going forward. And I think Goldfinger is the opposite. It is a very comic booky movie, of course, because it has a f***ing supercar. That being said, I think this is a better movie because it is a more entertaining film. I think throughout, there's a lot more going on. It's a tighter movie. It's easier to follow than I think it is the last film. Goldfinger throughout the entire movie is doing things. We see him having his meeting with the crime bosses throughout America. If this was Spectre, Spectre would hire a Red Grant character to take the car that is made of a gold, to smuggle it to a location. But you know what Goldfinger does? He himself is sitting in the car with his main henchman. He goes to the factory. He gets that melted down. This is an active villain. He is literally doing everything. He is not telling his henchmen to do these things. He's involved in doing these things himself. That, I think, makes him a better villain because he's active. He's not just a guy sitting around telling his henchmen, you go there, you do this. He's doing it himself.
Goldfinger is just a simple crook. He's just a guy who wants his gold to be worth more. That's it. He doesn't have any greater motivation.
Is Auric Goldfinger's only motivation money? And Red Grant has a deeper motivation. I still think Red is a great character.
Goldfinger is in many ways like the common crook. However, what I like about Goldfinger is that he is very much underestimated by either his looks or by the fact that he's just this German guy who seems like he's an idiot. But every time he's overlooked, there's always something in Goldfinger's back pocket that's like, I would never have thought to wear a general's uniform at Fort Knox, but Goldfinger thought of that.
I will say, if we're comparing them in that fashion, Red Grant went deeper. Red Grant straight up played an English agent for a while, but I will totally give props to Goldfinger. That's the crazy thing about him, is that while he did suddenly pretend to be a military official, he pulls out a golden gun, not giving a that maybe that gives away that he's not a normal officer.
That's true, but even all the other scenes outside of that scene, right? He's always got something in his back pocket to get Bond. Whether it's even him saying, oh, by the way, Bond, I own the club.
But what does the club secretary have to say?
Oh, nothing, Mr. Bond. I own the club.
He's always in control, yeah.
He's always ahead of the game, even though you don't think he's going to be, just because he looks like a big oaf. Again, like the first scene we meet him in, Bond screws him over in a card game, and he kind of underestimates him. He's like, this is, I fight Russians. I fight all these Spectre agents. Like, who's this gold smuggler? Who gives a f*** about this guy? And then the first time he beats him, it turns out, oh, wait, by the way, the gold smuggler has a Korean henchman who's a f***ing monster, and he could just, karate chops Bond in the back of the head, and then, to show his dick, he's just like, I'm gonna spray paint the girl that you banged with gold, kill her to make a message. Okay, this guy, you probably shouldn't underestimate him. He's a dangerous guy.
I think you hit the nail on the head with this one, McCurdy. While I'll always dig the espionage of From Russia with Love, there really is this escalation with Goldfinger. It just starts with a simple card game, and then it moves to a game of golf. And then eventually it works its way up to the destruction of the West as we know it. So, yeah, I think you're totally right. Goldfinger is just a better villain than anybody we've come across yet. And like you said, a big part of that is how he's underestimated based on his looks, but he's secretly a genius, and a ruthless one at that. And that's what leads to this kind of back and forth between him and Bond, which is Bond has a win, then he has a loss, Goldfinger has a win, then he has a loss. It's this back and forth that is slowly escalating until we get to that fantastic conclusion.
I think there is a subjective bias on my part that just digs the style of From Russia with Love more. But if you remember, I talked a lot of about Red Grant, about how he kind of fails in the end. And I'm willing to concede that on those grounds, Goldfinger is superior in terms of things like what McCurdy just said, like Bond constantly using his intelligence to get out of situations, as opposed to something like, well, let me buy a cigarette, which didn't make sense for Red Grant's character. Goldfinger is who he is from beginning to end. There are no concessions made character-wise. It is technically a simpler plot, but it's a simpler plot done bigger. So I'll officially concede my position and put Goldfinger at number 1, From Russia with Love at number 2, and Dr. No at number 3.
I think overall it just has to do with these discussions are going to come up in the future. Classiness versus goofiness. That's going to be a big thing going forward. This is our first little foray into it. A little bit of Bond goofiness isn't a bad thing, but Goldfinger introduces a certain level of goofiness. It's inevitable when it comes to Bond, but all in all, it's fun!
McCurdy, so what was the death? You mentioned that there was
the sad, unfortunate death. So we've been talking about it. Tease for next episode, the allegations on Thunderball. From the first film to the third film, they've been wanting to make Thunderball. There was a huge legal dispute over the rights of that to some extent because of those allegations. It gave a lot of stress to Ian Fleming, the writers of these books. And unfortunately, he died before this film came out. This was the last film that he ever had any contact with the production. 25 films. The guy died at 56 years old, which is not old. I mean, my dad's older than that. I think most of our dads are older than that.
Well, remember, he's writing a character where the core philosophy of Bond is, I'm going to be dead by the time I'm 45. So I'm going to get syphilis. I'm going to up my liver. I'm going to capitalize on every moment I have because I know that my time is extremely limited.
Every picture you see him in, he's smoking a cigarette with a holder. Of course, he was an avid drinker. So it's no surprise that he died of a heart attack at such a young age. But it's unfortunate.
Segue, that's one of the best jokes of this whole movie is...
I suppose I'll be able to get a drink here.
I told the stewardess, liquor for 3.
Who are the other 2?
Oh, there are no other 2.
There are no other 2. You fucking alky Bond? And he's like, oh, yes.
All right, so this one goes to Ian Fleming, who died during the production of this film. He wrote all the stories that these films are based off of, and he created the character. So here's to Ian Fleming.
Ian Fleming, the real-life James Bond.
There we go.
The real guy.
Cheers to that, man.
Thunderball once again pits Bond James Bond against Spectre, the evil organization responsible for the events of Dr. No and From Russia with Love. The organization makes good on the extortion portion of their name when they steal an atomic bomb from NATO and threaten to destroy a major Western city if the NATO governments refuse to hand over a ton of money. When the entirety of MI6 is tasked with finding the bomb, Bond follows a lead to Nassau, where he has a run-in with Emilio Largo, number 2 of Spectre, and the man responsible for the crime. Going to our oddly aquatic buddy McCurdy, what do you have for us on the historical end of things?
I didn't think that gag was going to last long enough. Holy
Just leave it on the whole time.
No.
You should have done this whole thing from a pool. Just
should have.
That
would have been great. This is so gentlemen, of course, this is when things get aquatic and we do lots of underwater visuals and all this stuff.
Was that a combo of iconic and aquatic? Aquatic?
Aquatic.
Did you mean to do that?
We should say the aquatic episode of the Bond franchise, Thunderball.
Yeah, from here on, if you utter the word iconic, you drink.
All right, kids, let's get into it. So typically, we get into all the cast and crew, behind the scenes stories, but today I'm going to set all that aside, and we're going to deep dive in, see what I did there, into the behind the scenes tale that is the legal battle over Thunderball. So let's begin. So we set our story way back to 1958, and at this point, Ian Fleming has made a handful of the Bond novels. Casino Royale's been adapted for television. He's doing fairly well. He's doing very well for himself. And then one of Fleming's friends comes to him and says, hey, you know what would be great? What if there was a James Bond movie? Fleming, of course, says, by Jove! It would be great! Pip, pip, let's do it! So, of course, him and his friends get together. They start coming up with ideas for a Bond screenplay. And he's quickly introduced to a man who will be maybe the antagonist of all of the Bond franchise, or maybe his own hero in his own story from a certain point of view. And that man is Kevin McClory.
He's a specter on the entire franchise.
Yes, I thought I saw a spectre at your shoulder.
McClory, he was an Irish writer and director. He's made documentaries, he made some films. He wasn't a big deal. Like, this guy was, just some average filmmaker. This guy wasn't by any means Steven Spielberg. So him, Ian Fleming, and then he introduced a screenplay writer named Jack Whittingham. The three of them came together and they started coming up with all these ideas, these outlines and stuff. But why is this story so important? Because it sounds like I'm going on about some stupid legal battle. Well, it's because they came up with Spectre and Ernest Blofeld, which, as you guys know, watching these films, are two big important parts of the Bond franchise. And they are both introduced in this book, or I should say the screenplay. So they come up with the screenplay. The screenplay's title is Longitude 78 West. And of course, Fleming's like, that title sucks. So what is the new title? The new title is Thunderball.
Much
take
better.
That as much better. Yeah. But take that much as you will. But then Fleming makes a fatal flaw when it comes to this whole screenplay business. Instead of it becoming a movie, it doesn't become a movie right away, probably because of financing and all sorts of other reasons. He takes his screenplay and he adapts it into a novel, and he titles it Thunderball by Ian Fleming. And he gives a manuscript to his buddies. Say, here, Jack, here, Kevin, here's the manuscript to the new novel I'm going to write. It's called Thunderball. You guys should check it out, see what you think. And of course, they're like, what the f***, dude? The three of us came up with this idea. You're putting your name on this? Like, the three of us came up with this idea. You can't just, take our ideas and put it in a book and just say, hey, that's that, and make a bunch of money off of it. So quickly, of course, they sue and they try to prevent the book from being published. And of course, the book does get published anyway, but the legal proceedings still are ongoing. And so much so, now it's kind of like 1960, 1961. Albert Broccoli and Harry Saltzman are looking to make the Bond franchise. And Dr. No, we talked about, they wanted to do this novel first, and they couldn't, so they ended up doing Dr. No because of the legal battle that was going on. So again, this thing keeps coming up, and it keeps causing problems for Eon Productions.
As we talked about last week, it literally killed Ian Fleming.
Yeah, so a lot of the stress that was due to this, I mean, of course, Ian Fleming was an avid smoker, and we talked about that, and, he drank a lot and all that. But because of the stress due to these legal proceedings that were going on well into 1964, from the stress of it, he had a heart attack and all this stuff, and he passed away. But what ended up happening, they settled out of court. Fleming got the rights to the novel. And then Kevin McClory, and I believe Jack Whittingham, but it really just says Kevin McClory got the rights to the movie rights. So this is a problem for Saltzman and Broccoli now, because now they're like, oh shit, this guy has the rights to one of the novels. He could literally just take the film rights, go to a competing studio, and say, hey, that James Bond property, I have the rights to this book. We can make another James Bond and, make a shit ton of money off of it. So they didn't want that to happen. So what they decided to do, they made a deal with them. They said, look, we'll bring you on. You'll be the producer on this movie.
Did he actually do anything? Did McClory
he did.
do any producing?
When I read into it, it seemed like he did a lot of helping with the location scouting and everything else. So it wasn't like he was just somebody who's like, I did all this stuff. I have the rights to this movie.
Put my name on that? Thanks.
Yeah, it wasn't like that. I mean, he was still a filmmaker, and he still produced this film with Broccoli and Saltzman. But, Saltzman and Broccoli weren't like, oh, God, we had to deal with this dude. It's another person in the mix when they're already like a team. But the big deal about this whole thing is that in the clause of the agreement, it says, okay, you can make another Thunderball in 10 years. So after this movie comes out, we'll let you make another movie in 10 years. And really, that leaves it off for a story from another time. But because of these legal proceedings, for a lot of different reasons, this kind of comes back and haunts the franchise in later installments in the Eon Productions.
First off, I just want to throw in a little round of applause for Sean Connery, who finally stepped up and did his own goddamn turn and shoot in the gun barrel. So I just want to...
There we go.
Yeah. Good job,
I
Sean.
didn't even notice.
You did it. Even with Goldfinger, it was the stunt double guy who did the first 3 films, and now finally it's Sean. But the odd thing is that Sean's turn and shoot is just like a little weird. It's like he can't hold his balance exactly, But at least he finally stepped up to the plate and did it himself. This would normally be the part where I ask for an official proposition for Thunderball. I'm going to throw my own hat in the ring because I want to somewhat restate the minutes from last week. Last week was like our
first fun argument time. We actually had two movies that it could have been either or, and we ultimately settled on Goldfinger for several reasons. Go watch that episode if you haven't seen it. The discussion came down to the spectrum that Bond lives on. Serious and gritty, and then fun and goofy, and they all fall somewhere in that spectrum. So ultimately, we put Goldfinger at the top, From Russia with Love at number 2, and Dr. No at number 3. What I'm going to submit is that Thunderball has nothing on Goldfinger. It has nothing on From Russia with Love. I think where the discussion last week was Goldfinger versus From Russia with Love, and we barely even talked about Dr. No because it was just understood it was at the bottom. Even though it's a fabulous movie, it's still at the bottom. I'm going to submit Thunderball versus Dr. No fighting for the bottom of the list. And I'm going to propose that we put Thunderball at the bottom.
Ooh.
Do I have a second on that?
I disagree.
Here's
and
the
I'm
thing.
I'm gonna agree with Charlie.
Okay,
Yeah,
so it's
I'm somewhere in the middle. I agree with the first proposition that these two battle it out.
I do agree with that.
I'm
I
not
just
sure.
think
So
I'm not sure I fully agree. It's at the bottom yet.
So we are at least understanding we're not fighting. Last week was fighting for the top position. This week, fighting for the bottom. But in the grand scheme of things, I think Dr. No has less stupid shit. It may not be as big. It may not have the impressive underwater visuals and all that. But regardless, I think it makes better decisions where Thunderball has a lot of stuff that if you don't think about it, it works. But if you think about it and you nitpick it, the movie has a lot of stupid cutting of corners and poor decision-making in terms of movie logic. And for those reasons, that compels me to put Thunderball at the bottom of the list.
Personally, for me, I think it's a little bit better than Dr. No, but I don't disagree with you. So let me go through some of what, when I'm watching the movie, maybe you guys noticed this too, but I do agree, Charlie, that this movie has a lot of plot convenience. And I don't know if it's from the scripting stage or if it was from the book stage or where it came in. So the first one I can buy at least, because I'm like, okay, it's the beginning of the movie, but when you do it multiple times, that's when it kind of like, okay, now you're breaking the fourth wall for me. So the first one's Bond just so happens to be at the same spa that Angelo's at. That just seems a little convenient, but I can buy it. I can be like, okay.
Yeah, so Angelo is the guy who is hired by Spectre, specifically Count Lippy. Angelo takes on the face and persona of Francois Derval, who is a pilot for NATO. They do a little body double thing so they can swap in their man Angelo for Derval. They kill Derval, and then Angelo goes off on this mission to steal the nukes. This just so happens to be right after Bond kills number 6 of Spectre.
Yes.
I regret to inform you all of the death of Spectre number 6. Colonel Jacques Bouvard was killed by an unknown assassin.
So then they bring in everybody, all the 00 agents are brought in. All of the United Kingdom's Secret Service is on high alert.
It is very cool and unprecedented that you have all of the 00s lined up, literally like the 9 rings for the men, blah, blah, blah.
And 9 rings were gifted to the race of men who above all else desire pussy.
We never see any of them. We just see their backs. But it's understood that you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and Bond walks over to seat number 7 and sits down. That's really cool and shows that this is movie number 4 that has a bigger budget.
This is why it's better. It's got
better briefing
more
scenes.
agents.
Better. More agents is better. Yeah.
Scott, you say it, please. More agents.
More numbers. Bigger screen on wall. Giant contraption carpet.
Goldfinger has the better plot. It has a better plot, better villain, better co-villain, better car, better cube.
I want to hear
Let me add
why,
another
though.
point.
I want to fucking hear specifically why it's better.
Russia for Love. It has a better overall plot, better villain.
That means, Scott, I'm saying that means nothing to me. I want you to tell me why. It had a better overall plot.
Let me talk.
It means nothing.
Then let me talk. Stupid dick.
If you were to analyze the
I'm gonna drive up to Michigan and kill this
Yes. Okay, so let's talk about that for a second. This is where the second big plot convenience comes in play. So Bond gets a folder, and you notice it says On Her Majesty's Secret Service, which will be a later film, but I love that that is on there. So he opens the folder up. They say, open your folders up. He looks through all the files. It's all the pilots, everything you need to know about the mission of the Vulcan, which was the plane that goes missing. He goes and finds a photo. Oh my God, look. He sees a photo of Angelo with another girl who we will know as the main Bond girl in this. Her name goes by Domino. And he sees that and he goes,
Well, there was a photograph of that man in this dossier you gave us. His name is Duval. Well, I saw him last night at Shrublands, but he was dead.
Huh, I saw this man last night. He died. And then he sees his sister and it's taken in Nassau. The bombs must be in Nassau.
Who is this girl?
Duval's sister, sir.
Do you know where she is now?
Nassau.
Again, James Bond, super spy, just so happens to be at a spa after killing number 6 of Spectre to meet another agent of Spectre who is plotting a face swap at that spa, who then commits the bomb stealing thing. And then Bond happens to be there to catch on to all of this.
What a coincidence.
Yeah, so convenient.
Almost as if...
As if it was intended.
Because originally he's told, M says, you're going to go to Station C, which is in Canada, and this is going to be your liaison, all the stuff.
Are the ladies hot in Canada?
He's like, no, I like this lady.
I'd rather go to Nassau. I'm not going to f***ing Canada. Are you f***ing kidding me, Em? Has Bond ever gone to Canada in his life? I don't think so. He goes everywhere but Canada in every one of these movies.
OBNASA, NATO training flight. Air traffic flashed as they lost it on radar, and we haven't been able to pick it up anywhere.
Was she losing altitude when she went off the screen?
Yes, sir, rapidly.
They already know where the path of the plane went, right? So in a modern movie, they would have been like, well, we know the plane was here. It stopped here. Like, you guys have all seen Lost, you know? Like, they know where the plane could have crashed. So you would think that maybe the first thing they thought is, oh, maybe we should look near the Bahamas to go find this. But no, it's because Bond sees a picture of the guy who died and was like, wait, he has a hot sister. Maybe the hot sister knows something.
Yeah.
The third one, which I think this is the time when someone in the writer's room was just like, it. You know, they were like, okay, we need to put this thing together, and we've already done this twice now. This one's the big clincher, was Bond, right after he investigates the Disco Volante, which, by the way, means flying saucer in Italian.
Okay.
After he investigates the Disco Volante, and, you know, they throw all those grenades and everything, and he goes to shore, he just conveniently so happens to get picked up by a Spectre agent.
He goes to hitchhike, and it just so happens to be Fiona. And it's like, okay, sure. Like, you know, it's like a horror movie where they get into the car and it turns out that's one of the serial killers.
But there's so many conveniences in this movie.
Well, this is as far as I go.
Yes, me too. This is my hotel.
What a coincidence.
Yeah, so convenient.
Oh, how convenient.
Well, how convenient. And it's almost like the writers literally wrote that in there because they knew, oh, this is very convenient.
But then once T walks in and he's like, whose luggage is this? And then she's in the tub and she's like, I thought you were in the wrong room. And
I had no idea that we were next door neighbors.
Oh, they just moved me down this afternoon. It's extraordinary, isn't it? Almost as if...
As if it was intended.
Yeah. That works. That's perfect because that's Bond doing his provoking thing, his provocation thing, where he's speaking the quiet part out loud, which he always does with bad guys. He makes it known. He says just enough to be like, I'm your adversary, without really coming out and saying it. So that line works. But before that, him getting into her car and her pulling up to the hotel is like a little too convenient, unless she knew where he was staying and she pulled up to that hotel. But then why was she driving along the road? Did she know that Bond had just had an assault on the yacht and that he was, you know, that's what I mean, where it's like, don't think too deeply into this and you'll enjoy it. But if you start thinking about it a little too much, it's like, it's at the bottom of the list. Who knows where these shortcuts came in? Maybe the original script was really long and they're like, it, Bond just so happens to be at the spa or whatever. But they could have injected a little more intrigue. You could have easily just started off with this weird mystery of double Dervals, right? Somebody saw this guy dead and then they saw him alive, and then this gets reported to the authorities, and then the briefing that Bond receives is like, I need you to look into this pilot. Well, what's so important about one pilot? Well, this pilot is alive and dead. What do you mean? Brief Bond about this mission regarding this dead body of a guy who should be alive. You can set up that intrigue without Bond being in the middle of it, and then have him investigate. Because again, what are we dealing with? We're dealing with a NATO pilot. All these guys have top clearance and all that. So he's a VIP within the military. And then they find the sister connection, and then maybe he goes to investigate, right? In the same way, and I'll say this, Dr. No is first and foremost a murder mystery. We talked about that episode 1. The whole toppling rockets thing is kind of secondary and who cares ultimately. Bond is called in on a murder mystery. And so if you draw a comparison on those lines, that they're both kind of these murder mystery plots, Dr. No's makes so much more sense and doesn't cut corners and all that bullshit. Bond shows up in Jamaica and has to put clues together and seek out leads and everything. Whereas with this, they just went lazy with it. I think what ultimately would have made more sense, have somebody other than Bond, have it be the masseuse, and she finds this dead body, and it's like, hey, Bond, go investigate this dead body found at this spa. Bond says, why? What's so important about this one dead body? M says, well, it belongs to one of the pilots who was on the Vulcan training mission. Oh, that's really interesting. How could the pilot be on the mission and be dead at the same time? Great opener. Then Largo kills Domino as a loose end. And then because they happen to find the dead body of Derval, they then put together, wait a second, these two siblings happen to die at the same time. It's kind of like Saving Private Ryan, where it just like triggers this like, wait, how did these two siblings die at the same time? And this guy happens to be the pilot of the ship that had the atomic weapons. And then that sends Bond to Nassau to solve who killed her and why. Now, that means that he can't f*** her, so that's where the producers go, and then they just introduce another chick. Like, she had a twin sister that Bond can have sex with or whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
But in the meantime, we have a more intriguing plot that makes more sense.
The thing about the Spectre ring, I think the layman or somebody who's just getting into these movies might say is like, that's so stupid. Why would you put a fucking squid ring on? Wouldn't that just tell you that you're part of Spectre? But in my mind, I think what the filmmakers and the writers are thinking is more like, no, that's kind of like a call sign, like a secret symbol, much like much like the Masons would wear rings or something. You know, oh, you're a Mason. Oh, you're a part of Spectre.
For sure. But why did they make them the size of Super Bowl rings?
That's that is
like
true.
Why is it so blatantly obvious?
And when did you find out?
Well, you're wearing the same ring as Largo.
It's a ring I like to wear.
Vanity has its dangers.
For a super secret evil organization.
Like, Scott, I get that, but I think Bond already knows what Spectre is, and like we've kind of already established
on that note, though,
a thing.
Why,
you know what I mean?
Why not give Count Lippy a ring as opposed to a random tattoo?
Yeah.
It's a red box with a
he
spike
has the
through
tongue.
it. Why does he have that and not a Spectre ring? Because a Spectre ring... Like, nowadays, they would do that. Nowadays, they'd be like, that's got to be a Spectre ring because the audience knows what that is.
I'll tell you why.
Why do that?
I'll tell you why.
Go ahead.
I know why. I'll tell you why.
F***ing go.
I just want to keep doing that. So I think the reason is because when they came up again with the idea of Spectre, going back to Kevin McClory and talking about that for a bit, one of the problems with this whole f***ing lawsuit is who comes up with Ernest Blofeld? Who came up with Spectre? There's evidence to suggest...
Ian was high as Kevin was drunk as shit. The other guy was like tripping on acid. Ideas were being thrown around like mad. It's impossible to part. I came up with that. No, I came up with that.
Okay.
No, you like
so there's evidence to suggest that Fleming came up with Spectre and Ernest Blofeld, and I think Kevin's like, no, I came up with that. But regardless of that, in the books and in the stories, the idea was that Spectre was a culmination of ex-SMERSH members.
Is that what you chaps in SMERSH call each other? SMERSH? Of course. Spectre.
Again, we talked about SMERSH being part about Smietspiona, which was Death to Spies, which was the Russian organization.
Smietspionem.
Death to Spies.
Death to Spies. It was the part of that organization, and it was a Spectre, in the books at least, was the idea that it was a group of different people from ex-organizations, like either from the Mafia or whatever, and they all had come together to form Spectre. So the fact that he has like a towel symbol on him may indicate that, oh, he was part of another organization at one point, and that might have just something that carried over from the books and they left it in the story and it doesn't really get well explained in the movie. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, fuck the books. It doesn't make sense in the movie.
Yeah,
and
you
it's
drink,
stupid.
McCurdy. You reference the books.
Yeah. Go ahead, drink.
Listen,
drink. Okay,
it's
we
got
have
better water. No, f you, Charlie. It's got better water. It's got
Bigger
better
boobs.
budget, bigger boobs. Fiona Volpe.
Fiona Voluptuous.
Volpe? Is that right? How you say it? Volpe?
Fiona Volpe.
Volpe is Italian for fox, which is very fitting for that character because one, she's a redhead, like a fox.
Yeah.
Two, she's a hunter. You see her, she kills several people in this film, or tries to, or is hunting for Bond.
Don't let her make so much noise. Use the chloroform.
And
three,
she's crazy, like a fox.
Like a fox. But she also the great sex scene with the bars, and it's like I'm wild like a cage animal. Or whatever she says. That whole scene.
You should be in a cage.
Yes, that whole scene it's very much on the nose. She is a fox.
Bond never says, "My name is Bond." James Bond. He never says that in this movie. But Fiona, when they're laying in bed, she says...
Do you like wild things, Mr. Bond, James Bond?
She calls him Mr. Bond, James Bond. And I don't know if that's just because, clearly she read a Spectre dossier on him.
And he's like, he always introduces himself like this. We don't know why.
But they clearly know about each other. Like, he sees the Spectre ring, and apparently everybody in Spectre knows about Bond, but they can't do a goddamn thing about it.
Because he is Bond, and as an enemy of Spectre, should be killed.
But she calls him Mr. Bond, James Bond, and I was like, that's the most self-referential it has been so far. Right?
Yeah,
that's
but I will say this.
It's been a little meta.
I also want to add something because I mentioned it last time, and I said this whole thing with Pussy Galore turning good at the end of the film is going to come back in the next film. This is the scene I was talking about. Charlie, it might be one of your favorite lines in the film.
My dear girl, don't flatter yourself. What I did this evening was for king and country. You don't think it gave me any pleasure, do you?
What I did this evening was for king and country.
Always.
And I always feel like every time I watch that scene, I'm always like, no, that's the writers literally being like, oh, well, like Bond f***ed a girl into being a good guy, and like now he doesn't. He tried, it didn't work. Let's point that out.
So she's the anti-Pussy Galore.
Yeah.
James Bond, who only has to make love to a woman, and she starts to hear heavenly choir singing. She repents and immediately returns to the side of right and virtue. But not this one.
She was such a great addition because she was the smarter villain of the two in the fact that she was like, I know his weakness. It's me.
Yeah.
I'm his goddamn weakness.
That's true.
I'm going to show up looking sexy in a bathtub, tits out.
When the time is right, he will be killed.
I will kill him when it's convenient.
She's one of my favorite additions to this movie. And like one of the reasons I would say this movie has a plus on Dr. No is that I like her character throughout. She even like tells Largo, no, we can't kill him now because if we kill him now, like their agents are going to know.
If Bond had died last night as a result of your hastiness, his government would have known for certain the bombs are here.
So we can't kill him now, but we'll kill him then.
Let's talk about Largo then, because you're totally right so far as Largo is an idiot. He's a stupid asshole. Fiona is so much smarter than Largo. She should have been the baddie that lasted longer, and Largo should have died sooner.
Yeah.
Largo only continues to show how stupid he is throughout the movie, and that he should not be number two. He should have been the guy that was fried in the chair right away. Largo got in with a NATO pilot. He's the one who got in with Derval by way of Domino.
Where did you meet him?
In Capri. I was there with my brother, Francois.
He set up that connection, right? He sold out Derval to Lippy and to Fiona and set all that thing in motion. He should have immediately killed Domino. Domino is a loose end. She should have been thrown into the shark pool immediately, right? Instead, he keeps her around, and she is the only thing linking all of them to Derval, literally by blood. So he's an idiot for not killing her right away. And then when Bond shows up and just starts kind of poking his nose into everything, Largo's, his ego is like, well, I should just kill this guy. Even though killing Bond or killing anybody looking into this atomic bomb question, if they're an agent and they're killed, that immediately flags like, hey, send everybody to Nassau. There's probably something going on in Nassau. again, like we talked about in the last 3 episodes, every bad guy keeps Bond alive for a specific reason. They all had their own reasons, but they kept them alive. Largo wasn't as smart as Goldfinger to figure out, hey, I should just kidnap Bond, or I should just detain him otherwise, or force him to tell his superiors, like, oh yeah, everything's fine in Nassau. Instead, he has the most half-assed assassin ever go sit in Bond's shower and wait for Bond to come in, and Bond easily bests him. And then when half-assed assassin guy goes to tell Largo, Largo's like, you idiot.
You let him get the better of you.
Largo's the fucking idiot. He's the dumbass for trying to kill Bond in the first place and sending the shittiest assassin possible. What should have happened instead, to make Largo look not so fucking stupid, is to have given those lines of Fiona's over to Largo and had Vargas or some other lieutenant of his go try to kill Bond or have a run-in with Bond that would lead to scraps or something where, like, you know, they almost fight to the death. And then that scene, Largo would be like, you idiot, if you kill Bond, you're just going to send in the authorities, and then punish that bad guy by throwing him into the shark pool. And Largo isn't as much of a fucking dumbass. I do really enjoy the shooting trap scene between Largo and Bond, but
it's not the golf scene.
Yeah. It's more because of Bond, because Bond is being pure Bond, who loves to provoke. He loves to be pushing the bad guy's buttons. It starts with the whole...
Yes, I thought I saw a specter at your shoulder.
All the way to that moment where he can't help himself. He's like, what's this, a shotgun? And then he just does the shoot from the hip, which is one of the coolest f***ing Bond moments ever.
Oh, yeah.
What could be easier?
Perhaps you'd call one for me.
Of course.
Ball! Seems terribly difficult. No, it isn't, is it?
Right before that, he also, when he grabs the gun, he pulls it away. He's like, this looks like it's fitted for a woman.
Yeah.
Just to mock him right away.
He's pointing out that he had just had a guest who was Fiona, who he knows is bad.
But tying it back in, he immediately says,
looks more fitting for a woman.
Do you know much about guns, Mr. Bond?
No. I know a little about women.
I've got holes in different area codes.
Charlie, I know I'm on the fence here, but I'm going to defend this movie just a little bit.
Yeah, please do.
The last time I talked about Goldfinger, and I'll say this, Largo is no Goldfinger. Goldfinger is charismatic. He looks like a dimwit, but you underestimate him at every turn. Largo, not so much. Largo is kind of like by-the-book villain, right? I mean, for God's sakes, they give the man an eye patch. I don't even think they explain it. They're just like, he's got an eye patch. He's got to be a bad guy. But what I like about this movie, like, it's got better water, okay? Like, that's the one thing, is the action sequences in this movie are, I think, much, much better than they are in Dr. No. And to be honest, like, most of the movies is for entertainment value, not so much for substance. But I do think there's that film, the movie has that going for it. Again, like I said before, I really do like Fiona. I think she's a really great henchwoman for this film, and probably one of the better Bond villainists that kind of get overlooked, even better than, I mean, Honor Blackman's a great Bond girl, but I think as a villain, Fiona's a much better villain, of course. I think Largo in this movie, unlike Dr. No, he's much more active. Yes, he's stupid. Like, you guys agree. I agree. I get what you're coming from. Like, he doesn't make the best decisions, but I do think that he at least is active in his role where he's overseeing to making sure, okay, we got the nuclear weapons, they're coming in. And, you know, he's already planned this whole thing out. You never see Dr. No do any of this stuff. I mean, Dr. No is kind of just sitting in a chair with his metal hands.
So you're calling him a micromanager then?
Yeah, like,
I think he just likes scuba diving.
But again, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing.
You know?
We talked about that last week with Goldfinger, and it worked. My argument was, so screen time equals better bad guy.
And I said that's not what I was
screen
saying.
Time, you say activity. I want my bad guy to do more. But for me, that doesn't change the fact, though. That doesn't change the fact that Largo just comes across as a f***ing dumbass. Yeah. Whereas Dr. No, the only mistake he made, I guess, was not fully electrifying the cell that he put Bond in.
Sure.
Bond just kind of immediately got out by what he like used his shoes or something. But otherwise, Dr. No, even when he's unseen, right?
Dr. No's performance is better.
He is kind of like the Blofeld of that movie so far as he is not seen as much as he's heard, and he's like that unknown bad guy. You don't see him, so it's kind of intriguing.
who is this guy, and there's more mystery there. Whereas it worked for Goldfinger, who was a more active bad guy, but he was charismatic, and he was this disgusting fat who Bond saw as nothing, and then at every turn he had a surprise for Bond, and that's why we agreed that Goldfinger was at the top of the list because of Goldfinger himself.
Yes,
I don't think Largo saves this movie
agree.
in the same way, and I think Largo brings it down. And I don't think that Fiona is enough to raise it back up. I think Fiona is great, but I think she should have been that omnipresent bad guy throughout. You know what I mean?
But I will say, I think what you're describing with Dr. No in this fact is I forget the actor's name already. I think his performance is definitely better than Largo's. And fun fact, Largo's performance is also dubbed. So that's like 3 movies.
I knew to look for it this time.
4 movies in a row, someone's dubbed.
Yeah. On the dubbing thing, though, I thought my impression was like much like it would be today. You have an actor come in, they perform, and then if they're going to be dubbed, you're going to pull them into your looping studio like this, and you're going to have them talking to a microphone. The fact that they just had, and I guess it's because everybody's been foreign, right?
Yeah.
Dr. No was his own voice because he's Canadian.
Is his name?
But everybody else, so we have Ursula Andress, who's, what is she?
She was dubbed?
But she's like Germanic or she's Swedish or something. Like she heavy accent, Gert Frobe, heavy accent. Now we have Largo actor guy.
It's Adolf. I'll find his name. Hold on.
Adolfo. We had, I assume he had a heavy Italian accent or something.
Yes.
Like if you have a heavy accent, they don't give you voice lessons. They just say, it. We'll dub it.
Dub them, yeah. I'm going to put up a very weak fight for you guys because I still maintain in my head that I think Thunderball is just a more entertaining movie than Dr. No.
And yes, bring it. You defend it.
No, Dr. No. It's, again, they were figuring shit out, and finally they get the script to the movie that they really wanted to do originally, and that movie, they put everything into it, and even so much like all of the underwater sequences are really a good addition to the film. I even would say that the DB5 sequence in the movie, it's very brief, but I think in some ways it's better because you actually see a lot of it. In Goldfinger, it's in the dark. It's kind of hard to make out what's exactly going on to an extent. In this one, you actually kind of see the DB5 in action a little bit more. Obviously, there's a lot more gadgets. Again, it's kind of that super spy versus spy argument we had the last time. So yeah, the films had evolved a little bit. And I can see your argument, Charlie. I can see you thinking, well, that's because they had more money. This movie spent $8 million. I think it was like $9 million. Way more than they spent on Goldfinger.
That's 3 times the budget.
They went like
that's 9 times the Dr. No budget.
Yeah, so better budget.
But here's the thing. You have to admit, though, that where that money went to was purely spectacle. And that doesn't mean bad, because watching that underwater battle, it's like
awesome.
It's like watching the Civil War underwater. It's f***ing awesome. But it is purely spectacle. It doesn't add to the story. It adds to the, cinematics.
And I think
wow.
You're right. I'll say that, I agree with you, but I do think the spectacle factor of the film definitely adds a lot more to the movie that was missing from Dr. No. And yes, Dr. No, it's definitely a smaller film. It's a lot of people talking in rooms and, creeping around corners and, investigating. But this film, you've got a lot more action scenes, a lot more Bond doing more things, whether he's trying to rescue his assistant who dies or, banging that hot chick in this movie. Damn. I'm not over her. She was just so gorgeous in this goddamn movie. She's like 2 pluses on this movie.
Which one?
Both of them. You know what? Damn it. Both of them.
Yeah, I agree. But which one are you talking about?
Definitely Fiona.
Yeah.
The bathroom, the bathtub scene. Oh, and then you know what? Domino's okay. But you know what really got me was the lady in the spa.
Behave yourself, Mr. Bond.
She's great. She's fantastic.
You put her above the rest?
She is far less than the other two.
Not the rest, but I think just the fact that you have those 2 hot women are far better than the women that they have in Dr. No.
Yeah, I want to try and support you, McCurdy.
Thanks, bud.
Budget doesn't make a better film. We obviously argued this in the last episode. Yeah, there's more action. The underwater scene, the boat chase, the car chases, but it all comes across very convoluted and rushed.
Are you talking about Dr. No or this movie?
This movie. I'm talking about the underwater fight scene at the end, which is obviously a large part of this budget conversation. It's convoluted as hell. It's just nuts. There's way too much happening. It's not structured at all. There's lobsters running around on the floor like, Jesus Christ, what's going on? Like even the fish have no idea.
So I thought you were going to support me, but then you just went the other way with it. But that's what
I'm trying to bring it. I'm trying to bring it full circle to my final point. My favorite part out of all of that is there's one point where two guys are fighting and a shark starts coming in, and they realize like, this, you're my friend. This shark. And they stop fighting. Totally. And they both focus on the shark like, here, take my spear gun, shoot it. I don't even care.
Did we just become best friends?
Yeah. And they're like, all right, well, do we just go?
When Connery read the script, he realized, there's going to be sharks in this shit. We need to have a plexiglass system, which is what you will see in most films, is they'll use like some kind of plexiglass to prevent the actors from interacting with actual like live animals if they're on set. Connery knew this. He's like, we need to do this. Like we need to have, that's a really terrible Connery. But anyway, we need to have a plexiglass. So when they get on the set and there's a scene where the fucking
wait, it's not glass, it's glass.
Plexiglass. When they had a scene where Connery was on set with the fucking shark glass, and the fucking shark breaks the glass, Connery was like, oh shit, and he got the out of that pool.
Sorry, old chap. Better luck next time.
McCurdy, here's my support is I think what brings this movie so close to Dr. No, or ahead of it, is I personally think this is Sean Connery's best performance as Bond. From start to finish, from his own fight scene, fighting his own stunt double in the beginning. That's his stunt double.
Oh, that's his own stunt double. Okay, I didn't even know that.
In the beginning, looking back.
Oh, wow. I don't think that adds to it, though.
No, I'm not saying, but he fought, stepping up and doing the fight scene.
Yeah.
I think it was overall some of his best conversations, some of his best quippy lines throughout the movie. I can't say it's better than Goldfinger, but I think overall.
No, I don't think it's better. It's definitely not better than Goldfinger.
But I think what brings it down is the writing, the writer, the script, the side characters. They all seem very shallow. That's what I think brings the movie down. But overall, what brings it up for me is I think it's actually one of Connery's best performances as Bond.
I agree with that. I think the performance is great, but I do think when people talk about good writing in a movie, there's many different things you can talk about. And yes, I think the plotting of this movie is kind of shit because there's a lot of, like we said before, it's a lot of inconvenience.
It's convoluted.
But what I do really, really like about this movie is that they became so comfortable with all the little quippy lines. Because Charlie, for God's sakes, you love all the good, the good lines. Like one of my favorites in the movie is when he kills Largo's henchman with the harpoon and they're sitting on the beach.
I think you got the point.
And that scene in itself, I think, is actually a pretty good scene. That's like a really great scene for Connery, and it's a really great scene for the woman who plays Domino, because he has to tell her very uncomfortable news that it's like, hey, your brother died. That's a lot of big news to take. And the fact that the person that you've been sleeping around with killed him, that's also big news. But then on the third thing he has to say is like, listen, all that, I know you're upset, but look, there are a lot of people that could die. I need to know if these bombs are on that boat. I think that is one of the strongest scenes in the movie for his character as far as Connery's performance. And that's, I think that's also another reason why I think this movie's just slightly better than Dr. No. And slightly, because I cannot disagree with you about those plot conveniences, the inconveniences in this movie.
I mean, it's not just that, though. Sorry, Nance, just to respond to that real quick. It's not just the cutting the corners, because I can easily overlook that stuff. It more so has to do with, I think overall, Dr. No, I appreciate its simplicity, and then this has this kind of like half-assed complexity to it. A lot of it does have to do with those plot shortcuts, but a lot of it has to do with Largo as well. And yes, Connery has a solid performance, but at this point, Bond is going to be Bond. He's had 3 movies to practice, and he kills it in this one. But I barely bring Bond's performance into any movie, honestly, because Bond is Bond. The whole character is the guy has fucking ice in his veins, and he's obsessed with completing his mission.
I disagree.
It's hard to that up, especially after he warmed up with 3 movies, and then he jumps into Thunderball, good to go.
Listen,
I look at everything other than Bond, right?
That's
because
fair,
every movie I'm going to be like,
Bond's
Bond's performance is great. I'm gonna think that every movie. Let me throw one thing into that ring, though. Bond commits the heaviest sin that Bond can commit in this movie. McCurdy, you brought up how Fiona is the perfect anti-pussy galore. Bond's like, I f***ed you for King and Country. And she's like, I f***ed you for Spectre, bitch. You know, and he's what? You know, and that's terrific. That's great.
Yeah.
Once again, the feminists have on the James Bond franchise because every woman is kick-ass. You can't find a weak bitch in the James Bond franchise. So feminists, be angry about that. Except for this movie. Because James Bond commits the highest sin that James Bond can commit. And what is that, you're wondering? How does Bond get women? Pure lust, pure attraction. But in this movie, Bond blackmails a woman to f*** him. That should never, ever be the case.
Somebody's gonna wish the day had never happened.
Oh, you wouldn't tell Dr. Wayne. Please, I'd lose my job.
Well, I suppose my silence could have a price.
You don't mean... Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
She took that blackmail really well, though. She was like,
yes,
oh.
but last week, you guys
Blackmail.
said Bond spanking Dink was cringy, and I was like, come on, it's Bond being Bond.
Behave yourself, Mr. Bond.
This, where he blackmails a woman, coincidentally another masseuse, he blackmails her into f***ing him because he's basically threatening to get her fired.
Please, I'd lose my job.
Bond should never, ever do that. It's genuine desire that brings women into his lusty trap, right? Instead, he's like, oh, somebody's going to pay for this. And he's obviously talking about Count Lippy. And she's like, oh, no, I could lose my job. And he's like, well, then my cock, bitch. And she's like, okay. and then immediately he's like, okay, thanks, idiot.
See you later.
See you later.
Alligator.
Which I laugh my ass off every time. But that is so anti-Bond, it makes me want to puke.
I wrote down in the notes as I was watching this movie, like, Dink was one thing, not to keep bringing Dink up, but that's one thing.
Dink brings me up.
Another level. But even before the whole blackmail scene, I don't know if she's a masseuse or a nurse or what. The whole complex was confusing. But he does the arm thing to like trap her, and she's like, no. And then later on, he pushes further with the whole blackmail thing.
But it's all well and good that he's coming on to her. I mean, like, because he's coming on to her. That's what, Bond is all about. Dr. No means no. He is always pushing that, but he always does it in a playfully charming way, even if the woman plays hard to get, because Bond loves the chase. But here, it doesn't come across as playful. It straight up reads like, do this or else, because they never have that moment where she seems into him. In fact, it's the opposite, and then it just turns. He knows that women want
very
him.
rapey.
He knows this. So Bond can be as rapey as he wants, because ultimately chicks are like, yeah, you were right the whole time. I do want to bang you. That's not us. That's not men in general. That's James fucking Bond. So much so that James fucking Bond doesn't need to blackmail women into sleeping with him. That's where I go, I'm offended. I'm deeply offended. I'm deeply offended. And not for her sake, for Bond's sake. That smears Bond horribly. That is a stain on his record.
That's a tough argument.
All right.
2021.
That's
man talk.
We never mentioned Q scene in this movie, and I just think it has one of the best moments in the movie is when he says he gives him the pill.
A recently developed harmless radioactive device.
Harmless.
Which sends out a homing signal to a special receiver.
What am I supposed to do with this?
Well, obviously, you swallow it.
Now?
You have to appreciate that the producers and Terrence Young saw what Guy Hamilton did with Q and said, this has to be what we do for eternity, right?
Yeah.
Like, once again, minute one, he's just like, oh, hey, Q. And Q's like, I know, I hate you too, asshole, but, like, we gotta be here.
Oh, no.
007.
What a wonderful surprise.
Well, for me, too.
Bond might as well be sitting there, and Q's like, hey, I have this gadget for you. And Bond's like, hey, I have this gadget for you. And Q's like, Bond, stop repeating what I say. Bond, stop repeating what I say. That's the kind of feeling that they have. And it's fun. It's always fun. And it was Guy Hamilton that had to come in and be like, these Q scenes are boring. Let's throw a little bit of conflict in there.
Let's spice them up a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like Goldfinger started at that. They started to try to
That's
create
why I say Guy Hamilton.
Guy Hamilton, director of Goldfinger.
Between Q and Bond. But this film, I think they finally got it down. That whole Q's just going to treat Bond like a child and an idiot the whole time they're talking.
Q is like, oh my God, this guy.
Off. This comes back to the convenience of the overall plot. There's too many convenient points. Starting off, one you didn't mention, McCurdy, right at the beginning, JB, what's his name? Bouchard. Bond makes the point that he notices she opened her own door. You know, a woman at a funeral isn't going to open her own door. And that's where he makes the point like, oh, that's him. I'm going to go kill him.
Madame, I've come to offer my sincere condolences.
How is there a jetpack conveniently placed on top of his house for escape? Why is that there?
I can actually explain that. Scott, that is something I can actually explain. With the jetpack, which I do want to bring up, that jetpack's real. That is a real jetpack. That thing actually works. That's not a fake thing. That was real. It had a
works as in it shoots gas out of it. It can't actually propel you up.
Yeah, there's no way.
It does. Charlie, it actually propels you up.
It can actually propel a 200-pound man into the sky.
Where's the proof of
wearing
this?
those jetpacks would fly into like football stadiums and stuff. That's a real thing.
It's lined with f***ing aluminum foil. How the hell does it actually work?
It's not. It works. This actually works. And when you think of jetpack, okay, like if you guys know about jet engines or whatever, we're not talking about jets, but yeah, it's compressed like hydrogen gas or whatever it is. Not hydrogen. I don't know exactly. I don't know the science of it. It's compressed gas, but yes, it does propel people. It's not very long. It's not like Rocketeer stuff.
But wait. No. This is a movie prop. Are you saying the movie prop can do it?
You can argue with me about like, no, there's no way. Like, yes, it's a real thing. They've used it at Super Bowls. It was used as like, it's used at big events all the time as like, oh God, look up on YouTube. There's tons of videos of these jetpacks being used. It's not like a fake thing. It's more of a novelty.
Okay.
It was developed by the military.
Jetpacks can be a real thing.
Yeah.
This
they call it a rocket belt. So to be fair,
in the movie,
the actual name is
the movie.
Is this a movie prop or is this a working jetpack that I could put on and shoot into the air?
It is a working thing called a rocket belt. Look up rocket belt. It's a working
when that
thing.
guy flies though, when the stuntman wears it and flies, that's real.
That is real. When you see him jump off and do that whole thing, that's real.
No
Now, of course, when they do the close up of Connery, that's a close up, and they do that's a rear project, exactly. But that's a real thing that he's actually flying over and he lands, and then they do the cowboy switcheroo, and it's Connery putting the prop version of it into the back of the Aston Martin.
Okay, so we got that. Now tell Scott why the jetpack
Scott, the reason
there.
why it's not an inconvenience is because if you remember, it's
not
like,
inconvenience. It's incredibly
enough
convenient.
To realize.
It's too convenient.
Here's hold on. If he can go from the ground to
but why is it there? He didn't know. He thought he was dead. He was at his funeral.
He put it there.
He planned it. He knew he wasn't dead, but he made the point. You shouldn't have opened your door yourself. That's what gave you away. He thought he was actually dead.
No, Scott. He leaves the funeral. Bond follows him. He goes to his house. He gets on the jetpack. He flies up. He puts the jetpack down. He goes into the house.
So loud.
Sits there and waits
How did
for
nobody
him.
Hear him flying onto the roof of the house? That's the point I'm making. It doesn't make much sense.
If you want to talk about
loud before.
Okay, that's fair. But you want to talk about loud?
I would say I think he had the French agent plant it.
Maybe
so.
And that could be it
get
too.
In the getaway
Fair enough.
car.
That could be it too.
Yeah.
But the other if you
because why else would she be there? What other purpose does she serve to just be sitting in the Aston Martin DB5 the whole time? Instead, my assumption is they got there together. Bond said, hey, I'm going to sneak in. You sneak in through the top. You put the jetpack there. You come back down. You get in the DB5. I'm going to fly over. You're going to help me load it up. And then when they come in and shoot at us, I'm going to put up the thing. And then we're going to shoot them with water. And then we're going to go
I'm okay with either of those explanations. The other loud thing that bothers me in the movie is when he's at Largo's compound and he already goes in the basement. And then he gets out of the basement. And it's like the cellar door. And if you watch it, he walks out of the cellar door
and
that
slams
it.
He slams the shit out of it. Yeah.
And there's a bunch of Batman's. You
Yeah.
have a bunch of these Batman 66 henchmen wearing all black, like walking around with guns, trying to be like, "Where's this dude at? Where's
But
this dude at?" And it's like,
that's
how do they
that's
not
like-
hear him?
Those are just mistakes.
Yeah,
Like those are just
overlooked.
mistakes. Like
It's just a
we
thing.
won't count that against the movie.
No.
Goldfinger had goofy stuff, right? It didn't necessarily have stupid stuff. Goofy and stupid are related, but they're not the same thing. Goofy is stupid that's fun and still makes sense. Stupid is just stupid. And there are certain things in this movie that, again, if you don't think about it too much and you just love Bond like we all do, you just go along with it. But some of the things I noted was like the bad guy hiding in Angelo's room, right, was Count Lippy. And it's like this red herring where it's like, here's Count Lippy. But then a guy attacks through the window. And it's like, why did a guy attack through the window? Like, that was he called there? Was he just there? Like, was he waiting for Bond to get on the phone? I get that they didn't have Count Lippy do it because then they could have a scene where Count Lippy tries to kill Bond, but then Fiona kills Count Lippy. But like, why didn't they let Count Lippy kill Bond first and then have Fiona kill Lippy? And then why does Fiona then just dump her entire motorcycle into a random lake? And then what does she like call a cab? Does she like walk home? Like certain things where it's just like, I guess that makes sense, but it doesn't. And then even nitpicking stuff. Like I want to go home with Domino, right? I want to have Domino take me in her boat to the shore. So, hey, my assistant girl, keep turning this key. But then Bond goes and unplugs the motor. And then he's like, the motor's not working, but like, just say the motor's not working.
That scene is so cheesy.
Fiona's death, she's like, hey, Bond, why don't you come with us? And it's like, just usher Bond out. Have those guys usher Bond out. Or maybe Bond's going to fight them or make a scene.
So why
but
does she have to go
walk
in there?
up and like shoot him in the head. But instead, they have that slow pistol that's just going to fire into a crowd. Right? It's just going to fire into a crowd of people. And then, if you don't think about it that hard, all of us are Bond fans, so we'll give Bond a pass on its stupid stuff and we just laugh at it and enjoy ourselves. But if you do hold it to those points, this movie just slowly starts to drift below Dr. No, where Dr. No doesn't have all that shit. I mean, even the Three Blind Mice, which is like, we pointed out how ridiculous it is. We're still like, but f it. They still triumph in the end. You know what I mean?
Charlie, you could say this movie sinks to the bottom. You could. But Charlie, you did say,
leave.
So you did say like I actually wrote that down, the Fiona, how she dies, because that whole sequence, right? The beginning of the sequence, again, it's another convenience thing. It's not a big plot convenience, but it's a little like, how does Bond get out of the sequence? And in other films, Bond uses his intelligence to figure out how to get out of things by his surroundings. But it just so happens in the sequence, a drunk comes up with alcohol and she just so happens to be smoking a cigarette. So what does Bond do? He breaks the glass and creates a distraction. But like, it's just like the writers trying to come up with an idea, like, oh, like if
they
it were
broke
another movie,
why is the guy so insistent?
Get out of here! Can't harm you, man.
Drink my booze.
And when we get that scene you were talking about with the gun and how stupid it is, I think it's a convenience thing where it's like Bond swishes her in a way to make her a human shield just at the right moment. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, and that's what I mean. That's what I mean. In a movie with $9 million, couldn't you have come up with a better idea than just a gun that comes up from a curtain? Like, I get it that we go, oh, gun, bad thing. But this is James Bond. Can't they do something a little more fun than just a gun? Like, can't they have like somebody with a poison needle that's gonna prick Bond and Bond turns her into the needle? Like,
that would have been great. Yeah,
that's a little more spy-esque than firing a gun that doesn't even have a silencer into a crowd.
And that moment was so drawn out. Just
they do it.
Gun sitting, gun,
make it
drums,
intense.
drums, gun, drums.
The guy's literally waiting for the drums to finish.
Drums.
Hold on, a little nerd fact. So the title of the club that he goes into is called the Kiss Kiss Club. So there was an Italian journalist, a critic, who basically had called James Bond Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, Mr. Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. And the title song for this movie was originally going to be called Mr. Kiss Kiss Bang Bang until You know, they got their heads out of their asses and they were like, wait a minute, why would we do that? Let's do a song called Thunderball, which I think is a great song, by the way. So instead they put it in the movie as, I think it's the Kiss Kiss Club, but it's in reference to what this critic said about James Bond, calling him Mr. Kiss Kiss Bang Bang.
Well, McCurdy's already stole my fire for my music point.
You're welcome. But
you know, I might as well continue into this portion.
I love the music
ranking
in this movie.
Songs.
Well, yeah,
I like the music.
At this point, we have 3 movies that all have a classically sung title song, right?
Yeah.
Because Dr. No
It's the title's
nil.
theme. Yeah.
We have From Russia with Love, Goldfinger, and now Thunderball. The name of the song, they're all the title, they're all titular, whatever the you want to call it. Go ahead. Which one is the best classically sung and why?
Well, I'm going to continue from McCurdy's point. They originally wrote the song Mr. Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, and 2 weeks before the release of the movie, the whole team decided, well, no, we follow this title sequence, you know, songs being focused towards the title sequence name. We got to rewrite it. Scratch that song. That song later came out, Mr. Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, but did not release at that point in time. This song, Thunderball, obviously written and composed by our favorite guy, John Barry, was sang by Tom Jones. Tom Jones was another one, a point I didn't make last week and obviously didn't fit to this film. Frank Sinatra actually said that Matt Monroe had the best voice of his generation. Frank f***ing Sinatra himself said that. That's what makes this comparison to From Russia with Love hard for me. Well, actually, I wound up conceding to Goldfinger being number 1, but this song out of the 4 is by far my favorite. Thunderball is number 1.
Okay.
My favorite point to that is that Tom Jones, it's actually documented when he was recording this song, he hit that final note so hard and with so much passion, he nearly passed out.
So he strikes like thunder.
It was actually recorded that he closed his eyes to hit the song and he held the note for so long that when he opened his eyes, the room was spinning and he had to hold on to the audio recording wall. And he said, I nearly passed out because they said, destroy that last note. Yeah. And Tom Jones is personally for me, I've always loved Tom Jones. He's such an iconic, such a huge voice, such a
You got to take a drink. You have to take a drink.
I said iconic.
Well,
but I'm going to add to Scott and say that if I had another reason why I think this movie's better than Dr. No.
This song.
I'll say better music overall.
Music.
I love this.
Bigger notes.
Bigger notes. Love the music. I love, but
more words. More words.
Yeah. But literally, here's what's funny.
No, but that aside, though, I love the score specifically of this movie to the other films. I think this is one of the better scores in all the James Bond films, even if the movie doesn't live up to it.
I like the underwater stuff, for sure.
I love it. I love listening to it. Yeah. I could listen to it to hours. I love it.
Here's the funny part is because they had to switch so quickly within 2 weeks of the film release, Barry was quoted as saying, I don't think anybody really analyzed what the hell he was singing about. And I still don't know what the song is about to this day. But we were given that problem and we had to live with it. And in 2 weeks, they still made a song that was that goddamn good. That's why it's number 1.
If you listen to the lyrics, it's like something like he's like a thunderball. But like, what is a thunderball?
Yeah, they're like, wow. Let's go with it.
You just gave a Y for Thunderball. Give a little bit of credit to Goldfinger and From Russia with Love. Just give a little why they're good so we can properly compare all 3.
All right, well, starting from the bottom, Dr. No, as of current, was just a bit of a cluster. Obviously, it goes from the original composure of the Bond theme as we know it to the Calypso dance theme crap to Three Blind Mice. It just, they didn't have it down. From Russia with Love is in 3rd as of current. If they would have nailed it and put it at the start of the film instead of the end, I still think that the film, you got to look at the song as it's put in the film with how we're ranking them personally, not just the song itself. Because Matt Monroe has a special place in my heart, and as I just referenced, Frank Sinatra actually is quoted as saying he's the best voice of our time.
Yeah.
And that's Batten. That's, you know, if you're gonna get a compliment from anybody, Blue Eyes. That's the top. So is into, again, a brilliant song, but it didn't have that Bond feel yet. I think that's the issue too from Russia with Love. It did not have that Bond feel. It didn't have the large composure, as McCurdy said, you know, with the actual Bond theme and the highs and the orchestra and the power of it. It was simplistic. It was beautiful, but it's not a Bond song. It's not. It doesn't feel like a Bond song. And then we come to Goldfinger, Shirley Bassey. Obviously, as far as anybody goes, but outside of John Barry, Shirley Bassey is the next most iconic Bond artist.
Drink.
As we will find. Oh, God damn it.
I'll drink to that too.
Goldfinger, I think, is where they first figured out that, all right, the power of a song and an artist with the background images and doing it right at the beginning of the film with a proper orchestra. Big notes, big sound.
Essentially realizing the connection between a title sequence and a song to ramp up that title sequence.
Yeah.
Right? Which I'll throw in a side note, this is the first time we have completely naked ladies, which we'll have for the rest of eternity, Bond-wise. And it was all thanks to I don't know, some PA forgot the bathing suits that day, so they were like, whatever, no bathing suits, just naked women with their titties flopping all over the place. So,
but to wrap it up,
Maurice Bender. Again, it's the same guy who did the other. Yeah, he's done the last two. Again, I think this time he said, "F it, let's."
Women have slowly been losing their clothing until now they're like, swim naked.
Yeah,
nobody's gonna see. We're gonna light you so nobody sees.
So,
but you can see.
But to wrap it up, just real quick, the music point. Thunderball is number one, and with its backstory and the fact that they created that song in under 2 weeks, it's the biggest song, best artist, the best vocal, best orchestral backing, as McCurdy mentioned. Mm-hmm. And I know I'm doing my thing here, but it is. It's the best executed Bond song to this point.
I just want to play devil's advocate a little bit here and I guess support McCurdy and Thunderball as a whole. It's hard to put aside and overlook the continuity issues, the plot conveniences, and the various other problems with this movie, but I feel like it was so close, and if they just reeled it in just a little bit, I think it could have been the best one so far.
Yep.
Yeah.
Of course, it's another atomic bomb thing, just like Goldfinger was. I preferred this one because, you know, they're stealing a jet. Sure, it's got the plot convenience of the guy invites him into the co-pilot seat for the better view.
Commandant, would you care to change places with the co-pilot? Better view up here. I'll be delighted to.
They're flying with live ordnance during a training mission.
Obianaza, NATO training flight.
She is armed, isn't she?
2 atomic weapons, sir.
That doesn't make sense to me, but I still like it. It's cool. Yeah. I love the location. I'm glad we're back in the Caribbean. We got some gambling. We get a little bit of the DB5. So I feel like they figured out the whole James Bond package and they just went overboard. They just were like, let's go as big as possible. We have all the money in the world to do it. Let's go massive. They just went too big.
I get that. And again, I told you guys I wasn't going to put as big of a fight as I think with Goldfinger over from Russia. But God, I think I enjoy this movie more. And every time I watch it, I was like sitting there just thinking, why does this movie suck? Like, that was my reaction.
Again, if you don't think about it that much, if you don't think about
it's not a bad
all the
movie.
little things, it's good. But to follow what Nance was saying, the money for this went into the spectacle. And it's good spectacle. Again, it's like watching the Civil War underwater. It's kick-ass. But the money went into the spectacle. and whereas with Dr. No, they didn't have spectacle money. They had story money. So there was more of a focus on story. Whereas with this, there was more of a focus on spectacle. Not a bad thing, but if you ask me which one is better, I'm going to go with the one that ranks higher so far as, like, it's got that better batting average of, like, logic behind it. And they're both directed by Terrence Young.
Yes.
And you get the feeling, because, again, we did Terrence Young, Guy Hamilton, Terrence Young.
This is Terrence Young's last movie that he does of the Bond franchise.
And you get the feeling as you're watching it that, I mean, literally, like the feeling, like it feels like you're watching Dr. No again. And I know he did From Russia with Love, but it feels just in the way it looks. I don't know if he carries the same cinematographer around with him, but it looks like Dr. No, but it just doesn't have the completeness that Dr. No has. Yeah. And it's like the emphasis was taken away from that simple story and was pushed towards spectacle. Thunderball could have pulled it off if it had just anchored its spectacle in a more interesting and intriguing story. Plenty of modern movies make the same mistake where it's like they spent most of their days and their budget on spectacle, and they let the story slowly slip away because they're worried about the fucking trailer, that they need to get asses in seats. How do we bring everybody back to the theater? It's got this incredible underwater stuff, which is incredible, but if you're outside of the zone of like, it's wildly impressive that they managed to do that, you're like, I don't give a shit. I don't give a. It's slow and boring.
It's hard to some of it is hard to understand, and it is. Wait, what's going on? Like if you're not paying attention, especially when you're trying to follow a movie by most audiences follow a movie by dialogue. They don't follow movies. Even though that filmmakers love following movies by visuals, most people I think follow movies by dialogue, and those sequences are very long, and there is not a lot of dialogue. And I do think that the fight sequence, which I call the commando sequence, which again, you will find as a trope in the Bond films. That'll come back. The commando sequence. It's the third act of the film. We got to bring all these dudes in. They got to fight the bad guys.
And it's badass.
It's awesome.
They all drop from airplanes. Bond.
It's cool.
Bond's like, scramble all the motherfuckers. We're gonna go fight, and everybody just jumps out of the plane. They're like, let's go! Like it is badass,
and that's cool. But like, and the only thing to keep that scene momentum is John Barry's score, which again, like I said before, and Scott made that point, is the orchestra, and that score for Thunderball is really great. So it like at least keeps the pace up, and you're like, okay, I'm following along. Bond's
drops out as soon as they hit the water. It's like the score goes away, and it's mostly quiet.
It's all water and all that stuff. But I love how Bond comes in and he's basically Superman, Aquaman. It's like, well, why didn't you give all of your guys that jetpack, the water pack thing underwater?
Shot yellow out of it for some reason.
Yeah, does anybody know why the yellow?
I think maybe as a trail or just like a smoke screen, maybe. I don't know.
I'm always going to say it. I'm going to say it every episode. I love every Bond movie. I really do. But if I'm putting these up against each other, I'm going to put Thunderball at the bottom of the list because it suffers just enough story-wise and has a bad guy.
I'm gonna go out of character and actually agree with Charlie for once. That watching.
Cheers to this.
Holy shit.
Please, cheers to
watching this film. I was fighting myself the whole time. Like, is this better than Dr. No, or is it worse? I knew it wasn't anywhere near From Russia with Love and Goldfinger, as we stated. Just far better films, better performance, better. More water.
Water.
Dr. No has that subtle brilliance, and it comes back to kind of like Charlie said. Yes, it had a smaller budget, but to create a movie as well as they did, and the first Bond film as well as they did, without having a structure. They had a structure for this one. Obviously, they'd had 3 previous films, and it just wasn't better executed than the 2 previous films. Dr. No created such a better, as Charlie referenced, mystery, kind of, proper spy mystery at a smaller budget, but it still was of such a brilliant film that, to knowing what budget this film had, the money, where it went, the scenes and what they tried to do was just too much. I think they tried too hard at times, and it comes across.
Scott, I think that's where you and I agree. It sounds like McCurdy and Charlie loved the underwater stuff. Personally, I didn't. I'm not arguing
I did not
with
like it.
Either you guys, that I agree that it belongs at the bottom of the list, but I just was wanting to put out there that I think it could have been the best if some of the edits Charlie already mentioned happened and cut down on some of the spectacle. So the parade scene could have been chopped down. The underwater fight, I don't think we needed that to go on for so long with like hundreds of people. For me, underwater fighting's boring because it's like slow-mo. There's only so much they can do with like shooting a spear gun, cutting someone's oxygen hose, ripping their mask off, which I guess completely incapacitates them, or stabbing.
By the way, the mask off scene, if you look closely, when Connery's mask gets taken off, he like looks for one of the henchmen's masks and he puts that one on.
And it's
then
the
next
same
shot,
one?
It's the same one?
Yeah,
So
totally.
I was gonna say, Nance, which I think is really funny, and I'm gonna concede. I'll say concede. I'll say Dr. No is better than Thunderball. What I am gonna say is I think it's interesting you guys bring up these points, because when I went and looked at the critiques of this movie, one of the big things that comes out is, one, the underwater sequences sometimes seem a little incoherent, and there are a lot of them, and of course there's no dialogue, and you kind of you're wondering like, what's going, like, so what am I looking at? What's going on? And then the movie just takes a while to get there, right? Like Charlie, you were talking about how the beginning is so long. Like it's long in the fact that like From Russia with Love starts out where it's like, we're learning about the bad guys, and then Bond doesn't come in until 20 minutes in the movie. This movie, however, it's different because he's like conveniently there. But like as far as the overall plot goes, it takes a little while. Where the other movie, it's literally like, this Goldfinger guy, yeah, he's a bad dude. You should check him out. And then the movie's off the races, like right like that. Like we don't have to wait on any Spectre plot shit. It's just we're already into the movie.
I'll say this. McCurdy and I, as seasoned filmmakers, we look at the underwater stuff in awe of like, wow.
Yeah.
It's
good
hard
work.
shit.
But as a
time.
as a kid, and as some, and by kid, not to call you guys kids, but as like people outside of that,
peasants,
you just go, this is boring. Like as a kid, I didn't like Thunderball because I was like, the underwater stuff is boring.
Yeah.
It just takes too long. Now I'm wildly impressed by it, but outside of that realm, it's like, okay, it's impressive, but I don't give a f***, right? Like it's impressive, but as far as the story goes, as Sean Connery himself once said, I'm waiting to be impressed.
I'm waiting to be impressed. Personally, I think you're a fucking idiot.
The list is as follows. Goldfinger maintains supremacy. From Russia with Love, number 2 spot. Dr. No, number 3. Thunderball, number 4.
Charlie, again,
Agreed.
to your point, like I said, I conceded, but we can agree that this movie is an example of how spectacle and putting a bigger budget can make a more entertaining movie, but that doesn't always necessarily mean that the script is going to be just as strong, because you're more like leaning on, oh, well, we've got these cool underwater effects. Oh, we got a jetpack in this movie. Oh, we have, these really great locations. And we can lean on that and just kind of let people just ignore, oh, don't look behind the curtain. Yes, we up here, but just watch the pretty water sequences.
Don't think about it too much. You know, hey, how about that underwater stuff? And for the record, I don't care that the budget was skewed. It means nothing to me that Dr. No was first and it managed to do all these things with a small amount of money. I don't care. If Thunderball came out first and Dr. No came out fourth, I would still rank them in this way. It is outside knowledge to me what the budget is. So it's something to note, but it doesn't weigh in for me at all. I do not care about that stuff. All I care about is that Dr. No is this better story with a better bad guy, and that Thunderball is exciting and cool. It's a really cool movie, but it's not as good of a story, and it has a bad guy. I think Dr. No just inches above it to where it belongs in third position.
I will also say Thunderball in the grand scheme, Thunderball's not a bad movie, but it's like you're saying, it's just as much as Goldfinger and From Russia's like this. I think Thunderball and Dr. No are kind of like this.
Yeah.
Now, do we have anybody we want to toast to tonight? And I'm going to suggest the enemy, or maybe the hero of this film, Kevin McClory, who actually does make a cameo appearance in this movie if you look very closely, which I believe Charlie will put in the
cutting
movie.
in right now.
We'll cut in.
He's dead?
He has passed away.
Okay, whether or not Kevin McClory came up with some we weren't there. Giving him the benefit of the doubt, even though he was literally a specter on the shoulder of the entire franchise, Kevin McClory may or may not have come through with some good-ass ideas that added to Bond lore. So as far as that goes, to Kevin McClory, is he friend? Is he foe? Maybe we'll never know, but that motherfucker is dead, so cheers to that guy.
Cheers.
Cheers.
You Only Live Twice, once again starring the man, Sean Connery. You Only Live Twice opens with the death of Bond, James Bond, a ruse meant to throw his enemies, namely Spectre, off of his trail, allowing him to investigate the disappearance of an American space capsule hijacked mid-flight by a mysterious enemy missile. Bond must locate the missing spaceship before the Americans attack Russia, who they accuse of being behind the hijacking. McCurdy, what you got for us?
Well, 1967, You Only Live Twice. The beginning of the end of the Connery era. This is his 5th picture now. He's starting to get tired because as an actor, generally what happens is you're not only getting paid for doing the film, but you're also paid to doing the press of the film, which can bring a toll on an actor and any person really. So he's doing all this press. It's also, he doesn't want to get typecasted into this role. And you also have to realize that another Bond film has come out like just that year, which was Casino Royale, which was the parody version of the Bond franchise. So that's already in the zeitgeist, and everything has come to a head. These Bond films are very popular at this time. So when he goes to Japan, he had already declared that he wasn't going to be doing any more of these films. Mainly, one of the reasons may have been because he had a lot of press on him constantly. There were cameras, people were trying to get interviews with him. He turned down a lot of interviews on this film. The famous story is that he was in the bathroom. He was sitting in a stall, taking a shit, and he just looks up and there's a camera looking right up at him. And so he was just like, I'm fucking done with this shit.
Wow.
Can't blame the man after that.
He wears a hairpiece in every single movie that he's done to this point. So
why?
He didn't have hair. Like you see him.
Is Sean Connery bald?
You can find photos online, but he's like balding. So he had to wear a hairpiece to kind of hide that.
Actually,
in this one, he definitely wore a hairpiece.
He just didn't give a shit. He went into an interview where he just wore a t-shirt, some slack pants, didn't even wear his hairpiece. And the guy interviews like, "Is this how James Bond dresses?" And he's like, I'm not James Bond, I'm Sean Connery. This film is directed by Lewis Gilbert. But let's talk about the writer of this movie, because it's kind of an interesting choice. Instead of Richard Baybaum, we get Roald Dahl. And you guys may remember him for another famous James and the Giant Peach. But he also wrote, The Witches, BFG, Matilda, and probably most well-known for Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
I actually had to double take that because I was like, wait a fucking minute. I know that fucking guy. Like, I've seen that name before.
Golden Ticket, Roald Dahl?
I know. Yes, that was literally, I was like, you mean the motherfucker that did Oompa Loompas and shit?
The guy doing children's books is going to write a movie about a guy who bangs chicks
and murders
How
dudes?
did that happen?
He was friends with Ian Fleming, and they approached him to do the screenplay, and this was actually his first screenplay. And he even said when he did this movie, he's like, this isn't Fleming's best novel. And at this point, Fleming had already passed away. A lot of that book, I guess, is very much like a travelogue, so it was kind of boring. So he really just filled it in, made it a lot more like Dr. No, essentially. He was like, it's a simple plot. He goes to a location, he discovers, investigates what's going on.
I want to take a fast look at the island now.
This film's the first on-screen appearance of Dr. Evil. Sorry, I meant to say Ernest Stavros Blofeld.
Ernst Stavro Blofeld.
Donald Pleasance. You may know Donald Pleasance in another major role as Dr. Loomis in the Halloween franchise. He is the man who decided, hey, let's put a scar on my face. So that whole bit is actually from Donald Pleasance.
Do you think maybe that came from, okay, this guy's face has always been hidden. Let's kind of explain
Possibly.
Why. Because if he revealed himself, right, and he didn't have something that made you go, whoa, it would just be like, oh, that's kind of boring. This is what he looks like. So I wonder if that was the motivation. He has to have some kind of shocking appearance to justify hiding it. Because that's the question. Why did they hide it for years? Was there a reason why they never showed it?
I don't know. But I do think after the fact that they start showing Blofeld in these movies, I think the quality in some regards goes down. Because you lose that mysterious quality that Blofeld has.
And not only that, before we always had a voice that was very calm, very deep. It lended to this evilness, right? That he never yelled a lot, and now he has a new voice. He's got Pleasance's voice, and fine, sure, it doesn't have the same, low key, quiet, commanding voice, you know. And that was what's cool about Blofeld in the past, was that he never got angry. He never showed emotion.
Our rules are very simple. If you fail.
But in this, you have this awkward moment where he goes, "Kill Bond now!
Kill Bond!
now.
And it's not Blofeld-esque at all compared to what we had in the past.
Because I think you diminish his potential by actually realizing him in a sense, you know?
Yeah, literally shining a light on the monster. You know, here's the monster. Oh.
Yeah,
okay.
Before now, he could have been capable of anything. And, like, you don't know exactly how far his reach is. You don't know exactly what he's capable of or exactly how far he's willing to go or how ruthless he is.
He transcended being a human being. He was not just a man. He was an omnipresent, again, the whole Hydra, Spectra.
He's almost an existential
Hydra
threat.
thing. Yeah,
yeah. And now he's just a man.
Everything he's in, you know, later in the movie Spectre, Mr. White puts it perfectly.
He's everywhere. Everywhere. He's sitting at your desk, he's kissing your lover, he's eating supper with your family.
And then we just have a guy who, once you see him, you're like...
he's right there.
Yeah, oh yeah, he's right there. Shoot him. Just shoot him. He's right there, you know?
And I think you should take a drink for breaking your own rule. Maybe you should finish your drink for breaking your own rule.
His intro is odd. The blocking of his intro is just kind of a bad directorial call by having Hans, his German bodyguard guy. Hans is just standing in front of him. So he's literally, as he's meeting James Bond face to face for the first time, he's just staring into a big German guy's ass. That's what he's doing.
If you watch the scene, I think he actually stands in front of Blofeld. So like we see Blofeld from the other end, from the other end. We see Blofeld.
I think Blofeld was the one looking at the other end.
Fellas, we are now open to proposals. What y'all got?
I would like to make my proposal at this time. I would like to place this film fourth.
So we would be at Goldfinger, From Russia with Love, Dr. No, and then You Only Live Twice, and then Thunderball?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm coming in dead last.
Does Patterson have a... Well, that's just because you're insecure about the whole Asian thing.
I am on the fence.
I'm with Nathan. I'm
on the fence with putting this dead last, actually.
I'm going to second Patterson.
Okay.
And let's argue that out. Let's argue.
I'll say I'm on the fence. I want to point out I'm on the fence because I'm kind of like I could go both ways.
Okay. I'm also on the fence, but
to be honest,
I'm gonna side with Nance for now.
I'm even gonna say I'm on the fence. Like I could easily see this being placed last. Like, okay, the first thing I want to address when I'm going to talk about this film is fucking King Kong bananas compared to the previous one.
Yeah,
it's got a helicopter fight. It's got ninjas.
Ninjas? The art of concealment and surprise, one son.
It's got Sean Connery pretending to be an Asian man on multiple occasions.
More helicopters, more ninjas.
More helicopters, more ninjas, more shutters.
More shutters.
Lots of shutters.
Open shutters.
Close the shutters.
Open shutters.
Shutters.
Close shutters.
Close the shutters. Close the shutters.
My initial impression comparing it to Thunderball is that, as we talked about extensively last week, Thunderball has so many story shortcomings, and there's so much embarrassing shit in this movie.
Though.
Like cut to the volcano with the shitty optical shot of the lava flow. I laugh my ass off, but those things will never deter me from. I'll never be like, well, this movie's not as good because it has worse special effects. Story will always be king for me. And I think that this is, without a doubt, better than Thunderball on story alone.
And that's kind of where I was at, why I placed it at fourth. I would agree with you, Charlie. Like, I'm like, I think the story's a little better than Thunderball, which is why I'm going to put it there.
Even Bad Guy alone, like, I think Blofeld has his own shortcomings.
Yeah.
But he's almost automatically better than Largo. I think Largo is just trash. I think Largo, with a couple of rewrites, Largo could have been cool, but he just sucks. He sucks
for sure.
Where I'm on the fence is that I feel like a lot of shit feels phoned in, and a lot like unlike Thunderball, I feel like they went all out and everybody was on board. As much as the story which is mostly in the beginning, doesn't track. I think Thunderball had better direction. It had better, it definitely had better characters, where this movie has weaker characters, and I think the direction's not as good. And mainly, it's just those little things that you notice. A lot of shit just feels phoned in. I mean, even Donald Pleasance's presence in the film is not that great. I like Donald Pleasance, but like the fact that they bring him in, and you even mentioned it, where he's just like, kill Bond. It's super hammy. It's super comic booky. There's a reason why Austin Powers, why Mike Myers used this movie as probably the main template for that film. They spent way too much time on the fucking Japanese wedding.
Movies like this back in the day had this whole thing of, you don't have Google, right? You can't just Google Japan and see Japan. You can't watch YouTube videos about Japan. So we're going to take you to a far off place, and this adventure is going to be in this unknown world. And that's why they spend a lot of time on the
wedding sequence,
the wedding sequence and all that.
Yeah. I get what you're saying, Charlie. Like the script and the story, I think are better, but I think the direction in this movie is just not as good. And I think it like falls more onto the second unit when you have all these really great stunts. And yeah, I could go on and on about like, I think this movie's great when it comes to the action in this film. But I mean, the rest of the direction of the film, I'm like, it's all right. No, I just don't think it's as good as the other ones.
They do that thing that we talked about where Blofeld says,
"Do you know what gun this is?"
What a PPK.
Only one person we know uses this sort of gun. James Bond.
There's only one man on the planet.
Yeah. Right. Yes. Yes.
Who uses a Walther PPK 7.65 millimeter. And
which is ridiculous because it's like anyone who knows anything about firearms, it's like every single firearm ever is mass manufactured.
When we talked about Dr. No, I even said this. He says,
the American CIA swear by them.
Which would mean that they also use them as well, and that all the 00 agents use them. So it's a very strange, like I get as a story point, if Ronald Dahl's writing, it's like, oh, this sounds real cool. He's like, he's the only guy who uses gun, but it's like, it's not. The Bond franchise from this point on, like I said before, like the Casino Royale parody film had already come out by this point, right? So the franchise as a whole, the whole super spy bubble, if you will, like right now we're in a superhero franchise bubble. That whole thing pops after this film, like kind of after this film. And so every movie after this is what's new, what's in, and they're going to use that to like market these movies. This film, I'm like surprised, and I thought about it, I'm like, oh wait, yeah, they're doing that with this film, with the space race, which was big at that point. Because I mean, it wasn't until like 69's only in 2 years or 3 years when they make this film. And that's when we first land on the moon. So it's kind of a big deal at this point. But I do think like it's kind of weird going from nuclear weapons from the last movie that could actually kill people to just trying to incite a war over people going to space. And the technology at that point isn't even that grand.
Well, yeah,
but it's still nuclear war.
That would have been mutually assured destruction.
Over spaceships?
Yeah,
absolutely.
It was the space race.
I just think that's just a little far-fetched.
Race to control space.
Any interference with this spaceship will be regarded as an act of war.
May I ask what motive our Russian friends would have for wishing to destroy American spacecraft?
My government sees this as nothing less than a blatant attempt to gain complete and absolute control of space itself for military purposes.
Well, that's the Cold War.
I'm with Nance.
Yeah.
Like what we're forgetting here is the cultural context. Like this space race was a surrogate for armed conflict.
Yeah. But during this point, I mean, America and even America and Russia were still. I mean, you had like the Gemini mission. You had the Gemini missions where they were trying to like latch on to different spacecrafts from both spacecrafts.
It doesn't matter.
I mean?
Like embarrassment
it just
in the
seemed very
space race is fatal.
Yeah, that was
it is a fatal mistake to do. Like Nance is right.
They set it up perfectly in the opening. In the opening, they're saying, we think the Russians did this for supremacy over space for military reasons. Because, you sent a rocket to the moon? That's great for mankind. Yeah, that. It's not about benefiting mankind. It's about my country dominating this new frontier before your country does.
100%.
Post-Cold War, those tensions carried over into continued competition into the space race. Who's going to dominate space first? Who's going to take that? And they made a point early in the film. They made a point that this is the Soviets trying to control space for military purposes.
Yeah.
That's what each one of them viewed it as, is who's going to take over space for that purpose.
Literally everything I just said.
to make it contemporary.
Better space,
more space,
better rockets.
I don't think you
rockets
said
that don't even fucking exist. You know what's really funny about this movie is that they have a rocket in this film that we only just recently got the technology to, and that's a rocket that flies up into space and lands
comes
back
down like this. Yeah,
exactly
comes down like that.
Did you know Elon was inspired by this film?
I wouldn't be surprised.
And multiple Bond films, actually.
By the way, that giant volcano set, which was designed by Ken Adams, that whole set cost $1 million.
AKA the budget of Dr. No.
Exactly.
Jesus Christ.
Exactly. He goes to Salzman and Broccoli and he's like, hey.
Sorry, old buddy, but the mill is a hell of a chunk of dough.
I'm going to make this point about Blofeld as well. It's parodied heavily in movies after this, but like just randomly executing your people because they failed to kill Bond just makes you look weak.
But it's his MO.
Stupid to do that.
I do appreciate the fact that Spectre does have this zero tolerance for failure thing, because that does keep everybody ruthless. That keeps them all desperate. They're desperate to kill Bond or do this, that, or the other. But again, every episode so far has had some segment dedicated to they keep Bond alive for X reason. And it's been clever up until now. But now Blofeld keeps Bond alive
for no reason.
Why? I mean, Blofeld should have done the Dr. Evil thing and immediately had Hans take Bond to the piranha thing and had Bond slowly lowered into the piranha trap or whatever.
Piranhas.
Like, that would be fun. But instead, he just keeps Bond there to watch. And that's fine. If he just lets Bond watch, like, I'm going to let you watch my evil plan, or you're going to watch me take over the world, that's fine. But then when it comes to the time to kill Bond,
this is the price of
he just kills Osato. And Osato, by the way, Osato doesn't even react when the gun goes on him. He doesn't even go, but then right after that, his plan is to just sit in a cart on the monorail and just, goodbye, Mr. Bond, and just shoot him right there.
Mr. Bond.
He didn't do anything clever or fun or entertaining. He literally kept Bond alive to the last second for no reason other than the fact that this is a movie.
Yeah. I've been saying this since, Dr. No? The writers have this weird idea of how the villains murder their henchmen. You set the scene up where, oh no, the guy is screwed up. He's done something wrong. He has a henchman who's also with them. And he's like, well, our henchman and I have screwed this up.
It's, this guy is definitely going to die. He's going to die. The audience is going, this guy's going to die. And then who dies?
It's the other guy.
The guy next to him. The other guy dies.
Yeah.
They do that every single execution.
And they think it's clever, and it's fucking not. It's just not a clever move.
Because they do it every time.
Twice.
They do it every time.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I don't like that move.
Just wait. They'll do it in more movies.
Oh, I'm sure they will.
It's just a trope that, like, I continuously see, but yeah, they do it twice in this movie, right?
The second one's just stupid. The first one makes sense. He's making a statement because he's dealing with those two guys. He's saying, I want $100 million up front. They're like, this is fucking ridiculous. This wasn't the plan.
This is extortion. Extortion is my business.
He sends them off to the side, makes a point to them that, hey, I'm going to feed you to the piranhas by killing number 11.
This is like now the third time it's been used in the franchise.
Yeah, but the first one makes a point to people he's trying to deal business with. Like, well, you want to be the next one in the piranha pit? Give me my $100 million.
My government is quite satisfied. Good.
So on that note, those guys, when they talk about my government, are they Chinese or Japanese?
They're Chinese.
China.
They're Japanese.
Chinese.
I'm sure they are, but do we know
Probably.
that?
I think it's just alluded to.
Mm-hmm.
I never get that out of that, but
okay. Like my takeaway was China's the one that stands to benefit the most from the United States and the Soviets destroying each other because they're like, we become the new superpower. We're the ones that stand against. So I took it as them being Chinese. And that's why the government was like, yes, like this is good. This is what we want to happen.
In a matter of hours, when America and Russia have annihilated each other, we shall see a new power dominating the world.
That new power is China.
I wasn't sure if he meant China or if he meant Spectre, because this is Blofeld.
I really think he means Spectre.
It could be both.
It's China.
I think he was referring more to Spectre than anything else. And
see,
and
the way I took it,
I think he's referring to a country.
I thought Spectre was basically just really acting more like a mercenary force here more than anything else. Like they're just there.
I mean, they're a terrorist organization that basically they're I mean, it's like if two people were feuding about something and it's the person who's going back and said, oh, this is what they said about you. And then the other person said, no, but this also, they said this about you and you should do this.
That's kind of weird because in From Russia with Love, Spectre wants to do it because of Spectre's reasoning. Like,
yeah.
But in this movie, it's like someone else contracted them out to cause the problems.
And that's how I look at it.
Kind of weak for Spectre.
Yeah, they're contracting because they're a deniable asset.
Why would a foreign power want to launch missiles from Japan?
Because if ever they were discovered, they could deny all responsibility, especially if some private organization's doing the work.
Osato?
He's merely a front.
Who is big enough?
Spectre.
Like, if this goes south, it's not China that, like, stirred the pot. It was Spectre. That's your plan. If you're China, you want that deniable asset to be like, yeah, that's just Spectre being dickheads. Like, we didn't.
Yeah, and they contract a Japanese company to, be able to push off. Like, well, clearly it's the Japanese,
Yeah, that's what Spectre is doing. Is they're covering their own tracks.
As a half Asian, were you only half as offended by this film?
I wasn't at all offended by this film.
To that point, nowadays, everybody be like, wait a second. They put James Bond undercover as an Asian person, and so they make him look Asian? That's so horrible. That's racist. Why is it a problem that certain people look different from other people? And if you were to disguise yourself as that other race of people, you might alter your physical appearance to look like that.
To make my
That's
own...
been politicized to where blackface is this horrible thing that makes fun of black people. And sure, that's bad.
I think there's a history with blackface, but I think
there's
with this
a history with blackface, yes, but that bleeds over to everything else where it's like making Bond look Asian. That's a problem.
This film, it's like Star Trek, right? Like there's plenty of Star Trek episodes where the crew of the Enterprise will disguise themselves as a different race with prosthetics. And that's kind of how I view this. Like, kind of, it feels like when you watch it, you're like, this feels a little weird. But like when you know the reasoning behind it, you're like, okay, it's not as bad as like out of context. Like if someone would tell you out of context, oh yeah, Connery goes full Asian in this movie. He becomes Japanese. You'd be like, that's
coincidentally,
racist.
he literally looks like Spock.
Well, and I'm going to go ahead
and with this movie, it's like,
he looks like a Vulcan.
To give them
like,
some
he's
slack
disguising
here,
himself this.
To give them some slack here, it's like, put yourself in Bond's position. You're a secret agent. You need to come up with a disguise. You're in Japan. What the else are you going to do? You're not going to disguise yourself.
That is my point. My point is that that's what you would do. Because you would be killed otherwise.
Right. Like, there's no other option.
Why the when Bond is in Japanese mode, why is he always hunched over?
At first, I thought, wait, is he just trying to do like the is he doing the bow thing? Or is it because Sean Connery is tall as and if anybody else saw him,
shorter.
They'd be like, he literally needs to hunch over so that he looks shorter. Because in that opening scene, he walks into Japan, he walks into Tokyo, and he's like, wow, everybody's tiny. And he's like towering above them.
Because Connery was like 6 foot, and actually, I think if you look at all the Bonds,
so many reasons
all the Bonds in general, he is the tallest of the Bonds.
Surgery.
Yeah. He still doesn't fit in. He still doesn't fit in. He's just fucking hunched over.
First, you must become Japanese.
Kenuki.
They slap some crappy black hair on him. They give him some weird eye prosthetics. They presumably dye his pubes or something. Did they shave his chest, though? They don't really make a point of that, even though Tanaka specifically points out that Japanese people are not very hairy.
I suppose you know what it is about you that fascinates them. It's the hair on your chest. Japanese men all have beautiful bare skin.
Japanese proverbs say, bird never make nest in bare tree.
Can you show us? Wait, can you show us?
Yeah, come on.
Oh I'd rather not.
Listen, I wore kimono.
I've seen this.
I wear kimono.
I'm actually coming around to
the bottom.
Ryan and Scott's and Nathan's thinking. I think I'm going to go ahead and put it at the bottom. And
Please tell us why. Please tell us why.
I was just pondering this because I'm pondering the end of the movie. We mentioned plot conveniences, right? I know you guys talked about that in the last one. How does Bond actually prevent the end crisis from happening? He hits a self-destruct button on this satellite.
Yep.
Like, if you think about it in context, would NASA ever put a self-destruct button or even build any spacecraft with the capability of destroying itself with the press of a button.
Let me just backtrack, though. Blofeld's plan from the get-go is, okay, the Americans send a capsule up.
Right.
We'll hijack it. They go, the Russians must have done it. They're the only other ones capable of doing this. It must have been them. Then the Russians send a capsule up. They hijack that too. It must have been the Americans. They're the only other ones that could be doing this. That's great. That's the perfect way to cause war between these two superpowers. But then their final plan is the Americans are going to send up another ship and we're going to hijack it and then we're going to explode it.
Our job will soon be done. Blow them up as soon as they have captured the Americans. Here's the key.
Why send up your own astronauts and your own spaceship thing to hijack it and then blow it up? Why not just send a missile up there to blow it up?
That's the other thing that, you just jog on my brain because I'm like, why keep the astronauts? Because I could see this. I could see them capturing the astronauts and putting their lives up for ransom, which would make way more sense to me than being like, oh, we're gonna not just blow up the capsules. Like, why not just destroy the capsules? And that would make more sense. The plan in Thunderball, I think, makes way more sense because you've stolen some nuclear weapons. Yes, Bond's trying to find that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of with McCurdy. It makes just as much sense to ransom the astronauts because, like, the personnel are as valuable as the spacecraft.
Why keep the astronauts around? It doesn't make that to me. Doesn't even make sense. It's just way more money.
Unless you're going to make good on extortion.
Extortion is my business.
But that screws up his first plan because then it's like, okay, but if your plan is to create the United States and Russia to go to war with each other because they think that they're each doing this to each other, then like leave it at that and just, like you said, Charlie, why don't you send a missile? Or even in the first film, the first Dr. No was like, send a radio signal that disrupts something or whatever.
And that's
why not do that instead? But in this movie, it's like, no, we're going to have create this elaborate thing where we have a Elon Musk dildo rocket come out of space and fucking traps them and then brings it back down to space. And
that's why I've come around to your line of thinking,
and then keep it down there. I know they want to they put the space race in here, but like that to me, there's an easier way of going about that. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
I mean, it's cool shit, right? It's like you got this whole fucking cool rocket, this cool set.
When there's an obvious alternative that makes more sense and is simpler, to me, like it's a weakness.
To me, the plan
plot.
in the first movie,
let's
plan
talk
in
about
Thunderball
the
makes
astronauts,
way more sense.
Let's talk about the astronauts. So they keep the astronauts for some reason. We don't know why, but they have the astronauts in a cell. It's two Russians and an American, and they're kind of getting buddy, and then Bond breaks them out. But then instead of sending one of them, instead of Bond being like, hey, you're going to take the place of this Japanese guy and you're going to go in this thing and your mission is I'm going to be here in the command center and I'm going to try to take down Blofeld, and you astronaut guy, these Russians, we can't trust them. But you, last American guy, you're going to go up in this spaceship and you're going to do something. Instead, Bond goes. One astronaut and two cosmonauts send James Bond, who's no astronaut. He has good training, but they send him to get into the space capsule to go up and hijack the last American ship.
The space capsule that has a self-destruct button from
yes, but what do you? My point being, what do you think was Bond's plan once he got in there? Was he going to?
I don't even think he got that far, man. I don't even think he had a plan.
He got lucky.
He got lucky that Blofeld called him out.
Stop that astronaut. Bring him to me. Stop that astronaut.
But what was he going to do? Like, was he going to kamikaze the thing into a mountain or something?
All this reminds me of a story. I'm going to go completely off of the entire franchise here to reference another film, Armageddon. But I believe that in the making of Armageddon, Ben Affleck went to Michael Bay and he was like, wouldn't it make more sense to train astronauts to do like mining than it would to teach miners to be astronauts? And I believe, and I quote, like,
shut the f*** up, man.
Shut the f*** up. Like, which is basically where this is like, it's like, why would Bond try to do this? Shut the f*** up. Like, that's
because
why.
He's James Bond and he can do anything.
And he can be an astronaut if he wants.
But if you are Bond, though, if I'm Bond, I'm going to go, hey, Jimbo, you're going to go to space and I'm going to fight with guns
here on the planet.
Going back to Thunderball, and we went into Thunderball why there's too much plot convenience for the first half of the film, right?
Yeah, it's so convenient.
But at least the plan is we're going to hijack some nuclear weapons and we're going to blow up one of your cities if you don't pay us in this amount of time. That plan's like, that works. Like I'm on board. It makes total sense. I don't see as many holes in the plan. It's pretty straight to the point. But this plan seems like, where were you going? You're going to steal a rock. You're going to steal some astronauts. You're going to keep them?
Question. James has the rocket cigarette. Why doesn't he shoot Blofeld instead of that random guy in red?
Fair enough.
Also a good point.
Right? Because shooting Blofeld wouldn't have ended anything. He needed to open the bay door so that all the ninjas could get in. Shooting Blofeld wouldn't have ended things.
Interception will take place in 8 minutes. Nothing can prevent that.
Blofeld's plan is to, instead of stealing the capsule and then coming back to the volcano, it's going to be steal the capsule and then just blow yourself up.
Yeah.
And technically what it would look like is that a missile was shot up and connected with the American capsule and just detonated. So, the Russians sent up a bomb. But why not just send up a bomb?
Now that you mention it, that's actually a good point. Like, destroying it with a rocket would be much more provocative in terms of the Cold War.
1,000%.
Yeah.
To just
as opposed to wait, like you're literally sending some astronauts up there just to die, which is fine. Blofeld's like, I don't care about individual lives, but it would be more efficient. It would be more cost effective to just send up a bomb that blows it up, and then the war would just go like that. And then Bond wouldn't be able to go in and be like self-destruct. And when he says 8 minutes until connection and nothing can stop that, Bond stops it because they have this blow-up thing. It doesn't make any sense at all.
No. It's blown up. I think we've figured everything out how ridiculous this is. But let me go into what I think the other thing that's weak about this movie, where I think Thunderball definitely does a better job of, and that is the Bond women. I think the Bond women in this movie are kind of generic and they just don't really stick out, honestly.
Racist.
That's just how I feel when I watch the film.
Because none of them knew English. None of them knew the English language, and they all had to be redubbed by white girls.
There must be a long tunnel.
I just don't think the Bond women really cut it. And it's not like I have an anti-Japanese thing against it. It's just they really don't have that much personality, and the only one that does is the first one that gets killed.
I will say she saves Bond multiple times.
Yeah. But saving Bond and having a personality are not the same thing.
No, I agree.
Aki just happens to pull up every time Bond is in trouble.
Get in, quick! Get down!
You can maybe justify that maybe they're listening in because Aki represents Tiger and he's the M of Japan. He's the head of Secret Service.
She is kind of used as an Aki ex machina.
Aki ex machina.
Aki ex machina.
Nance, let's say you're the head of the Japanese Secret Service and you know about James Bond, who is a horn dog pussy magnet. How do you capture him?
With women.
Is it raining? Is it snowing? Is a hurricane a-blowing?
Welcome to Japan, Mr. Bond.
Let's
Tiger's
talk about
cool. I like Tiger.
Tiger's
versus Karen Bay, because Tiger and Karen
cool.
Bay are like the same guy. Tiger's just a little more Asian.
Tiger is the coolest of them all so far.
He's the Japanese Felix Leiter, the Kunlun Bay.
Felix Leiter is just a CIA guy.
Yeah.
Karen
But he's
Bay
the American. He's essentially
and
the
Tiger
American.
Are like the top dog. He's essentially the Japanese M.
I like him in
Felix
this
Leiter
movie.
have an army of ninjas? No? Then he's a punk ass bitch.
Exactly.
Did he have an underground
but when it
train
comes to
system
the-
dedicated to
I
this?
think
No.
with
More
this film,
trains.
Does anyone else have ninja army? F off then.
Just to be able to say those words.
This is my ninja training school.
I have a ninja army. The dude is a
With
badass,
rocket
and
guns.
He's a rock solid misogynist.
In Japan, men always come first. Women come second.
I might just retire to here.
for progressives, that's the scene that probably loses people in this movie. Is they're like, "What the f Like, I'm going to say,
but we're not in our worlds. We're living in James Bond's world. James Bond is primary.
Fair
and Bond
enough.
shows up somewhere where men are number one by default.
But I think that also weakens
the Bond universe. You have to appreciate that.
Trying to come up with some positives. I mean, I feel like the overall plot is fairly weak. And Charlie, you've said in the past, your overall ranking generally is going to be like, how does the plot work versus the other plots? But in terms of weaknesses, like the whole the Ninja Island training thing, and like what was the whole point of James like becoming Japanese and marrying Kissy, and just so much of this extra stuff. But
that is kind of weak because the film.
I started this whole thing with trying to come up with positives for the movie.
But Nans, what you said though is like,
and I'm struggling.
What's funny is that you said that like, okay, so what's the point of him becoming Japanese when we already know that Spectre knows that he's at this Japanese ninja camp, right?
But Bond is dead.
It was in all the newspapers.
Rubbish. Bond is alive.
Poisoned.
You killed him.
Yeah, he tried to kill me.
This whole movie is about you only live twice, referring to the fact that James Bond dies immediately.
Well, now that you're dead, perhaps some of your old friends will pay a little less attention to you for a while.
They give him a fake death so that he can evade his enemies. Because you can assume that after Thunderball, after Dr. No and Thunderball, and From Russia with Love, that James Bond is numero uno on the list of Spectre. We have to get rid of this guy.
Because he is Bond and as an enemy of Spectre, should be killed.
Let's fake kill Bond so that Spectre will get off his ass. Well, what they do doesn't make any sense. Okay. What they do is Bond is banging a Chinese chick, and that Chinese chick who is working for MI6 is going to bring in some, I don't know what the Chinese variation of Yakuza is, but we're going to bring in some Yakuza dudes who are going to He's going to bring in the tongs, and they're going to and they're going to mow him down. And then they're going to put that story in the newspaper, and then they're going to have a funeral. They should have either had a public execution, right? Where a whole bunch of people saw him die, and then they have articles saying he died, and then they have a public funeral where he died. Or they could have just planted the articles and had a fake funeral. It doesn't make sense that James Bond gets killed by two guys that rush into a hotel room and shoot him down.
Yeah, were they all in on the whole plan for him?
They say,
I think so, yeah.
The Chinese woman was in.
How was the girl?
Which girl?
The Chinese one we fixed you up with.
Were the two guys in too? It doesn't matter because why did they have this very not public showing of Bond dying to then have a newspaper article that says he's dead? What is the point? Just fake the article.
But Bond is dead.
It was in all the newspapers.
They did have 5 officers run into that room.
It doesn't matter. Like, you still want to do it in public.
Everybody is
still. The officers were English. The officers were English guys that they could have just.
Yeah.
Hey, your queen commands you.
Would it have been better if Bond had been in a car accident, or Bond, got syphilis and
he should have died suddenly.
Terrible age.
God damn it. Just but Charlie, you make a very good point, and again, it goes back to like this, it goes back to what you said in the last movie, right? You watch the movie and you're like, this is great. I'm enjoying this. This movie's great, but when you really look into it, you're like, wait a minute. To check off like the title of the movie, it's like, okay, well, he has to die, and it makes sense that like we'll hide it from Spectre, but in the way that they do it, the execution is just kind of like, did we really think this through?
I remembered like what I was trying to drive at in terms of positives for this movie is I forgot it, never mind. There's no
Nance, to give Nance some time. In the interest of getting Nance some time, I want to talk about my big positive for this movie, and I'm going to be
thinking of them, and then they go away.
It's fine. That's hilarious. I'm going to be treading on Scott's territory a little bit here, but I do want to talk about the big positive of this movie. You Only Live Twice as a song is so fucking much better than every other movie's theme song until this point that it's not like it's not
because
even
an American sung it, damn it.
I agree.
That's why.
I agree.
It's so much fucking better than all the other songs. So
I find myself singing it after I watch the movie.
Right? Nancy Sinatra.
It's Nancy Sinatra.
And she's the first American to sing a Bond theme. Is that correct, Scott?
It is so fucking good.
It is.
You Only Live Twice is unquestionably the best that we've heard so far. And honestly,
Scott, if you disagree, tell him why.
Tell me why. I want to hear why. If you don't think that it's the best intro song.
This movie, this song.
So far that we've heard.
That's what I'm saying. So far that we've heard, this is the best
This is the
song.
same reason I brought up From Russia with Love. Matt Monro, personally, is, from my childhood, one of my favorite artists. I grew up listening to him.
We don't give a fuck about your childhood.
And you shouldn't either.
Once again, coming back to my point, Frank Sinatra was quoted as saying Matt Monro is one of the best voices of his time.
Here's the problem with your argument.
And the same argument that you had, Patterson.
You Only Live Twice.
Yes, and the same argument that you said, Patterson, is this is a brilliant song, but it is not the best Bond intro song, in my opinion. It does not feel like a Bond song. It does not have...
Are you f***ing kidding me right now?
Yeah.
I like the instrumental in this song.
I would even say the literal title.
It's a brilliant song. Don't get me wrong, dude. It's a brilliant song.
Makes it better inherently.
I think
the title as a song.
I'm not even talking about the lyrics, the words. I enjoy the guitar melody that is played under this. Like it's a lot of layers, and it's different from Goldfinger and Thunderball. But I do like this song a lot.
This is a brilliant fucking song. This is the same point I made about From Russia with Love. Brilliant song, not the best Bond song.
Where do you put it?
Doesn't bring in the Bond theme.
Yeah, where do you
it's
put
not,
it?
It's not
Scott,
clearly composed by John Barry. It does not have...
Scott,
bitch.
Where do you fucking put it? Where do you put it? Scott, where do you put it in your ranking? Your personal ranking?
This is your
category,
category, bitch.
I actually, my original rankings, I changed it after this film. I put this song above From Russia with Love, but it's in third. It is not better than Goldfinger. It is not better than Thunderball.
That's not a bad. I don't think it's a bad ranking. You Only Live Twice.
From Russia with Love, and then Doctor No. Yeah.
No, it's Three Blind Mice, Charlie. Get it right.
Three Blind Mice. Yeah.
And Patterson, I get your point. I do. I want to love. I do love this song. This is not the best Bond song. It's just not. It doesn't have that feel of the large horns, the dramatic intro, the feel
There's
of
Patterson, the word you were looking for, and I will take a drink for saying this, is iconic.
Drink.
It is iconic. It is a brilliant fucking song, but it's not the best Bond song.
For the gadgets, I'm going to go ahead and say, like, this is another argument for this film being above last. Little Nelly is the best fucking gadget so far, period.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's not even a question. Like,
you mean not the safe cracker?
Yeah, fuck off. It's Little Nelly. There's not even
Little Nelly. Wait. A toast not only to Little Nelly, but to Little Nelly's father.
Yes.
Tiger, contact M. Tell him to send Little Nelly. Repeat, Little Nelly. Suggest she be accompanied by her father.
Welcome to Japan, Dad. Is my little girl hot and ready?
I think it's one of the cooler scenes in the movie for sure. It definitely it uplifts you, whereas like in Thunderball, you're like, oh, it's all this underwater shit. Like, oh shit, they're flying around, even though Bond's got this goofy fucking helmet on his head. He's
There's
like
some
shooting
weak
missiles.
rear projection, but other than that,
he's shooting
got a
missiles.
GoPro, literally a GoPro on his
You know
head.
what? I'm going to go ahead and take a drink for referencing it, but it's not as bad as Bond and Clown.
I'm a British agent. What?
Little Nelly got a hot reception. 4 big shots made improper advances towards her. But she defended her honor with great success, heading for home.
I love how Bond continues to only talk in code with Little Nelly. Like, he has this weird emotional connection with Little Nelly.
Yes.
Which is a lot of fun. Because James Bond, the whole character is the guy has ice in his veins and he doesn't give a fuck about anything, but he loves little Nelly more, like he loves a dog.
But that's the thing about the movie. It's like he cares more about you feel like he cares more about little Nelly than he cares about Kissy Suzuki and like the other Bond girl. Like completely, he does not give two shits about them.
Before or
he
after
cares more about little Nelly.
Once he's had sex with them, he doesn't care
about
them.
He's like, fuck it. I care more about little Nelly.
Is my little girl hot and ready?
When they're at Osato Chemicals.
Yeah.
And there's a fun little scene where Bond is trying to be some business guy and he says to his assistant,
kill him,
Miss Brandt, which by the way, let me say real quick, James Bond is so distracted by her, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
Why is it that Bond is staring at her? I mean, she's cute. Why is he so distracted by her? Again, Bond's character is always mission over pussy. Why is he so distracted by her? It bugged me.
Charlie,
I don't really make sense.
I have to argue against that because like his actions in these films through all 5 of these films have not indicated that he is mission over pussy.
It's false. My escape route's only for one. What are you after? The girl or the lector?
All right. It's bad for your liver, isn't it?
Nonsense. It adds a sparkle to the day.
Sure it does. My dear girl, don't flatter yourself. What I did this evening was for king and country.
Now, I'm willing to concede that maybe he wasn't distracted by her beauty. Maybe he legitimately thought that the dead body from the night before would still be in the bar, but that's not exactly communicated all that well, and it also doesn't make that much sense, considering the fact that the guards that busted Bond the night before would probably have searched the office to make sure nothing was stolen or missing, which is clearly exactly what happened because the dead body is suddenly gone. But even if it was still there, what would that suddenly implicate Bond, who's supposedly this businessman? Like what? They would suddenly be onto him that he walked into the office, killed a guy just before Osato showed up, even while Bond is aware that they're watching him? It's weird. It's just a weird moment. It's a weird moment. Just throw it on the pile of things that Lewis Gilbert is bad at communicating.
This movie really is kind of like, we had a really good Bond henchman. Let's like repeat her.
It's
because
Fiona!
She's like,
It's literally Fiona
It's Fiona
again.
2.0, but she's not as like nowhere near as like cunning, nowhere near as I'm gonna go there. I'm like nowhere near as sexy. I think the actress prior to this was way more like just way more attractive. And I don't want to leave it to that, but it's just like it feels like the filmmakers were like, we liked what we did last time, let's repeat that.
Yeah,
and then they just didn't. They definitely did. What
you're saying, McCurdy, is that he sleeps with her. And he's like, hey, I'm going to use my dick to get out of the situation.
It doesn't work.
It appears like she's all for it, and then she betrays him.
Yeah, but it
also,
doesn't. It's just not as interesting.
Work. But also, when Osato says kill him, what do his henchmen then do? They try to murder Bond via machine gun in the parking lot of his own chemical company that's under investigation. It doesn't make any fucking sense. At least wait for Bond to get back to his apartment or something, or send her to go seduce him or whatever, and then have somebody come in and kill him, just like the Chinese sequence.
Hold on, with that whole sequence though, like in the beginning of it, we have fucking shutters again.
Shutters.
But I have to bring up the shutters. But we have the fucking compute, like the guy typing on the Burrington typewriter, right?
Yeah.
And he's looking at it, and it's like Bond looks up and he knows there's a gun pointed at him as like a security cam, and then it looks super futuristic and it looks super cool for the 1960s. But it's like pointing at him. It's like, well, at that point, why don't you just fucking shoot him? That's what it was. It was a gun, because if you look at it closely, it's definitely a gun. It's not just a camera, and there's a target on the screen. So it's definitely a gun. So why wouldn't you use that gun instead of just fucking showing it?
If you're going to murder him on your property, do it in your office.
Exactly.
With the shutters closed, rather than in the fucking parking lot.
Shutters.
Right?
Did this movie have any good quotes for you?
Bond jokes?
Yeah, are there any good Bond jokes?
No. The Bond jokes suck in this movie. There's the one that is...
Bon appetit.
It's so basic. It's so basic.
How's that for Japanese efficiency?
just a drop in the ocean.
Okay, that's good. I'm not gonna fuck off.
It's
but
good,
that's great.
But ultimately, they're both weak.
Yeah,
Sorry,
in comparison to the
best part
other
of
ones,
that
definitely.
joke of the magnet picking up the car is the guy clearly hundreds of feet off the air, just still actively trying to steer the car.
I briefly want to talk about my favorite assassins so far.
The poison string assassin
Yes, that was cool.
And this is what I talked about last episode with that shitty assassin with the gun behind the curtain. It's like, come on, you don't have anything better. String poison guy is so Asian. He's so perfectly Asian. He's like straight out of like manga comics or something. He's like perfect. He's like samurai movie.
Okay, that's fair.
Asian
That's a good point.
assassin. I love him. I love him. And the fact that he tries to kill Bond and he kills Aki, it's perfect. That scene is perfect. And then Bond's reaction is the... We all know Bond sleeps with a gun under his pillow.
Tell me, James, do you still sleep with a gun under your pillow?
So he just immediately starts blasting. That scene is perfection. I love it.
They are an intriguing people. From the moment they wake, they devote themselves to the perfection of whatever they pursue. I have never seen such discipline.
On the side of Last Samurai stuff, the whole thing of like, these people wake up every day. All they do is pursue perfection. They do cool shit. They learn one thing and they master that. And this guy mastered the art of killing people by lowering down a piece of string and then dumping some liquid poison on that string and then dripping it into people's mouths. That guy is such a cool fucking assassin that he is the best assassin to date. There isn't anyone better. We have 3 blind mice who are fun, but they're idiots. Yeah. We have curtain gun guy. We have, I'm going to hide in the shower and pretend I'm going to shoot Bond, but apparently I don't have ears or eyes to shoot Bond. Everybody's an idiot asshole. And then poison string guy comes along and he's like the first legitimate James Bond assassin.
He is legitimate.
Love.
He's legitimate, but he fucks up and he poisoned the girl.
But he still kills somebody.
But I did.
I officially acknowledge Charlie is right. Poison string assassin guy is
Poison
the best.
string assassin guy is great.
He's right.
He's great.
I can't even
lined
argue.
up with
He's
Bond.
right. It is.
But
Bond
Poison String
decides to
Assassin
just
guy
roll
does
over.
not make the movie any better than Thunderball. I still
agree.
think the movie is
I
lower
think
than
McCurdy
Thunderball.
is also correct.
Yeah.
Poison String
Meanwhile,
Assassin guy
Bond
is the
doesn't
best,
use
but it
any
doesn't
of
make
the
the
skills
movie
he
any
used
better.
in Ninja Training.
Shouldn't we also give credit to knife through Japanese wall guy?
But then that guy
Pretty
can't
good.
run fast.
He's just slow.
No.
He's just slow. He got
James
caught.
just runs
That's
through
it.
the door.
He's just a slow runner.
Well, if you're gonna
Very
have
brilliant
if you're gonna have an
assassination,
attribute
but
that
he's like-
sucks as an assassin, it's being a slow runner.
Yeah, exactly. Brilliant kill, terrible runner.
Did they consult Christopher Lee for that scene?
I seem to recall that I did say to Peter, have you any idea of what kind of noise happens when somebody's stabbed in the back? And I said, well, because I do.
It's not. Ah,
I like that. It's because the breath's driven out of your body.
They use the spectacle, they use the sets, they use all this stuff as a crutch for a lot of shit. Like, wouldn't it be cool if a helicopter had a fucking magnet on it and
I
fucking
love
picked
that
up?
though.
That's
I
cool.
love
That's
that
a
scene.
bad-
It's
The
a cool
usual
moment,
reception
but like
is
there's
so cool.
We are being chased by gunmen in black sedan. I'm heading south for Highway 2. Arrange usual reception, please.
Okay, and I'll give you that. Like, that's
Tanaka,
a cool moment.
I need you to pick up these motherfuckers following us and drop them in the ocean. That is
Like
stellar.
you said in
I think that is
Goldfinger.
stellar.
Charlie, like you said in Goldfinger, I do love all these movies, and I love this movie. It's got its goofy moments, but like, there's so many of them in this movie that like even the fucking little Nelly scene, as cool as it is, I'm like, they went to like fucking mini helicopter. They're like, let's put a fucking mini helicopter in this movie because when and in reality they would have been like, let's just get an actual fucking helicopter and fly over it.
For me, it's like the overall plot of this one is just a bit weaker. The level of spectacle of this one is there with Thunderball, which is great. And I think is another strong point for this one is at least it's not underwater, I guess. A bunch of ninjas storming a volcano layer is more interesting to watch.
But Thunderball, I just can't get over the stupidity of Largo.
I know Largo's stupid villain, but Largo at least was an active villain where Donald Pleasance is a dude sitting in a chair and then punching buttons and saying, oh, go kill Bond now.
Open the shutters!
Close the shutters.
You Only Live Twice and Thunderball don't have the same plot conveniences, except for the ending.
The villain's plan doesn't quite make sense. I think the last movie, the villain's plan makes way more sense, even though we've already said that Largo's kind of a dumbass in many different ways. But this film, it's like, does Spectre really think this through? Do they really think like this was going to be like, why are we keeping the astronauts? For the directors, for the story, for the audience to be like, now Bond has these allies for this scene. Like, that's where it's like, are you doing it for the logic of it? Or are you doing it just so Bond has folks to help him out?
Yes, this movie spent a ton of money on a lot of spectacle, just like Thunderball. But I think for some reason, the cinematography fails. And sure, cinematography, it's a big word, right? But ultimately what it equates to is the way your eyes see the movie. And the movie looks cheaper.
It looks flat.
It looks flat and cheaper than other movies, including Dr. No. And that's the problem, is that they had all the money in the world, but they spent that money on sets and explosions and ninja armies, and they didn't spend it on story, just like Thunderball. And that was my problem with Thunderball, is that they spent all this money on, oh, look at this awesome underwater stuff.
If we're arguing Thunderball versus this movie, I think at least the money in Thunderball, by the way, I looked it up. It's $9 million for Thunderball. It was 9.8. So we can say like 9 million to 10 million, right?
Close enough.
Like it's really close, but like at least with Thunderball, you're spending it on some really decent underwater effects. And I know Nans and Scott, you guys were kind of bored by that, but at least it like looked pretty decent on film. It was
just ridiculous.
But this film, it was like you're spending it again on the budget, and you're spending it on maybe a really good helicopter sequence that only lasts like 3 minutes in the movie, and then the action sequence at the end, which is, it's great, it's fine, it's kind of the commando trope, which we'll see in later films, but it's like, it's all right.
But let me ask a very basic question to all of you, one by one. Of these 5 movies, which would you put in first? Nathan, which movie would you want to watch right now?
Just for entertainment purposes, not for like
anything, for any reason. You want to just put, you're like, of these 5, I'm drawn to this one. I want to put it in right now and I want to watch it.
I'd probably be between Goldfinger and Dr. No.
Patterson.
Goldfinger, no doubt.
Scott.
Goldfinger.
McCurdy.
Goldfinger.
So Goldfinger is number 1. I think we all agree From Russia with Love is still at number 2.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Number 3, again, this is where the trouble comes. Would you rather put in Dr. No or You Only Live Twice or Thunderball for number 3?
No.
Dr. No.
I put Thunderball in.
I'm gonna say Dr. No.
Scott?
Yeah, I'm gonna say Thunderball.
It's the first time I've ever seen Scott think.
So here's the thing. It sounds like we're juggling between Dr. No and Thunderball being 3 and 4, which kind of automatically means You Only Live Twice is at the bottom.
I totally agree.
Where we're at.
Yeah, that's a different way to approach it. I like that. That makes sense.
Let me just strike it into stone, and we'll see how we feel about it. Goldfinger maintains supremacy.
Yep.
From Russia with Love, number 2.
Yep.
Dr. No at number 3.
Yep.
Thunderball at number 4.
Yep.
And You Only Live Twice in last place at number 5.
Yep.
I agree.
And the usual disclaimer, You Only Live Twice is a lot of fun.
I would rather watch You Only Live Twice over just about anything else that came out in 1967.
Fair enough. You know, that's the way I would put it. Like to the credit of the movie, it is a fun movie to watch in general. Yeah. Like I would not mind watching this movie at all.
It just doesn't stand up to its competitors, and that's why it's at the bottom.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for me, it's like the first half of the movie is pretty strong, and then kind of falls apart towards the end where we find
I mean,
out about the whole
I think that's
Spectre
ultimately
plot and
what
everything going on.
Yeah.
Like, if we're gonna point to anything being like the factor here, it's just like Goldfinger's fun the whole fucking movie, and it makes sense the whole fucking time.
Yeah. And also, Goldfinger is just again, cinematography is not exactly story, but they are hand in hand, right?
Well,
the way
and-
something looks reflects the way that it feels.
and
and
as
Goldfinger is like, I don't know who was the cinematographer on this. I assume it was a new guy that came
It
with
is a
Lewis
new guy.
Gilbert.
So the
It
new
came with
guy,
Lewis Gilbert, but
yeah.
this movie is probably, ironically, because of the budget, the ugliest.
Now, the point that I wanted to make really quickly, cinematography is a skill thing. It's not a budget thing. It's a skill. It is not a money thing. You can still do cinematography with a piece of shit camera.
It can be. It depends
But I get
if
your
you have the
point.
lighting and stuff. Yeah.
I understand your
my point is, like, you can make up for a shitty budget with cinematography.
Yeah.
You can't make up shitty cinematography with a high budget. That's my point.
Yeah. I think the You Only Live Twice story is strong.
It's weak in its direction, it's weak in its cinematography, and it's weak definitely in it. Even though we think at first glance it might be stronger than Thunderball, it's not as weak in the story as you maybe think it is. So they film it in Japan, and they're doing all this stuff. They're doing all these aerial flights and shit. So the sad part of this story, well, it's not sad, but it's also kind of crazy, is basically one of the camera guys was filming one of the Spectre helicopters, looking down at it, and there was an updraft. So the Spectre helicopter is coming up onto the other helicopter, and it fucking sliced the cameraman's foot off. So he's looking, or not, it's like it's hanging off of him.
Gosh.
So he's looking down. He even he's filming it, and he's looking down, and he actually sees it on the film. So they had it on the film.
So
the guy
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? His camera.
He's like
tilted
looking
down
at it.
and his
He's like, he gets his
foot is
fucking
hanging
foot
there?
slide off, and like he panned down, and it's not in the film, of course, but he panned down. His fucking his foot is like hanging off of his body because of the fucking helicopter.
Okay. Tonight we're gonna toast to that man's.
I was gonna say, do you know that guy's name? Because that's the guy who gets the toast for tonight.
Dude,
McCurdy,
the
did you
name
figure
is
out-
John Jordan, who is the cameraman who lost his foot on this film.
to John Jordan.
To John Jordan and his foot.
Cheers to that.
Cheers to that, man.
Remember that new world I talked about last week with OHMSS? Yeah, never mind about all that. James Bond goes full Austin Powers and Diamonds Are Forever. A story that puts 007 in the role of the Fonz who jumps the shit out of a shark. I could lay out the ridiculous plot that is near impossible to follow, mixed with all kinds of stuff that makes no sense, but why ruin the fun? All you need to know is that Sean Connery's back for one last go-around with ridiculous and freaky LGBTQ assassins, a hilarious lunar rover chase, Jimmy Dean the Sausage Man, and Guy Hamilton doing everything possible to make sure your brain severs ties with Peter Hunt's On Her Majesty's Secret Service by going the complete opposite direction. Anybody that thought that dark, stark, and depressing film wasn't all that much fun, eat your fucking heart out, because Diamonds Are Forever is the ultimate action comedy in the Bondverse. All that being said, McCurdy, what you got for us?
Oh my lord, that is a very perfect intro to this film for sure.
Why try to make sense of this thing?
No,
There's no point.
There's
we
a
could
lot of
spend
things. We'll
all
get into
night,
it.
like we could spend the next 6 hours pointing out things that make no sense.
I have at least,
but
I
this
have at least
movie's
three
way too
things
much
we're gonna
fucking
talk
fun
about.
to be bogged down with anything that makes sense.
All right, so let's get into it. Let me answer your questions. So 1971, the first 70s Bond film, right? Remember I talked about last time, we talked about the last movie is really kind of the true last James Bond movie, and the fact that it's during the whole height of the spy genre being popular. Now we're into the 70s, the 60s are over, and now we're into the end, the final film in the Connery era of Bond films. It's also considered the end of the Blofeld trilogy, so to speak. So last time, like Charlie said, we talked about Lisenby, why he didn't sign he had a 7-picture contract, he didn't sign it. So then this leaves Harry Saltzman and Albert Broccoli in a conundrum. They're like, shit, we need to get a new Bond. So they start testing out other people right away. One of those people, and it kind of goes well with the film, is Adam West. And you may know Adam West from Family Guy, as well as the 60s Batman. But Adam West instantly was like, no, you have to have a Brit play this character. It can't be a Yank. So they keep looking, and they actually end up on this actor named John Gavin. John Gavin was probably most known for Psycho. He wasn't the killer, but he was the guy in that movie.
The boyfriend, yeah.
Yeah, he was the boyfriend. But ultimately, United Artists, with everything that went on publicly with the last film and all of that stuff, ultimately was like, no, we can't have the last thing we had last time. We need to make sure we have a hit on our hands. So they get Connery back. They say, no, you have to get Sean Connery back. And they had already signed John Gavin to the role.
Real quick, though, before you go on. So I understand that OHMSS was not a success. Is there anything, I mean, is it like the numbers just weren't there because we lost Sean? It was a little more depressing? Were the reviews not that good?
Yeah, I think it was just not what people were expecting out of the Bond film. And I think mostly it was, you had a different guy playing Bond. And then also not to mention that, I don't think I went into this the last episode, but Lisenby didn't really, like, he would go on interviews. He was bearded, he had long hair, he looked like a hippie, and he would literally tell people, oh, I'm not coming back. Now, if you're watching a franchise film and you're like, well, the star of the movie's not even coming back, why should I even bother watching this movie? This sounds like this is the end of the franchise. I mean, that's going to hurt the box office. So they're like, no, we need to get Connery back. So United Artists says money's not an option. So they end up paying him $1.2 million for Connery to come back. I've heard also $2 million. It's somewhere in that range. But that's a lot of money, especially for that time. Actors generally were not paid $1 million contracts back that period of time. I think the most famous one of that, or the first person to get paid like $1 million that most people talk about, is Marlon Brando in the first Superman movie.
Sean Connery donated it, right?
Yes. So Connery, being a Scotsman, he decides to create, he even told this to the press, he was creating a grant for Scottish artists and writers. So it became a part of his trust that he would already started, but he was going to use that money anyway. So he took the 1.2 million, he put it in this trust for Scottish writers and artists, so they didn't have to leave the country to get the money for the grant. And also he got a 2-picture deal out of it as well. Only one of those movies were actually made, but it also gave him the option to say, oh yeah, I can do whatever movie. So of course he was like, yeah, sure, I'll come back. Also returning, Guy Hamilton, who directed Goldfinger, but also Charles Gray returns. And you may remember Charles Gray in You Only Live Twice, but he had a knife in his back. So it's the same actor in another Blofeld movie only 2 movies ago, and they bring him back.
He was the victim of knife in the back, can't run very fast guy.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah.
So he comes back. And then in the role of Tiffany Case, the Bond girl, we have Jill St. John. And the other Bond girl, Lana Wood, both, ironically, were alumni of the Batman 60s TV show. Jill St. John was most known for being the first Molly. In the show, the Molly was like the henchwoman. In every episode, there was like a hot girl that they would cast that was, you know, a henchwoman to the Riddler or the Penguin or whoever it was that week. She was the first to do that. Lana Wood would also be one of the henchwomen.
Pause. So McCurdy has some of his information twisted just a little bit. First of all, Jill St. John played a character named Molly, but the category of female henchwomen to the typically male bad guys were known as Molls. So Molly was a Moll, but not all Molls were Mollies. Got it? Secondly, the aptly named Lana Wood was never in the 1960s Batman TV show, but she did date Adam West at the time, who played Batman. So while she wasn't in Batman, Batman was most definitely in her. Moving on.
And these two women did not like each other. There's a long, drawn-out story I could tell you dealing with Lana Wood's sister's husband and all this other stuff. And if you know a little bit of Hollywood history, you kind of know where that's at. You can look it up yourself. But
I just want to hear about how they are also alumni of Sean Connery's penis.
They are. So it's been Lana Wood and Connery apparently were dating at this time. Connery, if you remember, I think we talked about it in You Only Live Twice. He was actually married. His wife did stunts and stuff for the film. At this point, he's in a divorce. He was dating Lana Wood. I think it was rumored that he slept with St. John as well during this film. Let me go into that as well, because Connery and a lot of the production crew in this film did not get a lot of sleep because they were filming in Vegas. So they were doing a lot of gambling. Connery was playing golf. Like, he never got any sleep. He'd say, like, pretty much on the weekends he crashed. But throughout the entire week when they were during filming, he was gambling and playing golf and probably drinking heavily and banging the co-stars.
Getting plenty.
Oh, yeah, plenty. Oh, plenty.
Yeah. The best line in the film by far is the...
Hi, I'm Plenty.
But of course you are.
Plenty O'Toole.
Named after your father, perhaps?
Plenty O'Toole is straight up the male equivalent of Pussy Galore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they give it to a chick, and he's just like, that doesn't add up. You must have been named after your father.
Well,
Connery apparently even held up production because he was winning so much. So he would go to get his winnings, and they're like, Connery, you need it. We're shooting. Howard Hughes, he was a filmmaker. He was a entrepreneur. I mean, this guy did everything. He made movies. He flew airplanes. I think Scorsese did a whole movie on him, if I'm correct.
Yeah,
right?
The Aviator.
The
Aviator, right?
Leo.
He did all these. He
It's
I
the
mean,
way
he was
of
a
the
big
future.
dude. He had made a shit ton of money. But what's famous about him is that he owned the Desert Inn in Vegas. He owned several of the hotels in Vegas. But he hid himself away from the world for many years. Like, he just decided, I'm going to live in my penthouse and not see anybody and just live there and run my empire from my penthouse. So there's a lot of those employees never saw him ever. He just hid in his penthouse. And also, I want to point out, if you've ever played the game New Vegas,
yes,
there's a character in New Vegas that is referenced to. Because every time I watch this movie, I'm like, oh, I want to play New Vegas now.
Yeah, I caught that too, and I like flipped my.
Yeah, so that's a reference to that to Howard Hughes, and he was friends with like Albert Broccoli, who's one of the producers. So when Broccoli was because they originally Richard Baymon wrote a different script, of course, because they were going to make this a direct sequel to On Her Majesty's Secret Service. That didn't happen, right? So they had a different writer come on. And originally, it was going to be Goldfinger's twin was going to be the villain in this movie. They were going to make it so much attached to Goldfinger. They wanted to have Goldfinger's twin. They wanted to bring back that actor.
They were going to bring back Gert to
They were going to bring back Gert to play his twin in this movie originally. But then Broccoli had his dream of his friend Howard Hughes, and he was looking out the window from his penthouse, and he looked in, and it wasn't Howard Hughes. And he thought, oh, wouldn't that be an interesting story if Howard Hughes, because no one's seen Howard Hughes, so how do you know that Howard Hughes is actually running his empire? So he thought, wouldn't it be neat if, like, a villain, Blofeld, took over Howard Hughes and was running his empire and using it for his own clandestine,
so
operations.
HH became WW.
Exactly. Very good. I didn't even think about that. But what's even funnier is that Jimmy Dean, Sausage King, I believe he was a country music star. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So he was actually working for Howard Hughes in Vegas. And so when they went to Vegas to scout or whatever, they saw Jimmy Dean's act and they're like, that's our Willard White. That's who's playing Willard White.
And he's a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah.
He's a lot of fun.
Baja.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have anything in Baja.
Yeah. Tell him he's fired.
Seems angry the whole time.
Bert Saxby? Tell him he's fired.
He was actually worried when he made the movie because he knew that they would send the Bond films up to his penthouse. So he's like, oh, the guy I'm working for, I'm doing a parody of him.
Yeah.
So I was just like, that's interesting, but I think it's good for the context because I don't think people realize like that was a thing that happened back then. But yeah, he was living in the Desert Inn during when this filming's part, and even so much so that Broccoli was in contact with Howard Hughes, and they would say, hey, we got word from the penthouse that anything that Albert Broccoli needs to make this movie, we'll give it to him. Essentially. So that was one of the reasons they were able to make this. Can
you imagine having somebody like that on your side?
That's amazing.
For anything.
Yeah.
Elon Musk, he really likes the Ranked podcast.
And
he's completely opened the doors for it. Like, what?
Cool,
we do anything.
Let's shoot the next one on Mars, guys.
Yeah. I watched these movies as a kid in complete random order. It was like I'd get a new VHS from Target every time I go for like $10 or whatever.
Yeah.
And so I watched them completely out of order. And for 10, 12-year-old little Charles, it was like, okay, wait, I thought that guy was Blofeld, but then that's Blofeld, but then that's also Blofeld, but then Blofeld has doubles. It was so odd as a kid that I always attributed the Bond world to something closer to Batman, right? Where don't even keep track of Batman and the Joker, right? Because every new story is just going to be, well, forget everything that's already happened, and it's just like, just take these characters and put them in a new place.
Yeah.
When you do watch them in order, though, there is a clear logic between them all. And we pointed out how certain things don't add up, like in Secret Service, they don't recognize each other. There are certain things that you have to ignore to just enjoy the show. But there is kind of a through line throughout. And
yeah, definitely through the Connery films, it adds up.
But with Connery, what's interesting is you Only Live Twice. And then, they do kind of try to pretend like Secret Service never happened. But then when you get to Diamonds Are Forever, it's almost like you wish that You Only Live Twice had been given the Diamonds Are Forever treatment, where You Only Live Twice is fun, same old disclaimer, love all these movies, but Diamonds Are Forever makes up for being awful by being fucking hilarious and being so much fun and not giving a shit. Right? Whereas You Only Live Twice would have benefited almost by jumping that shark and being even more funny and joke-filled and ridiculous. This Blofeld, compared to the You Only Live Twice Blofeld, is fun. I don't think I would necessarily... I'm always going to opt for like the dark, stark, and depressing stuff, so I do think that Secret Service Blofeld is a more diabolical guy. That Blofeld and Hidden Blofeld, I think, are just superior on quality terms. But when it comes to goofiness... If only they could have brought in Charles Gray to be Blofeld in You Only Live Twice and had him throughout the movie. The guy has a face of putty, and like he's straight up the Joker. Like he grins at one point. He's so dramatic. At one point, he like picks up that phone and he turns to camera and he's like, "Yes, bring my battle sub."
This is not the madness! One more word, Metz, and I'll have you shot. Get back to your post. Prepare my battle sub immediately.
He's like the Joker. He's fun to watch be evil.
This guy cross-dresses. This guy cross-dresses in this film.
Yes.
That's true. That's the best part.
In the same way that Bond is somebody different in every scene, so is Blofeld. Like they're literally the same, but different. And he straight up cross-dresses to get out of it. He didn't need to do that, but he did because he's just a crazy, maniacal, super
three
evil
movies
genius.
Have lowered Blofeld's peg for me.
Yeah,
everyone.
I disagree. I think the second Blofeld's a little like the second scene Blofeld's definitely better than the first one in my opinion.
Yeah, I think You Only Live Twice Blofeld is just like nothing. Like I wish they would have taken his cartoonishness and they would have spread it across the whole movie. Oh, they did that with this movie.
Yeah,
they took cartoon Blofeld, who's just fun. Like, straight up, they have a scene where there's two Blofelds, and Bond has to choose which one is the real Blofeld. And, it's just, like, he can do anything now. Like, he's just a super evil genius.
I like the idea of him having multiple Blofelds. Scott, the scene that you're talking about is one of the strangest, most illogical scenes in the film. Because, if you remember,
that's why I love
Tiffany Case is talking to Q, which it's like, why are you here? Like, Q, what are you doing here, bud? He's here for some reason.
Because audiences like Q.
Just
that's
rigging Vegas. Why wouldn't you? If you were Q, why the would you
they
not
like that
rig
Q
Vegas?
guy, so let's just have him.
He made everything. He made all the money.
Yeah, but then Tiffany Case is like talking to Mr. Q and like, maybe you can help me out and all this other stuff. And then all of a sudden she looks over and she's like,
"Cat.
Wait, I'll be right back." And then
she
goes,
recognizes the cat.
Look what the cat dragged in.
But she never met the cat.
She never saw. She's never
she
seen
doesn't
Blofeld.
know
She
who
doesn't know
Blofeld
any.
is.
Like,
I'm delighted to meet you, Miss Case.
She has no idea. Like, I mean, again, you could maybe make the assumption that, oh, she maybe met Blofeld in this operation, but it's like there's no evidence to suggest that. So
I mean,
it's
the
just very
chauffeur
weird
does
scene.
then shove her into the car, so it's like,
But she's like,
do they
but she
recognize it?
actively looking for that person. Like she leaves to look
But
for
that's what I mean.
the woman and the
that's
cat.
That's one element in a massive list of shit that doesn't make sense or add up. But I'm so willing to forgive it because this movie isn't trying to be serious. Every movie before this, you can critique, you can approach it logically and be like, nah, and that's what we've done for 6 episodes is like, none of this stuff makes sense and none of this adds up. But that's in movies that ask you to take them seriously. This movie never asks you to take it seriously. Not once.
When it comes to movies, I'm naturally illogical. So when I see a motherfucker walking through a casino with a cat, I'm like, surely he's powerful. That makes sense. That's how it tied together.
I don't know what.
How do you react when you see an elephant playing slots?
Perfect. I love it. Makes
one
sense.
time we talked about, I think we talked about You Only Live Twice, and I was talking about how a trend in these films is that if the movie goes too fantastical, the next movie is going to be dark and grim, or is it's going to be more realistic. By that logic, though, does that mean that if the film goes too dark, that the next movie is going to be lighthearted? We'll have to see, because I'm wondering if that's the case in some of these later films.
It's as if Sean Connery came in to grease the slide for Roger Moore to be goofy as It's like you have this weird transition. It's like stuff got really dark, and then it's like reset the clock and open the door to straight up Bond goofiness. The irony is that, most people would associate Bond goofiness with Roger Moore, but we're seeing here that Sean Connery is the one who introduced it. He ushered in the era of
he anchored the concept.
Absolutely. And I gotta say, it's fun.
This movie's a slate wiping.
Yeah,
totally.
It's like, try to compare the next Bond movie and the next actor to this shit.
Yeah. I want to ask Patterson specifically, though, about Blofeld, because you were very harsh on Secret Service Blofeld. And this is on the spectrum of Blofeld I laid out last week.
I'm kind of with Nans on this one, where it's like, it almost would have been better if I had just not watched this with any context whatsoever. This is the movie that my wife, who hates Bond, can't stand watching these movies. This is the movie that she pictures in her head. And to that effect, I think Blofeld, more so than I would say any other element of the movie, he basically is Dr. Evil. It's just goofiness. I think it's more entertaining. It's like, I thought I had it figured out the last episode, what I want to see in Blofeld. After I was like, okay, that's what I don't want to see in him. And now this movie is making me kind of take it in a completely different direction of maybe it's okay to just have a campy Blofeld. And maybe it's better for him to be that. I think on your spectrum, I think Flesh and Blood Blofeld, the more you bring him into the light, the goofier he gets.
He has to escalate.
Yeah.
He can't just be a guy running an allergy clinic. He has to be capable of literally taking over the life of some billionaire in a penthouse to take advantage of his money in order to pull off another devious world-stealing plot, right? This is the summer blockbuster of Bond, not the dark independent film that we saw last time. Nobody's crying over a dead wife in this movie. This movie, again, the subtitle of this movie is F*** It.
Yeah.
None of this makes
really
sense.
Is.
It's just at one point, please, somebody explain to me the scene where Bond is, again, pretending to be somebody else. He's doing the radiation shields. He's checking things out. He leaves, and suddenly he's on, I don't know, a movie set where they're faking the moon landing.
What was?
And they're like, there he is behind those rocks. That's straight up out of Austin Powers. He gets into a lunar mobile and he busts out. And I just laughed the whole time because every time they cut to that moon mobile, it's like, me, and there's Bond. There's James Bond, super spy, in that little bubble top. Me,
I love it.
It's fucking hysterical.
When they say behind the rocks, the astronauts don't even
they
react
keep
like normal people. They're we're still on the moon.
When they're trying to catch
they're
him.
Staying
They're
in character,
no.
trying to catch him, and that's also for context. Remember we talked about the space race in the last one, or in You Only Live Twice. It's still going on. People are still going to the moon at that point. So I think the idea was they're faking the moon landing, because a lot of people still think that today.
Yeah.
But what's the question is, Willard White, did he decide to fake the moon landing, or was that Blofeld? Also, I just want to mention, why did Blofeld put a sculpture or a miniature of Baja California?
Baja California. I haven't got a thing at Baja.
Exactly.
That makes no
Who
sense.
did that? What assistant of his was well, I thought you wanted your diorama up to date all the time. So when you made the petroleum division, I went ahead and made the model and I put it in your little diorama, sir. Baja.
To further Patterson's point, I enjoy this jokey Blofeld more than
he's fun,
exposed and weak Blofeld. I ultimately the best Blofeld is the hidden, ultra powerful shadows controlling everything.
In a serious movie,
Blofeld.
that's the way to approach it.
Yes, that's the best one. But Blofeld cross-dressing, exposed with multiple duplicates and people everywhere,
and multiple cats too,
and impersonating Texas people.
Willard White speaking. Yes, Governor, I got your message.
That is, I think my second favorite Blofeld, and that's what I loved about this, is how much of a joke it was. Because where do you go? You don't go back to Shadows Blofeld. You can't put him back in the shadows after you brought him out for
Pandora
2
doesn't
movies.
go back into the box.
Yeah. You can't hide him again and make him some like ultra secret character with tentacles and
he does
reaching out.
Scott, he does come back, but
well, he does. Yes,
he comes back in this franchise, I should say.
Yes, but he's Moriarty now. He's Moriarty. He's the Joker. He's eternal. It's like, why doesn't Bond just kill him? Why doesn't he just kill Bond? That would be against the rules. They have too much fun fighting each other.
I do so enjoy our little visits, Mr. Bond.
Similar to Charlie, when I watched these movies like basically when I was at Thanksgiving at my grandparents' house and Bondathon was on.
Bondathon.
All the time.
Spike TV.
That's it.
But somehow this must have escaped my radar. This is actually my first time seeing it.
Really?
Yes,
okay,
I've not seen this film before.
Go. What you got?
So I'm going to go ahead and say I almost want to apologize to McCurdy because I almost am tempted to rank this last. Because it's just
after last episode, I
got emotional, and you're like, I've seen all the Bond films. This is the worst Bond film.
I was hoping you were going to say rank this above Secret Service. Like, sorry, McCurdy, but fuck you.
I'll say this, Patterson. If we're talking about the ranking, though, I could see this going above. Well, hold on. Let's have. Charlie ask the question.
Please,
I think we should go around the. I wish we could just reveal it all at the same time because.
Okay.
I just want to say first off, I do fucking love this movie. Like I said, it makes up for being
stupid,
terrible by being hilarious and entertaining, and anything is inevitably going to head towards self-awareness and goofiness, right? Bond is constantly pretending to be somebody else in this movie. And it adds this odd comedic factor that enables Sean to just have fun this time around.
You are English?
Yes, I'm English.
I speak English. We were inseparable, you know.
Please, Mr. Franks.
Klaus Hergersheimer, G-section. Just checking on radiation shields.
Throughout the entire movie, he's a fraud and an imposter. At one point, he pretends to kill himself. And the chick, Tiffany Case, recognizes James Bond.
My God. You just killed James Bond.
Is that who it was?
I thought
Super
that was so
spy
weird.
that is supposed to be anonymous and is just
figure?
supposed to be the blunt instrument of his government.
That's false.
Is apparently world famous, and so is Blofeld, to the point where it's now just straight up Batman versus the Joker. Blofeld is just like the Joker that's capable. He's like an evil genius capable of doing anything. Apparently, as soon as he killed James Bond's wife, he went straight to work stockpiling diamonds to build a satellite to hold the world to ransom. In this movie, they reach superstar status, and that's stupid. And had this been You Only Live Twice, this movie would have been awful. But it's so fucking entertaining that very quickly I was like somewhat taking notes on shit that doesn't make sense. And then I was like, this is pointless. Why even point out a single thing that doesn't make sense? Because that's not the point of this movie. And it only lends towards this discussion we've had so far. And it's only going to continue in the future. Bond has this spectrum of like serious, dark, and depressing. And then just like shut up and have fun. Like I suggest you just stop thinking about it. Have
it was
a good
almost
time.
kind of jarring to go from Secret Service to this.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Totally.
Because it just like 180 tone shift. Complete 180 tone shift.
It's like give the people what they want. Apparently nobody wanted to walk out of the theater crying. They're like, what happened to Bond? Like normally I let and it's like fun, you know? And they all walked out of the theater depressed and they're like, we need to get back to Bond using gadgets and shit. You know,
I agree with you. This movie's a lot of fun. I think this may have been one of the first movies I saw of the Bond series. I also was a little creeped out by it too.
It's honestly a decent one to start with because it's straight up super spy.
Yeah.
That if somebody had never watched James Bond and they wrote a Bond movie, it would be this movie. They would assume that this is what Bond was. And then they would go watch older stuff and they'd be like, wait, it was like classy and realistic and to be taken seriously. And Diamonds Are Forever is like watching Austin Powers. Yeah. Before we go any further, though, let's just get it out real quick. My rank is to put it at number 6. This movie's definitely better than You Only Live Twice, because I think You Only Live Twice and Diamonds Are Forever are the same style of movie. It's just that they realized with Diamonds Are Forever that they could take a more comedic approach and kind of elevate it a bit. But there's no way that you could possibly put it in that top 5, because the quality of those movies as just spy action movies are just always going to be far superior. I do love this movie, but as a farce, I can't justify putting it above Thunderball, but I can absolutely justify putting it above You Only Live Twice, so far as I really wish that they would have gone comedic with You Only Live Twice. It's like they maybe did at parts, but it just made for a weaker movie that didn't really have interesting characters and all that. Whereas with this, I mean, at one point you have the Bond girl arguing with a 12-year-old over a stuffed animal, and she literally tells him to blow up his pants.
The machine's fixed. Who's she, your mother? Blow up your pants.
I just laugh the whole time at how ridiculous it is. It's just fun.
I'm just going to go ahead and give my ranking here. I actually agree with Charlie's ranking. I would still rank this personally above On Her Majesty's Secret Service. But here's why. And I'm going to go ahead and tell you why.
Does he have a poem?
Because On Her Majesty's Secret Service, in my opinion, tried to be something and failed to be what it set out to be.
I agree.
Whereas this movie definitely succeeded in what it was trying to do, which is why
we don't give a our
Yeah.
mission statement is not giving a and having fun.
Sustaining, however, the arguments from last time, which we're not going to rehash because that's not this episode, that was last episode. I'm going to go ahead and say I think it does belong above You Only Live Twice, because I think You Only Live Twice can also be blamed for that same problem where, like, I think they were trying to be serious in You Only Live Twice. They just failed. Whereas this movie...
I think, You Only Live Twice is very much a science fiction, over-the-top movie. This, I agree. I completely agree. I think I would put that the same spot. For sure.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna put it at 6.
And I also think this movie, from a cinematography standpoint, I think this is one of the uglier movies, mainly because the 2 colors that I'm wearing that I see a lot in this movie. It's not everywhere for sure, but you got that mustard yellow and brown combination that was prevalent in the late 60s,
very
early
70s look.
Very
70s
very much
look
in the movie. And I always think of those 2 colors when I watch this movie, because as I'm watching, I'm like, oh yeah, there's another mustard yellow, there's another brown. And even with Bambi and Thumper, like that's their outfits, is one's wearing brown, one's wearing yellow.
Nans, go ahead with your rank, then I'll finish.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the same boat as Patterson on this one, where I've never seen this one. And I wish what Charlie said was true for me in terms of you cry laughing watching this. I was just scratching my head the whole time.
That's kind of how I was.
Like, what is happening in this
movie? If you're going to be yelling out, what the it's also going to be Diamonds Are Forever. I think after watching, just being a Bond fan for so long, it is so self-referential, which I generally frown upon, but they take it to such a degree that eventually the movie just wins you over, and you're just like, I don't give a shit anymore.
McCurdy, you mentioned the questions, and that was me watching this movie. It's just question after question after question, and just
what is happening?
That was my experience.
Yeah, my gut reaction to the movie.
It was bewilderment more than it was bemusement.
Yeah, my impression was just a question, and that question for this movie, everything happening in it is just like, what the hell?
Yeah.
So you guys have seen it, Charlie. You've seen it. You understand what it is, so you can come in with an expectation and know to kind of cover your ears, cover your eyes a little bit, and just like throw the blinders on and try to enjoy it, I guess. Coming in blind is just like, what's going on? And I have a hard time separating it as like, okay, this is a comedy. This is a different type of James Bond. Look at it differently. Maybe these films aren't necessarily meant to watch back to back to back like we're doing. Like if back in the day you watched them as they came out every few years or whatever, it would be easier to separate it out like that. But coming in fresh off of all the other movies we've seen so far into this one is just confusing. And the only way I can rank it right now is just based off of entertainment value. If I had to choose a movie to watch again right now of the ones we've already seen, This would be at the bottom of my list. I think I would rank this last. But I could definitely see like Patterson's point about You Only Live Twice. It failed to achieve what it was trying to do.
You mean Our
achieve it?
Secret Service?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but I mean,
Patterson, I think you mentioned You Only Live Twice, right?
Yeah, I said I would put. I'm agreeing with Charlie's order of putting it above You Only Live Twice and below.
So it's a tone thing, though, right? It's a tone thing. So, like, You Only Live Twice says, take us seriously.
Right.
Secret Service says, really take us seriously. This is the equivalent of watching Batman Begins and then going and watching a Joel Schumacher, Batman and Robin.
Forever.
It's like if they had followed up Batman Begins with Batman Forever, and you're like, what the hell happened?
That's basically what it's like, yes.
Straight up.
Maybe if you guys had told me before you watch this, Nathan, keep in mind, it's a joke. The whole movie is a joke. Then I would have been
McCurdy
more able
did
to
say
enjoy
that last week. He said something to that.
McCurdy said last week, Bond dies after this. Like, Secret
This
Service.
is the last
that's
true
like,
Bond film.
Yeah,
I think
like
he said
done.
something.
At that point, the franchise died with Tracy. And imagine being George Lazenby watching this movie and being like, Christ, I'm glad I got out when I did.
Dodge that bullet.
Like we said last week, though, Sean Connery has it. The guy has it in spades, and I've never watched a Sean Connery movie and I didn't enjoy it. He's one of those rare stars that no matter what they're doing,
and he's the star of that movie.
I even love that movie. I really do.
Sucks.
We're
getting way off topic with getting into those.
If you like that movie, you'll like this movie.
Yeah. So I want to switch gears.
I want to finish just with my ranking before we continue.
I'll let you finish
here. I want to build off of Nan's. It is tough going into this film after the last several, especially after the last one, being a very serious film, very emotional. And then you walk into this film and you're like, what the is this? and it's funny. It is so funny. There's so many quips, so many good moments. It exactly as Patterson said, it hits its point to what it needs to be. And this is why I will go as far as ranking this one right now. My range is 5 to 6.
Okay.
As of current. But I would go as far as ranking this above Thunderball.
So I cannot, in good conscience, I can't put it above Thunderball, because Thunderball, no matter all the shit I talk about Thunderball, even just the underwater fight at the end alone is enough to rank it above. Thunderball wasn't enough to put it above the first 3 Connery films. When it comes to Connery Bond, those first 4 are so rock solid that I just can't in good conscience put Diamonds Are Forever above any of those. But I can absolutely put it above You Only Live Twice. Again, not to keep reiterating,
I could see that.
Correct.
Like, You Only Live Twice, I really wish they would have brought in Guy Hamilton to do what he did for Diamonds Are Forever, to do that to You Only Live Twice.
I have strong childhood memories of Mr. Wint and Mr. Kidd. Yeah. As soon as they came back on, I'm like, these two motherfuckers, god damn it.
Let's talk about those two guys. So Mr.
McCurdy,
Kidd,
please tell us how they're the basis for Dumb and Dumber.
Oh my God! Right? So Mr. Wint and
they
Mr.
straight
Kidd,
up are.
They have to be.
Go talk to whoever wrote Dumb and Dumber, or it was the whatever brothers. They guaranteed it was these guys that inspired those
Mr.
characters.
Kidd is played by musician Putter Smith, which I don't think any of you guys are going to know who that is. But Mr. Wint is played by Crispin Glover's father. You know, Crispin Glover from Back to the Future. He played
Professional
Martin's dad.
weirdo. Yeah.
Yes, professional weirdo. So the apple did not fall far from the tree, so to speak, after watching this movie. But Bruce Glover plays Mr. Wint. Now, when I was watching the behind-the-scenes stuff for this movie, Bruce Glover makes it pretty clear that he's like, there's no mixing words here. These two are definitely gay. So when they created the character, Glover's just like, yeah, I mean, I looked at Putter and I was like, he's basically my toy. Like, this is... Like, he's my bitch, kind of. Like, he didn't say that.
They don't hide that at all.
But no. I love all, but he said there's all the jealousy and all that stuff that's in there.
Yeah.
I love that line where he's like, he gets down and she's like, she's very attractive.
They're both aboard. I must say, Miss Kay seems quite attractive. For a lady.
He looks at her, and he's like,
and at the end, when Kid's the bald guy.
Kid is the bald one.
Kid's the bald one. When he is on fire and jumps in the water, for half a second, I actually feel really bad for Wint. You know, because he's like, he looks at him like, oh, he just goes right back to choking Bond. You know, and you feel a little sorry for him in that moment. You know, like had they not tried to kill Bond, they would have had a nice life together, going off and just being weird sociopaths. They are.
He deserved it. He thought attacking them with flaming skewers.
But we talked about
there's a joke in there. We just have to find
kebabs,
it.
Yeah.
Like we're like just now. Flaming
but then
kebabs.
what a brilliant.
If we were ranking this based on what movie would make the best drinking game, top of the list. Period. No question.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Every time our Dumb and Dumber decide to do something that's vaguely homoerotic, that's a drink.
Oh my God, they're my favorite characters in this whole movie.
Absolutely.
I like them just because they were so weird.
Charlie, you talked about when we did Goldfinger, you even mentioned it's like one of my favorite things is every time you see Odd Job, he has a little jingle, a little thing. This movie does the same thing. It's Guy Hamilton. So this movie, you get every time you see Mr. Kidd and Mr. Wint, they have their own dark, weird theme song.
Yeah.
What a brilliant death, where he pulls his legs between. This is Mr. Wint. and then he's like, he certainly had his tails between his legs.
Yeah, which is.
And he blows up.
On that note, I think that's the only Bond joke in this movie.
Well, he's certainly left with his tails between his legs.
Here's the
you'd
irony.
think it'd be riddled with Bond
exactly.
jokes.
Exactly.
More than
the irony is that this movie that is a comedy. This is the first comedy we've come across.
Yeah. No, it is.
Yeah.
Straight up.
I would not even call it an action film first. It is a comedy movie.
Straight up. I laugh. Like, okay, I said last week, if you were going to cry watching one Bond movie, it's probably going to be Secret Service. If you're going to cry laughing watching a Bond movie, it's going to be Diamonds Are Forever. And it's...
Agreed.
They just are shameless about it, and they just don't give a fuck. They just wanted to go back to, let's just entertain people. And Sean Connery's getting old, so let's not do any, he's not like young and sleek. He's old and sleek. And what do you do to compensate for the action that Bond was capable of in the past? You just straight up have him just be like an older, goofy guy who wouldn't believably beat anybody up, but they just have him cracking jokes the whole time. The Bond jokes, though, there's like Welcome to Hell, Blofeld, which isn't really a Bond joke as much as...
rhyme.
Welcome to Hell, Blofeld.
Last week, I failed to mention that George Lazenby somehow pulls off what I deem the best Bond joke.
He had lots of guts.
The double meaning with he had lots of guts, that immediately elevated it right to the top of my list. And the way he says it too, just, he had lots of guts. And she's like, oh, really? Like, it's so, that moment is so perfect that I got to give it up to Lazenby for taking the top spot of my list is now George Lazenby. Now, he's not on the top of many lists, but he's the top of mine when it comes to Bond jokes right now.
Now, Charlie, I have to challenge you on one Bond joke. You're saying this one only had maybe a couple? You missed one, I think. When he's comparing her as a blonde versus a brunette, where he says...
I tend to notice little things like that, whether a girl is a blonde or a brunette.
And which do you prefer?
Oh, providing the collars and cuffs match.
He says funny stuff constantly. What I'm saying is that for me, my list is, my definition of a Bond joke is, remember the rules. A murder has just taken place, and then it's punny or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So you only have Blofeld, Welcome to Hell, or Welcome to Hell, Blofeld, and he left with his tail between his legs. The actual my definition of Bond jokes are really weak in this movie, but Bond otherwise is hilarious throughout. He has a funny line for absolutely everything going on.
I'm afraid you've caught me with more than my hands up.
Hey, what the hell is this?
Thank you very much. I was just out walking my rat and I seem to have lost my way.
And every time that he shows up in a new location, he just has some line ready to go. Again, it's like they compensated for his like not doing a bunch of crazy action, for him just being a super spy that apparently the world knows of now, that just shows up and he's like, hey, I'm the Acme inspector or whatever. He didn't try to sneak his way onto that oil rig. He just showed up like, I'm James fucking Bond, bitch. Everybody knows my name, and
he had
I'm
a
a super
Playboy
spy.
card with James Bond on it.
Yeah. It's so self-aware.
Are there TV interviews with him or something?
And Mr. Wint and Mr. Kidd had so many good one-liners in this. Like, they're back and forth.
They basically took all the Bond jokes and gave them to Wint and Kidd.
Very moving. Heartwarming, Mr. Wint. A glowing tribute, Mr. Kidd.
Wint and Kidd are essentially the evil version of Bond. Whenever Bond kills somebody and he's got some quippy line, they gave all of that to Wint and Kidd.
He got bitten by the bug.
Yeah, bitten by the bug.
Who are you?
Dr. Tynan sent us.
Why didn't he come himself?
He was taken sick. Bitten by the bug.
Okay, so on your point about Connery, I actually like Connery a lot in this movie, for one.
Totally.
I actually think he's a lot more, like you said, this movie's a lot more fun, right?
He phoned it in for You Only Live Twice, but he tried in this one.
You said, hey, he's old now, but I want to put something into context for you all, because I was doing the math. Connery is only 40 in this movie. Now, I say only 40 because our next Bond, Roger Moore, will be 42 in his first, or no, he's 42 currently while this movie, I think, is being made.
Wow.
Roger Moore looks amazing. He does not look
subtract old and add in fat.
He doesn't get Connery is fucking fat in this movie. Okay, let me add other ones. Daniel Craig currently, his last Bond film, 53.
That's what I
Pierce
thought.
Brosnan, when he did Goldeneye, he was 42. And Dalton was 41 when he did Living Daylights.
Wait. 42 when he did Goldeneye.
Yeah. So for Connery to come out and be like, I'm old. Like, no, Connery, you're not old. You just stopped giving a shit. Stop going to the gym, started drinking and eating whatever the you wanted because you're making $1 million on a fucking movie.
I just want to have sex and eat ice cream.
And honestly, if you're Sean Connery, why not live that way?
He's still, but I think Connery's I
would do the same.
Something that I didn't mention last time was that, and I'd seen this on a different podcast or a different show, but they mentioned about how Lazenby's performance, because Lazenby wasn't an actor, when Lazenby is pretending to be Sir Hilary, he really is just trying to play Sir Hilary. He's not really trying to play a character playing another character. But in this movie, you can really see Connery's talent in playing a character playing another character.
Yes,
Peter Franks.
third floor.
Guten Abend. Good evening. Vita?
Every single scene he's in, he's pretending to be somebody else.
But when he's in Holland, when they're in Amsterdam and he sees Peter Grave, he's acting like he's from Holland. But he does I think he does a fantastic job there.
He's so much fun. That's what I mean. It's just so much fun. Try to follow the plot. I mean, any one of you, try to tell me the plot right now.
The plot of the movie, to me at least, was that
there was
some kind of, they were trying to figure out why diamonds were getting smuggled out. And for some reason, that was the mission that Bond was given, was figure out what's going on with these diamonds. Much like in Goldfinger, where it was Goldfinger's smuggling gold out. We got to figure out how he's doing it. And it just so happens in Goldfinger that he comes across this devious plot. But in this movie, it's kind of the same plot in that regard, where he's trying to figure out where these diamonds are going. So he's following the chain. Meanwhile, Mr. Kidd and Mr. Wint are closing the chain, killing off all of the loose ends in that chain. Which, by the way, we never know if they're Spectre agents or not, because this film never mentions Spectre once. It only talks about Ernst Blofeld, and that's it. So while Bond is
on that note, though,
that chain,
what we talked about was, why don't they just separate Blofeld from Spectre entirely? It's like they were listening in on our conversation last week, and it's like, okay, now Blofeld is as much of a super villain as Bond is a super spy superhero.
Yeah.
Right? They are Batman and Joker. They are each capable of doing anything, to the point where now Blofeld has body doubles and everything. It's almost like in the way that they thought about maybe giving Bond or Blofeld plastic surgery in Secret Service to justify why they don't recognize each other. They straight up just say, whatever, fuck it, whatever. Blofeld has body doubles that he hires other guys to double him so that Blofeld can literally be eternal now. He can never go away. He just keeps coming back, you know?
Yeah.
He's like Michael Myers now.
But yeah, essentially the movie is him finding this diamond chain of where the diamonds are going. He ends up finding out that the diamonds are being used for this special laser satellite, which I think there was a line in there about diamonds were used for the first laser. And we talked about in Goldfinger, lasers were only been around for like 3 years at that point. So the idea that there's a space laser that is just gonna basically be the ransom. It's the same as like a nuclear weapon. Now it's like a laser that's in space, which we'll return to in other films.
Yeah,
of course.
But, okay, so that's all well and good, right? That's the general plot.
Yeah.
Bond is trying to find the source, like where are all these diamonds going? Wint and Kid are trying to close that up, cover the tracks of whoever is stockpiling them. But within that domain, you have all this crazy shit happening that doesn't make any sense, and you're just along for this ride. Almost like this movie's closer to Snatch than it is to, you know,
Bond. Yeah,
any other Bond movie. Right?
You mentioned the Tiffany Case line, where it's like, you just killed James Bond. Because I was going to talk about how this film kind of has headcanon, right? Like, is the canon that now James Bond's like this?
Self-awareness.
Yeah, it's just,
headcanon is for fans.
For
Self-awareness is for
but then when you start
franchises that have
talking
gone
about
on
it,
for too far,
is the
too
question is Bond, like you had said, is Bond a celebrity? Do people know who? Why? I mean, the only time that the public has ever mentioned who James Bond is in You Only Live Twice when he gets killed. We as Americans don't even know who killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah.
Right? Like, we have no idea
Nobody
who that
should know
person
who
is.
Bond is, but apparently now everybody knows who he is because this movie is, again, franchises go on too long and then they become self-aware. And that either hurts it, like Daniel Craig is starting to become too self-aware.
Yeah.
And that's hurting the franchise.
Yeah.
Again, McCurdy laid out the overall plot, but the twists and turns don't make any sense. And eventually you're just along for the ride where it's like you have this weird cast of characters. It's just like this rotating carousel. Like when he goes back to the hotel room with Plenty O'Toole and all the gangsters are there, the gangsters were there just to throw Plenty out the window and then they leave. It just at a certain point, you just go, F it. I'm just along for the ride on this Austin Powers carousel, and it's not worth your time trying to figure this movie out. This movie is just fun. McCurdy, let's talk a bit. We didn't really flesh out last week. We didn't really flesh out story versus plot. And I think these two movies definitely showcase the difference, right? Whereas you went on about how, guys, look, Secret Service has so much in the story department. And what story is, what we talked about is like you have plot, which is the things that happen, versus story, which incorporates characters, and then how characters react to things that happen and they change. That's generally what a story is showcasing how a character or characters change, and Bond...
Or don't change.
Or don't change. And that's the thing. What happens with Secret Service is that Bond comes into the story, he changes, but then right at the end, he changes back. I mean, hang on. Bond changes so far as he gets married and he's ready to leave this life behind, but then that life is taken from him so that by the time you get to the beginning of this movie, it's straight up the moment in Austin Powers where he's like, oh no, my wife died. I guess that means I'm single again. Yeah! You know, like where it's just Bond is right back to where he was.
Yeah.
Bond changed to change right back.
But we have, at least that movie has a story arc in the sense that, like, we can't keep going on doing these films where he's a superhero, essentially. He does the same things. He fight, like, and I kept saying the same things. But he has emotional...
To make a superhero Bond again.
No, exactly. I'm not, when I say superhero, when I'm saying superhero, I'm not talking about like superheroes and like Superman. I'm talking about him.
You talk about like the vulnerability of the character or lack thereof.
Bond is a superhero.
He's invincible. He's emotionally, nothing hurts him emotionally, nothing hurts him. I mean, things can hurt him physically, but he brushes it off. On Her Majesty's Secret Service demonstrates that was not what that Bond was, as far as things do hit him emotionally, especially mainly towards the end of the film. And there is a kind of an emotional journey with that character. So when I said that film had story, it has a lot of story, whether the plot of the movie makes sense or not, which is what you guys were arguing last time.
And you're right, that typically a story like that is going to have themes. themes, and the theme of that story was Bond's career versus his life, and Bond being a tool of Her Majesty versus being his own man. And our overall point with that was that those were the themes, and were they completely realized? Go watch that episode. They may or may not have been completely realized.
And
Whereas
I think
with
it's
this
also
movie,
personal taste.
they threw all of that out,
Yes.
and they just made a big summer blockbuster that everybody could eat popcorn and laugh and not cry and just have fun.
And this movie, I mean, Charlie, you were talking about the plot of this movie is a little weird and wonky, but just because a movie's plot heavy does not make it a bad movie.
I would have thought that this movie was written by Roald Dahl. Like, if you told me that Roald Dahl wrote this movie, I'd be like, totally.
Yeah.
And that's what I mean, is there's such a connection between this film and You Only Live Twice, but You Only Live Twice asks you to take it seriously. This movie says right off the bat, it's like, don't take this seriously and you'll have a good time.
I do feel like they tried to build off of the last film in the beginning with opening up with Sean Connery just killing everything. Just killing
they just
everybody.
have to tie up the loose ends that the last movie made.
Yeah.
I think they could have gone farther with it, and they just decided, again, people didn't watch movies like they watch television shows like they do today. Like, we don't have a streaming service. Like, back then, if you wanted to see the old movie, you had to wait to see if it was re-released, because there was no VHS tapes. I mean, Betamax and VHS were just coming out and just coming onto the market, but not everybody owned those things, and usually it was to record old television shows. So the only time
I don't
you could
even
see
think
a movie...
the Betamax is out yet.
It's the only way to watch a movie was if it was on TV or if the theater did a re-release of it. So a lot of these weird shortcomings that we're noticing now kind of get glossed over when these movies came out, because people just were like, oh yeah, I vaguely remember this thing happening in the last movie. But the intention, like I think I said last time, was that they were going to have this movie be a direct sequel to On Her Majesty's Secret Service. The end of the movie where Tracy gets killed was going to be the beginning of this movie. And then it would have been a revenge story where Bond would be going after Blofeld, and Drago was going to come back, and Irma Blunt was going to come back. And obviously they threw all that out and decided, F it, look, we're going to Vegas, baby.
You really had to change Bond. You could not have had George Lazenby jump into this. As much as we said, wouldn't it have been cool to see Sean Connery in Secret Service? With this, it's like, wouldn't you love to have seen George Lazenby try to play this role like in another universe? Like, you know, Rick and Morty style, pull this movie from another universe and watch it with Lazenby and just be like, this is basically our man Flint. You know, it'd basically be a Flint movie with George Lazenby. I mean, like, tall, lanky British guy banging a bunch of chicks with a plot that doesn't make any sense and with a super bad guy.
Hey, in like Flint, that's my favorite movie.
And we got a lot of cars in this movie. There's more cars in this movie.
We haven't talked a lot of cars
than any of the other films. So, Nans, what was your impression of the Vegas chase scene?
Best part of the movie.
Well, I was actually thinking of mentioning, so when Charlie brought up that like lunar rover chase scene, that starts like a 15, 20 minute episode of Dukes of Hazzard in the middle of James Bond. I looked it up. I was like, was this inspired by Dukes of Hazzard? Because I'm not too familiar with that show. And apparently it was like mid to later 70s. So this was before that. I mean, the chase scene was fun, but at the same time, it's like everyone chasing them is a moron. So it's like, are they in danger? Apparently not, because the cops are idiots and everyone else is an idiot, just crashing into each other and driving off of cliffs and stuff. So, I mean, I enjoyed the chase scene, but I wouldn't place it all that high against the other chase scenes in the other movies.
That's fair. That's fair. But so interesting about that chase scene, though. The famous car flip, the car when he gets the car on the side. Goofy moment, right?
Oh, and then
if you guys notice, goes through the car one way, comes out the alley the other way.
Yeah.
And the only reason that was because they originally filmed it correctly, and they fucked it up the second time, or when it comes out, because they filmed the first part in a studio.
At least they inserted a shot where they switch.
That was the fix.
Physics, how the physics works on that.
It doesn't.
Again,
this whole movie is
this movie. Whatever.
How does Bond get out of the situation? He flips a car on two wheels because he's a super spy that can do anything. He's literally the James Bond that everybody in the world knows now. He's capable of anything. There's nothing outside of the bounds of imagination and all that shit. This movie asks you to not critique it. That's why it works.
The primary emotion that I felt watching it really was confusion. And not just at the plot, which is without a doubt super confusing, but it's also made me like, I think I've said in previous episodes that like the Bonds that I like the most, the ones that have like the good action and they don't really try to get like too super deep and all that stuff. And now I'm like, maybe I don't like that. Because honestly, I don't know if I like having Bond be funny. This movie kind of makes me question whether or not I like the campy Bond feel. It's like I'm a 15-year-old bisexual young man who doesn't know he's bisexual, and he's been into girls, and then one day he sees 300, and now he's thinking about a lot of things that he wasn't thinking about before. So like that's kind of how this movie's made me feel.
The best analogy I've heard.
Are you sure it wasn't Kid and Wint?
Maybe it was Kid.
No, those two sexy motherfuckers.
I want to ask you though to just clarify a bit. Are you saying that you once liked Funny Bond, but this movie made you question it, or
first I'm gonna reference, but
who's paying in advance?
I think Daniel Craig movies have got me fucked up because like for a while that was like my perception. I watched these movies, the older movies when I was a kid, like a young kid, and at the time not watching it with any sense of like film critique. I'm just like, this is shit to watch on TV and there's explosions and babes. So like, of course I'm going to watch this when I'm 13 years old, not paying attention.
Yeah.
And then now, like the Bond movies that I'm used to are the Craig movies where it's taken really seriously, but some of those weren't good. So until we started doing this podcast, I would have said, yeah, I prefer the older ones because I remembered having more fun watching those. And this movie, which I hadn't seen before until now, I was like, maybe I don't like the older one. Like maybe I am just like a serious Bond guy because I feel like I enjoy those films more.
Every neighborhood that Bond lives in, I can visit there. I prefer to live in the area populated by serious Bond, where it is closer to the books, it's closer to the character, right, that Ian Fleming originally created. It's the same thing as Chris Tolkien, J.R.R. Tolkien's son, who's like, well, I hate the Lord of the Rings movies. I hate the Hobbit movies. And you're like, why? He's like, you took my father's legacy and you turned it into an action schlock movie. You turned it into this goofy shit. You ruined what he created. And you go, yeah, but it's a movie. And that's kind of what this movie represents. Ian Fleming is probably spinning around in his grave. Like, none of my spy career was like this. And Cubby Broccoli just goes, it's a movie. We're here to please an audience and have fun. And last time, we really tried to do something profound, and we kind of fell on our face. But that movie, Secret Service, is the prototype for when Craig comes in, where you are to take this stuff seriously. But then eventually, Craig movies will get goofy, and he's probably done now. But then the next iteration of Bond might get goofy, right? This stuff ebbs and flows as it has to over a long series of time. What these Bond movies are shaping up to, as we've been building on over time, is very serious or goofy or kind of a mixture of the two. And this is going to be our conversation for the next several months doing the rest of these films. And with this one, it's so much fun. My cup of tea is generally going to be the more serious ones, but then visiting Crazy Town is fun so long as the movies like this, where it's fuck it. I mean, this might as well be the Casino Royale parody movie. Yeah. And at this point, to McCurdy's point last week, that's where the spy genre was kind of headed. And that all eventually leads to Austin Powers that owns that genre, right? So far as the jokes are concerned, until Batman Begins comes along and like revolutionizes everybody's thoughts on everything. But I think with Thunderball, the argument there was they really tried. Nothing says it better than reach exceeding grasp. They really tried, and that movie is to be taken seriously. There's nothing about that movie to not take seriously. But with Diamonds Are Forever, it's such a farce that you never once question whether Bond is going to get killed or not. I mean, even when Bond is literally in an oven, suddenly he's just saved. Like Deus Ex Machina style, just like, he's saved.
You dirty double-crossing limey fink, those goddamn diamonds are phonies.
Where are the fucking diamonds?
Yeah, they're like, where? Hey, you fucking limey. Where are the goddamn diamonds? And then I just laugh because it's like, here we are again. Like, it's like the movie Snatch. Everybody's going after this product, and everybody who touches the product dies. I mean, it's like Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. It's like it's like all these action comedies.
It's a Guy Ritchie movie.
Like, it's a fucking Guy Ritchie movie. Before he was born.
Curious how everyone who touches those diamonds seems to die.
As a Bond purist, I'll probably always rank the more serious movies higher on principle alone, but intention does matter, right? And again, You Only Live Twice set out for you to take it really seriously, and it accidentally was goofy. It didn't mean to be goofy. It accidentally was goofy. This movie means to be goofy, and I think it achieves what it was trying to do.
Definitely achieves
so much harder than I think On Her Majesty's Secret Service is to be respected, though it failed to really achieve what it was trying to do. Because you can read between the lines and see what Peter Hunt was trying to do, and he didn't exactly get there. He got there enough to earn our 4th spot. Otherwise, he could have gotten number 1. On Her Majesty's Secret Service could have gotten number 1. It didn't quite Batman Begins this shit, though, right? It's right at that sweet spot of number 4. And then right below that, I think Thunderball lives where it tried to achieve something big, and it just sunk below the surface. You Only Live Twice just ended with a cartoon. And I think that's just at the bottom with Diamonds Are Forever, just above it, where Diamonds Are Forever doesn't give a fuck. It doesn't even want to be on this list. It's just like, fuck you. I don't care about your stupid ass list. I'm a fun ass movie. Okay.
This is my very quick interjection. If you had taken Blofeld in Diamonds Are Forever and made him the bad guy in Thunderball would be a much higher ranked movie.
Yeah. That is my argument here I'm sorry, I love how jokingly stupid this film is.
Right idea, Mr. Bond.
But wrong pussy.
It is so one of a kind within the Connery world.
So Scott, I want to hear what you have to say about the theme song for this particular movie.
Diamonds are forever.
Diamonds are forever.
Forever. Forever.
I'm sorry, gents. This is number 1. Period.
Really? You put this at number 1?
Yep.
Okay, let me back you up real quick.
I'm gonna drink ahead of time. Hold on.
We've been doing
Has
that
there
this
been
episode.
a more iconic Bond theme song for all of time? No, there hasn't. There has not. From
Yes, there
Kanye
has.
to repeating
No.
this song has lasted decades.
What
This
you
song
haven't
has
said,
lasted
Scott,
decades.
what you have not said so far is why how you define a Bond song. So I'm going to define it for you in your absence.
Okay.
For me, I rank very highly this song and specifically Goldfinger. And you put, I know you put Thunderball above Goldfinger, but I think, and it happens to be Shirley Bassey or whatever that did these two. But I think what defines a Bond song for me is that it has a certain level of sexiness. And that's why when Patterson brought up You Only Live Twice, while that song is beautiful, it is a beautiful song, it's not sexy. Whereas Diamonds Are Forever and Goldfinger, when those big ass horns hit, you know you're watching a Bond movie. It just, there's like this sexy, there's like sexy sax man comes in and you got this sexiness that comes along with a Bond movie. The big horns you talked about.
So if that's your definition, I'll accept that Diamonds Are Forever is a better Bond song, but I would just say You Only Live Twice is just a better song.
I think
100%.
Diamonds Are Forever is obnoxious.
Here's where I go back to my original argument. Sorry, McCurdy, give me 1 second. I told you my my favorite Bond song out of all the ones we've had so far is From Russia with Love.
Okay, I disagree with you. Scott, I'm on with you with the level of like the orchestra, like the sound of Diamonds Are Forever as far as it feels like a Bond song. More unlike cuz I like Patterson, I like You Only Live Twice. I like the song. I like the melody of that song.
It's a good song.
Yes.
It's a great song. But as just a Bond song,
a Bond intro,
Diamonds Are Forever is more of a Bond song. However,
yes.
That being said, I don't like Diamonds Are Forever because it's a very obnoxious song.
It is.
And they repeat the lyrics, and I have to hear forever.
Why?
Forever. Like you could do like a 10-hour YouTube cut and have Shirley Bassey going Diamonds Are Forever, forever. And like just keep
you
going
could do
forever.
that with any Bond song.
And it would not any Bond song, just this Bond
that's
song.
not true.
Yes, you could.
Just this Bond song.
Goldfinger.
Goldfinger. Here's the thing. I'm just saying
argument.
I like Goldfinger more than I like Diamonds Are Forever.
Fine.
I like Goldfinger more than I like Diamonds Are Forever.
I still have
also.
Goldfinger at number 3.
This isn't a bad song, and I don't absolutely hate this song. Like I'm not like this is bottom of the list, go to kind of song. It's just it's not my favorite. It's not one of my favorites.
No, I agree with McCurdy. I think Goldfinger's a better.
Let me finish. If I go to anybody on the street and I say, recite one Bond song for me outside of the recent Bond songs, because everybody's going to fucking sing Skyfall.
Say Skyfall. Yeah.
Skyfall's the
They're going to go to Diamonds Are Forever.
Because
they
of
are.
Kanye.
I think people are going to go to Goldfinger.
Because of Kanye, yes. But it lasted the ages.
Wait, Patterson,
and it's
do you disagree with
still
Scott or
such
you
a
disagree with me?
brilliant
Just to
song.
clarify.
It's still
I agree with you,
is.
McCurdy. I agree
A lot
100%
of crap
with you.
gets remembered forever too, though.
Yes.
Like my dad remembers the Goobers and Raisinets commercial. It's just,
I just think
because it's
go ahead,
memorable.
Yeah, I just think Goldfinger is just way more iconic.
Drink.
Don't say it or else you have to drink.
See,
I'll drink
I
with you,
drank
McCurdy, because
before I
I
said
would say the
iconic.
same thing. I'll drink, but I will back this up with facts or at least like reasonings.
Try.
Go. What are you drinking, by the way?
Cranberry vodka.
Moonshine?
Cranberry
vodka?
Okay.
Oh,
So,
you guys are twins.
What I actually did, you know
Patterson.
those little like flavor squirt things?
Are you Patterson? Do you go by Mr. Wint or
Yeah,
Mr.
Mr. Wint, Mr. Kid. Or do we have two here, or what? You want to hold hands?
Who's Mr. Wint? Who's Mr. Kid?
Keep
Which,
that
by
up,
the way,
Scott, not-
you guys know
Goldfinger in your ass.
Mr. Kid was definitely the
His
bottom,
bitch.
right?
Yeah, he was the
definitely
bottom
the bitch.
He was the power bottom.
Well, I have to say to you guys, you keep that bullshit up, and I'm going to write a poem about you.
Write it. No, please.
So-
Please do. After the last one, I would love to. I would feel honored to have a poem written about me.
I will.
Please.
Patterson, I'll hold your hand, buddy.
Please.
Appreciate that.
Goldfinger in your ass, you two. So,
Patterson, I'll be your Mr. Kid to your Mr. Wentz.
McCurdy and Patterson, tell me your order so far.
My order?
Ooh. Yeah.
I would put Goldfinger as number 1 based on the definition. Because, okay, I did say You Only Live Twice because I think it's the best song so far. But if we're going to talk about
it is a great song.
Bond song, then definitely Goldfinger because I think it is.
It's so sexy.
It's definitely a sexy song.
It just hits with those horns right away. That's how you know it's a
also
Bond
the
song.
most on theme. It's also the most on theme to what the movie is about. The man with the Midas touch. Yeah, like it is very on theme to what the movie is about.
A spider's touch.
Oh.
So, yeah.
You guys, I just got a little...
Like, which song would you want to to? It's probably going to be Goldfinger.
Here's any song women would want to Diamonds Are Forever. While you put a diamond on her finger. So the two don't understand that. That's fine.
No.
Yeah, Mr. Kid and Mr. Wint over here.
I'd put Goldfinger. I'd say Goldfinger, then Thunderball, then probably You Only Live Twice, then From Russia with Love, then Diamonds Are Forever, and then Three Blind Mice. Something like that. I might change that order a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah.
Ask your daughter what the best song is. It's Three Blind Mice.
Three Blind Mice.
I like it.
Okay. I'm willing to concede. Because Diamonds Are Forever and Goldfinger are equally big Bond songs for me in the beginning. And these two stay top of the order through the rest of the Bond franchise.
I'll say Diamonds Are Forever is number 2 based on the Bond song criteria.
You don't keep Diamonds Are Forever in the top 10 through all 24, McCurdy?
Nope. Absolutely
You're
not.
out of your goddamn mind.
I am not out of my goddamn mind. I am
Stay in your turtleneck, stay at the bottom. Shut up.
Real Bond fans would be like, get the out.
No,
there's the door.
No, what Bond fans are gonna say?
Every Bond fan is gonna be like, no, dude,
any Shirley Bassey song is
we're
top
gonna get to the
10.
next Bond film. The next Bond film, I think, is the next Bond film. I think has
drink
probably
right
the
now.
best.
Drink, bitch. Don't you dare reference Paul McCartney.
I never said the name.
You're referencing Paul McCartney. I'll drink.
Yes, and that one's in the top,
name.
McCurdy, but
never said his name.
That hasn't happened yet. To quickly bring this back to rank, Charlie, earlier I said I would be willing to rank this above Thunderball, and you said under your belief you could not let that happen. I just want to very quickly
make a case
hear
for
why
it, please.
That's
though
not. We have cross-dressing Blofeld, as I brought up. We have Mr. Wit and Mr. Kidd. Arguably the funniest combo of villains we've had. Actually, the only comedy
They're actually probably,
we've
you know,
had.
we were doing a list of assassins, right? Like they are the most effective assassins to date.
Yeah,
totally.
And they're the most fleshed out characters. They have this weird relationship. They're fun to watch, and yet, like, oh, and by the way, when they said he was bitten by the bug originally, there's a deleted scene where instead of putting the scorpion in his back, he opens up. He's like, okay, look in his mouth, and he goes like, ah. So the dentist is looking in his mouth, and he's going, ah. And then Mr. Went grabs the scorpion and shoves it in his mouth, and that's how he dies. There's another deleted scene with Shady Tree, and you actually see how they kill him. They actually, and Charlie, you kept bringing up the Joker. They shoot a gun with like a joke bang thing, like the Joker would, and then they shoot Shady Tree in the back of the head with the same gun. In the deleted scene, so we actually see how he got killed. But there's actually a couple of deleted scenes in this film. Sammy Davis Jr. actually appeared in this movie.
Wow. They ain't never gonna get a cake big enough to put him on top of.
Was he just a big Bond fan and was just like, I want to be in these movies?
They put him in the movie, and then he had a deleted scene, and then they cut it. But
that's kind of how this stuff always goes. It's like something becomes big, right?
Ed Sheeran and then
suddenly everybody wants to be. Yeah, Ed Sheeran's a perfect example. Suddenly everybody wants a cameo. Once something becomes big, you open the door to everybody wants a piece of it, and then eventually you have Sammy Davis Jr. in your movie that like I actually did watch that deleted scene, and I see why they deleted it because it's awful. It's just like pointless.
It doesn't really add anything to
it doesn't add anything other than just like Sammy Davis Jr. is in this movie. I can see why you got rid of this because all it is like, well, my cousin's uncle's niece wanted to be in this because they knew it was going to be a big deal. Back when we were making the fucking thing, nobody gave a shit. Like when we were making Dr. No, nobody knew who we are. We were flying below the radar. But now everybody wants a piece of us, and that slowly brings your shit down, and the self-awareness rises, right? And that's the fate of any franchise. Go watch Star Wars, and to Patterson's point last week, it's like Star Wars is chock full of mistakes. You may love when that music kicks in and it brings you right back to your childhood, but this movie takes it to such a degree. This movie's like watching what Solo probably was meant to be. Like the original Solo movie directed by those guys that are comedians was probably going to be, don't take this seriously and just have fun. And then the powers that be at Disney were like, no, you need to take this all like super seriously. And then they brought in Ron Howard to like make it dark, really dark and like serious. This movie is like, we just don't give a other than we just want to please an audience. And I think it absolutely achieves what it sets out to do. But that doesn't mean that it's better than Goldfinger or From Russia with Love or Dr. No or even Thunderball or even Secret Service. I think it sits perfectly at that 6th spot, just above You Only Live Twice.
And I think you can make the argument, like, as we go on, and I don't think this counts as me referencing other films, but, like, I bet we'll probably rank this above other movies on that basis.
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about this in the last episode, but, like, I rank things based on whether or not they could have avoided mistakes. And in this case, it was campy enough that you can't really call them mistakes.
Yeah.
They were just f***ing around, and when that's the context, like, it's okay to have dumb shit in it.
And I love that. I love that. Just to build off of your point, Patterson, to go back to mine, that's what makes me love this film so much, that they just did not give a shit. Again, like I said, the last film, it was good to have an emotional bond and have that break from, doesn't give a about woman, doesn't want to marry, etc., to just fun Bond, fun Blofeld, etc. It's a good break. Again, it's a breath of fresh air.
I think to your point, this movie makes a point about like today we have the the superhero franchise genre, right? Like, and I always bring this up because it's a really good parallel because of
totally.
That is what's in right now. Whether it's you're specifically talking about the Marvel movies or just all of them in general, but. Those movies keep going on, and people, at some point, a franchise or an idea or whatever is in vogue begins to lose its luster, and it either has to do two things. It either has to transcend what it's doing, which you get with films like The Dark Knight, where, yes, that's even before the Marvel films, but still that movie was trying to do something a little more adult with the franchise. And you see that with like films like Logan or some elements in some of the Avengers movies. Or you go the other way, which this movie does, like Deadpool, where it's a comedy, where where everything is almost a farce. You're making jokes about things. You're making parodies. And that's kind of interesting in this element because On Her Majesty's Secret Service definitely, and I still think, even though you guys disagree that, yeah, it fails in some ways, I still think that movie, well, we don't have to go back. But what I'm saying is that was what it's doing. It's trying to transcend just same old thing. Bond comes in, he saves the day, he gets the girl, he stops the bad guy without any emotional relevance. Like, he's still a superhero throughout.
It deserves
superhero and
respect.
The character.
Yes.
We're on a boat at the end again.
And then, but then this movie comes along and it's like Charlie keeps saying, like, it, like, we're just going to have fun.
Yeah. It doesn't deserve respect, but it wasn't asking for it.
Exactly. It doesn't give a
We're just doing silly shit, and it's gonna be fun, and we're gonna have fucking gorillas, and blow up your pants, kid.
Yeah.
And car flippy thing.
To recite our order, it is Goldfinger.
Don't die on me, buddy.
As I throw up in
He
my
was
mouth.
bitten by the bug.
Bitten by the bug.
Charlie, you take it away.
Okay. Goldfinger from Russia with love.
With love.
Oh, shit.
Dr. No.
Dr.
On
No.
Her Majesty's Secret Service.
Thunderball. Diamonds are forever. You only live twice. I think that list is perfect. Again, I still think we have a solid rock hard diamond list going on here.
Yes.
And and we are at number 007. This is episode 007.
If knowing what to expect with this movie, I could see myself wanting to rewatch this one rather than rewatch You Only Live Twice. Especially knowing Bond literally has a boner joke in this movie. Unless like, what, you've caught me with more than my hands up? Like,
you've caught me with more than my hands
unless
up.
it's something else, it's got to be a boner joke, right?
Yeah, very important moment in film history. James Bond making a boner joke.
I'm afraid you've caught me with more than my hands up.
The fact that this is Connery's last film and we'd already toasted to him, I would have said Connery.
And he's dead.
But because I think these two characters are the epitome of this movie. Not only are they f***ing goofy, but they're probably the most delightful and most fun, entertaining characters to watch in this movie is Mr. Kidd and Mr. Wint.
They elevated the Bond universe to that level of ridiculousness that straight up opened the door for Mike Myers and Austin Powers.
Like,
and all
we
that.
have them to thank for Austin Powers.
Yes.
So
this toast goes to Putter Smith, who plays Mr. Kidd, and Bruce Oliver, Bruce Glover, who plays Mr. Wint.
Yeah.
To the Bond versus first LGBTQ plus assassins.
First
Cheers
and
to that.
only.
Cheers.
We f***ed Bond in the ass until he died.
finger, finger, gold, 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 finger, finger.